No! I can hold on any longer!
A girl in a school uniform was using the last of her strength to hold the door shut. Outside, zombies were violently trying to break in. Her face was pale with fear, and her hands trembled from exhaustion. Shut up. It'll all be over soon. A young man pushed back the advancing undead, dragged a sofa over, and firmly barricaded the entrance. When the apartment door was securely blocked and the sounds of zombies pounding on it gradually faded, Manga finally let out a sigh of relief. Nearby, the two sisters had already passed out from exhaustion. A few minutes earlier, after secretly scanning a code, he had awakened in someone else's body and immediately encountered zombies. If not for his quick reaction, it would have ended in instant death. While the girls were recovering, Manga quickly sorted through the memories of the body's previous owner. An orphan, an ordinary office worker, with no remarkable achievements. It was at that moment that a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Activation of the Goddess Encyclopedia system complete. The system displayed information about women with exceptional attributes and granted rewards for developing relationships with them. Excellent. 2 profiles appeared before his eyes. Chen Jiai. Overall rating, 96. A stunning office beauty. After her parents' death, she raised her younger sister on her own and devoted her entire life to her. Chen Jiayao. Overall rating, 95. A beautiful schoolgirl. Manga recognized them immediately. They were his neighbors, who were currently lying unconscious beside him. The only problem was that the cursed system required him to make them his women before they could be unlocked. While he was thinking about this, the sisters woke up. Yao Yao, are you okay? We are still alive? After everything they had gone through, the younger sister could not hold back her tears and threw herself into her older sister's arms. Once they had calmed down a little, Manga explained what was happening. At first, the girls did not believe him. Then he silently pointed toward the window. Outside, chaos reigned. Zombies wandered everywhere like ghosts. Screams echoed from all directions. The sky had become dark and oppressive. Some zombies were still frantically tearing apart their former companions. A single bite was enough for a person to become infected and turn into the same kind of monster. The sisters saw with their own eyes as several zombies devoured a strong man alive until nothing remained but a pitiful skeleton that still twitched from time to time. Chen Jiayao collapsed onto the floor. Her face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with terror. Both sisters looked at the only man in the room. Although they had barely spoken to him before, they had no other choice now. Brother Manga, what should we do? Everything will be fine. For now, we stay in the apartment. I'm here. As long as we're alive, there is still hope. Manga's voice was firm and confident. His words calmed the younger sister and caused a faint light to appear in Chen Jiai's eyes. Ding! Congratulations! Chen Jiai's affection +5. Ding! Congratulations! Chen Jiao's affection +5. After that, he glanced at the older sister, hinting that she should properly comfort her younger sister. Tonight, neither of the sisters would be able to sleep peacefully.
Hey guys, if anything, a lot of new stories are already out on my Patreon. The Luxury Girl Who Mocked Me is now fully completed. New parts of Government Gives Away Wives, Stuck on a Desert Island, and The Girl in the Game is Real are also out. And exclusively on Patreon, Reborn, rejected by his girlfriend, he married her mother. Enjoy the video!
The apartment rented by the sisters was not large. It was a 2-bedroom suite with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Manga lived right next door to the sisters. The apartment was small, but it was also the only home Manga had in this big city. Fortunately, Manga usually cooked for himself to save money, so he had stored quite a bit of food. There were staple foods such as rice and flour, vegetables like potatoes, cabbage, and tomatoes, and some meat as well. There was not much, but if eaten carefully, it would be enough to last more than 10 days. Oh right, water. In the apocalypse, a person can survive 7 days without food, but without water, at most 3 days before dying. According to Manga's estimate, it would not take many days before the tap water supply was cut off. Thinking of this, Manga immediately filled every container in the apartment with water. Even the bathtub used by the sisters next door was filled with water. When people are thirsty, who cares what kind of water it is? As long as it can save lives, it is precious water. Besides, water used by goddesses. Alright, that was a bit of a strange hobby. After filling all the containers, Manga plugged in several power banks and mobile phones for charging. Even the laptop was not spared. Electricity was also a scarce resource in the apocalypse. After finishing everything, he suddenly remembered something. It seems those sisters next door don't really have the habit of storing food. Just as Manga expected, after a night's rest, the sisters finally accepted the reality of the apocalypse. But after discussing it, they suddenly discovered a serious problem: their food would not last much longer. It made sense. Neither sister was particularly skilled at daily life or household chores. The older sister, Chenjiai, was a workplace elite. She always rushed out to work and sometimes had to work overtime. She rarely had time to cook and almost always ate outside. Or she ordered food delivery. As a delivery driver, Mengda had delivered food to the sisters more than once. The younger sister, Chen Jiao, was still a student. She only came home on weekends and normally did not live there. In addition, she studied dance and had to carefully manage her figure. She even had to watch foods containing meat, so there was no chance she would buy rice, flour, or vegetables. The only food she had ever bought was a few cucumbers. Even those were purchased for skincare purposes. Otherwise, there would not have been any at all. Fortunately, the sisters liked snacks and had bought quite a lot of them, but at most it was only enough for 1 or 2 days and could not last long. "Sis, are we not going to make it until rescue arrives?" After realizing their situation, Chen Jiayao looked at her sister with a depressed expression. Yesterday, their phones had received a message telling them to stay home and wait for rescue. This was one of the main reasons they managed to calm down during the night. After all, there was hope. But after that message, there had been no further rescue information. They had also called the emergency number, but it could no longer be reached. They had planned to wait until morning and see what happened, but when they woke up, even their newly purchased Fruit 999 phone had completely lost signal. This meant they had likely lost contact with the outside world. Chenjiai pursed her lips and said nothing. Now the problem was not just whether rescue would come. The bigger question was whether they could survive that long. Go outside and search for food? Chenjiai immediately rejected the idea. She remembered what she had seen yesterday. Even a grown man had been eaten clean. If the two sisters went out, going alone was not realistic either. If sacrificing herself could guarantee her sister's safety, she would gladly do it. The problem was that even if she encountered those terrifying zombies, she would have no way to deal with them and could never bring food back. As the older sister, Chenjiai clearly understood their situation, but she still forced a smile onto her face. "Don't worry. Rescue will come. Big sister will make sure you survive. Here, have some snacks first." Although she felt very pessimistic inside, she still gave her sister hope. "If there's really no other way, I'll ask Mengda to lend us some food. After this disaster is over, we'll pay him back double." Hearing her sister's words, Chen Jiao smiled sweetly. Brother Mengda is such a good person. He'll definitely be willing to lend us some." Chen Jai gently patted her sister's head and pushed all the snacks toward her. "Be good. Eat a little more." In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It was now the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Mengda had actually been living quite comfortably these past few days. No work, no struggling for a small paycheck. He felt more relaxed than ever before. There was still plenty of food left. If he ate carefully, it would last another week without any problem. These days, Mengda had not wasted any time. Instead, he had been actively familiarizing himself with the Apocalypse Beginner gift pack rewarded by the system. "System, open my status panel." As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual panel called the Goddess Encyclopedia System appeared before him. Host, Mengda. Unlocked goddesses, 0. Equipment. Desert Eagle pistol with unlimited ammunition. Tang saber with mastery level proficiency. Skill. Virus immunity. Can resist zombie viruses up to 1 rank higher than the user's current level. Ability rank, not yet advanced, already enhanced by a body enhancement serum. Physical abilities have reached the human limit. The next step is to surpass human limits, awaken an ability, and become a first-rank ability user. Looking at his status panel, Mengda was very satisfied. The pistol, Tang saber, and zombie virus immunity skill had all been gifts from the beginner package. There was also the body enhancement serum, which Mengda had already consumed in 1 gulp. During these past few days, he had been adapting to the changes in his strength. According to his estimation, with his current physical condition, not to mention 3 to 5 strong men, even a special forces king would be no match for him. "After I become more familiar with the Tang saber, it'll be time to go outside and search for supplies." He did not want to keep living miserably even during the apocalypse. Since he now had strength, he had to live more freely. Having enough food and drink was only the most basic requirement. As for the rest, he definitely would not let his little brother suffer either. Who knew if those top web novel authors were telling the truth? A pack of instant noodles could be exchanged for a woman. As a failed web novel writer, he felt it was necessary to personally test this theory. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that he had not seen the sisters next door for several days. During these past few days, he had rarely left his room. He had been exercising and adapting to his enhanced body, so he had neglected the situation of the sisters next door. They haven't starved to death, have they? Mengda muttered to himself. He was still counting on getting rewards through those sisters. The moment he finished speaking, he heard a knock on his door. Mengda opened the door and saw that it was Chenjiai. Mengda, can you lend me some food? At Mengda's doorway, Chenjiai stood there gracefully. Perhaps because the weather had become hotter after the apocalypse began, Chenjiai was no longer wearing her office uniform today and was dressed much more lightly. She wore a short-sleeved crop top with denim shorts. A few drops of sweat slid down her delicate cheeks and along her attractive collarbone. Her long legs were fully exposed, seeming to shine in the light and drawing a great deal of attention. Her long hair rested on her shoulders, and her alluring lips were tightly pressed together, as if she found it difficult to speak. Mengda had never seen Chenjiai dressed like this before, but it was even more eye-catching than black stockings. Mengda, can you lend me some food? Chenjiai truly looked nervous. 3 days into the apocalypse, the supplies of the two sisters had been completely exhausted. To be precise, they had already run out last night, but they endured it by sleeping. When they woke up, however, there was still no signal on their phones. Left with no choice, Chenjiai came to ask Mengda. No problem. Chenjiai had prepared several different arguments to persuade Mengda, but his straightforward answer left her stunned. Mengda, don't worry. I'll pay you back in the future. Chenjiai wanted to continue, but Mengda waved his hand. It's fine. I was about to cook anyway. Come eat with me. After saying that, Mengda took some potatoes, several sausages, and some meat and went to cook. Then I'll help you. Chenjiai said it instinctively, and Mengda smiled strangely. Are you sure? Only then did Chenjiai realize that with her cooking skills, it would be a blessing if she did not make things worse. She could only smile awkwardly. The sunlight shone on Mengda, making him look especially warm and giving people a sense of comfort and safety. Watching Mengda's busy figure in the kitchen, Chenjiai suddenly felt that this man looked much more handsome than before, full of masculine charm. He could cook and was capable. For some reason, her face suddenly turned red. Oh, Chenjiai, what are you thinking about? How could you have such improper thoughts? Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chenjiai's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 30. Mengda often cooked. In less than half an hour, he made 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. The delicious aroma quickly attracted Chenjiai. Wow! It smells so good. Brother Mengda, your cooking is amazing. After eating snacks for 3 days straight, Chenjiai was almost sick of them. Now, after taking a bite of meat, she was so excited she nearly cried. Delicious. Delicious. Brother Mengda, your sausage is so good. Chenjiai bared her teeth from the heat of the steaming sausage while still giving a thumbs up. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chenjiai's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 25. This girl was really adorable. Brotherda, thank you. You're such a good person. It's already the apocalypse, and you're still giving me a good person card. Even Chenjiai could not help but smile. Her younger sister was truly carefree. But as long as her sister was happy, she was happy. At the same time, she felt even more grateful toward Mengda. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chenjiai's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 35. Mengda could not help but smile. A sister lover really was a sister lover. Even this could increase affection. This meal consumed quite a bit of Mengda's food reserves, but it was still far from enough for 3 people. After eating, the sisters still felt unsatisfied. They were only about 70% full, but in an apocalypse where food was scarce, that was already extremely precious. The sisters were not unreasonable people and did not complain. After finishing the meal, they voluntarily went to wash the dishes. They were already very grateful that Mengda had shared his stored food and cooked for them. There was no way they could let him wash the dishes too. Looking at the 2 girls busy in the kitchen, Mengda smiled slightly. Fortunately, they were not ungrateful people and did not have princess syndrome. After washing the dishes, the 3 sat together and chatted. The sisters sat side by side. If one were not pure and sweet while the other was elegant and mature, Mengda might have had trouble telling them apart. What they shared was their light makeup, which made their beautiful faces even more stunning. Their clothing was cool and casual, and their fair long legs were pressed together, hiding the scenery beneath. Even just looking at them was a pleasure. One had to admire the strength of the sisters' genes. Come to think of it, after living together for more than half a year, this was the first time they had actually sat together like this. If Mengda were still the original Mengda, he probably would have been blushing too hard to speak. Of course, given the job Manga had before, he probably would never have had the chance to sit together with two goddesses. You both checked your phones yesterday, right? This disaster is global. It's not just happening here. The same thing is happening in other countries. You could call it an apocalyptic catastrophe. The sisters nodded. Last night, while their phones still had internet access, they had searched online. Even the internet had fallen into chaos. Netizens from all over the country were posting zombie photos. The horror was even worse than what they had seen in person. If I hadn't come home yesterday, I probably would have ended up like my classmates. Most of her classmates had turned into zombies. They bit anyone they saw. If even one person in a dormitory became a zombie, the others likely could not escape. The same was true for Chinjiai. Yesterday, she learned from group chats that several of her colleagues had unfortunately died. After the three of them shared everything they knew, Mengda did not feel much, but the sisters became increasingly frightened. Their already exhausted faces turned even paler, and they felt that the hope of rescue was becoming more remote. Afternoon of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Since the meal 2 days ago, the sisters had not eaten anything else. "Sis, I'm hungry." Seeing her younger sister clutching her stomach and biting her lip from hunger, Chinjiai felt heartbroken. Over the past 2 nights, she had seen her sister wake up hungry several times. For 2 whole days, the sisters had only eaten 1 meal. The rest of the time, they survived by drinking water. "Sis, how about we ask Brother Da for some more food? He should still have a lot. Brother Da is really nice." Chinjiao looked pitiful, like an innocent little girl. For some reason, ever since the 3 of them had that conversation, they had not seen Mengda come out again. He stayed in his room all day, and no one knew what he was doing. Besides, the sisters were thin-skinned and felt embarrassed about knocking on his door again. Most importantly, Chinjiai understood very clearly that no matter how much food Mengda had, it belonged to him. Why should he keep feeding the 2 of them for free? This was the apocalypse, where supplies were extremely scarce. To put it bluntly, he was a complete stranger with no relation to them. Why should he keep taking care of them? They were not related by blood. But seeing her younger sister so hungry that she was almost seeing stars, she gritted her teeth and stood up, walking toward Mengda's room. "Yao Yao, wait a moment. You'll have something to eat very soon." After 2 knocks, Mengda's room door opened. But the next second, something appeared before her that she absolutely should not have seen. "Ah?" Chinjiai's face instantly turned bright red. At this moment, Mengda was almost naked. Aside from a pair of shorts, he was wearing nothing else. Chinjiai instinctively closed her eyes. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Normally a capable workplace elite who handled everything efficiently, Chinjiai was now so nervous she seemed on the verge of tears and could barely speak. Mengda had never expected Chinjiai to come at this moment. Since yesterday, he had been staying in his room practicing with the Tang saber and preparing for his upcoming trip outside. He had become so absorbed in training that he lost track of time and did not even know when he had fallen asleep last night. As a result, he was still confused when the knocking woke him up, but Chinjiai's scream completely awakened him. "Damn! Wait a second." He hurriedly threw on a couple of pieces of clothing before opening the door again. "Sorry about that. I stayed up too late last night." Mengda yawned. "Jiai, what's the matter?" After calming down for a while, Chinjiai finally opened her eyes. "Mengda, let's work together and go out to search for supplies." To Mengda's surprise, Chinjiai was not here to borrow food. She wanted to go out and search for supplies. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? What's the use of being afraid? But I can't just watch my sister starve to death." Chinjiai's face was still slightly red, but her expression was mostly one of determination. "Or you can help me open the door. I'll go out alone. Whatever supplies I bring back, I'll give you half." Mengda did not answer immediately, but there was a little more admiration in his eyes. Even knowing there were terrifying zombies outside, she still dared to go search for supplies. He remembered the system's description. As expected of someone extremely devoted to her younger sister. "Actually, you don't need to do this. You know I still have plenty of food, right?" "I know. But it's all yours." Chinjiai nodded rationally. She had no intention of treating Mengda's food as if it naturally belonged to her. If she were one of those entitled girls, she probably would have already said something outrageous. "I can give it to you. And you won't need to pay me back." "Then what do you want?" Chinjiai understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. She did not believe Mengda wanted nothing in return. Sure enough, the next moment she noticed Mengda's gaze moving across her body. Chinjiai was tall, around 168 centimeters, definitely goddess-level height. Her figure was nearly perfect. Her full chest and slender waist formed an attractive curve, and the long legs beneath her shorts were enough to captivate anyone. Perhaps because he had just woken up, he seemed especially restless today. You. With just that one word, Chenjiai immediately understood what Manga meant. Her first reaction was embarrassment and anger. But before she could react further, Manga stepped forward and directly held her hand, his expression sincere. Jai, I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my woman? Faced with Manga's heartfelt confession, the embarrassed and angry Chenjiai froze on the spot and forgot to struggle. If Manga had directly pressured her with food, she would never have agreed. She still remembered how, before the apocalypse, a client had cornered her outside a restroom under the pretense of discussing business. She had kicked him so hard that he was left seriously injured. Chenjiai was absolutely not the kind of woman who would sell her body for money. But she never expected Manga to confess to her. Especially in this collapsing apocalypse. I still have food here. I can give it all to you so that you can survive. And from now on, I'll take responsibility for taking care of you and your sister. I can also go out and search for supplies. I have the ability to protect you. Manga's voice was firm and powerful. When she heard that he was willing to take care of her younger sister, Chenjiai's heart was immediately moved. She could ignore her own future, but she could not ignore her sister's. With her current condition, her chances of successfully finding supplies outside were almost zero. Even if she was lucky enough to find supplies this time, what about afterward? What would she do then? Just keep waiting for rescue? To be honest, nearly a week had passed, and Chenjiai no longer had much hope for rescue. If rescue were coming, it would have arrived already. In addition, because Manga had lent them food yesterday, she was already deeply grateful to him. That food had essentially saved both her and her sister's lives. The only thing she found strange was why Manga had never shown any sign of affection toward her before the apocalypse. Soon she figured it out. It had to be because of the gap between them before the apocalypse, so he never said anything. Yes, that had to be it. After thinking this through, the way she looked at Manga gradually changed. He had hidden his feelings for so long and only brought them up after the apocalypse, wanting to take care of the sisters. An indescribable feeling of being touched welled up in Chenjiai's heart. Manga suddenly seemed much greater in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chenjiai's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 40. Manga had no idea that, in such a short time, the woman in front of him had created an entire story in her head. She had practically completed her own self-persuasion. Otherwise, he would have been quite surprised. What she did not know was that he said those things mainly because he understood her stubborn personality. With her looks, it was not as though no men had pursued her. If she wanted an easier life, she could easily have married a rich second-generation heir. Yet after living together for so long, he had never seen her date anyone. He had never even seen a man bring her home. If Manga had directly pressured her with food, she would never have agreed. After all, the client she had kicked so badly had become a famous story. Even Manga had heard about it. Manga still wanted to obtain system rewards through her. Since force would not work, he had to take a different approach. The best method was naturally to start with her younger sister. Sincerity was always the ultimate weapon. For someone as devoted to her sister as Chenjiai, her younger sister would always be the person she cared about most. At that moment, Chenjiai noticed the tang saber leaning against the wall from Manga's training the previous night, along with the exercise equipment. Being smart, she immediately realized something. You plan to go out? Yes. Relying on yourself is better than relying on others. Rather than waiting for rescue, it's better to take action. Manga's firm words caused Chenjiai's breathing to become faster. Instinctively, she said, I'm going with you. Manga did not doubt her work abilities, but searching outside was very different from working. One mistake could cost her life. I don't have the habit of letting my woman take risks. I already said that I have the ability to take care of you. Although she was rejected, Chenjiai felt deeply cared for. For a woman who had raised her younger sister since childhood, this was something she had never experienced before. He likes me, so he doesn't want me to take risks. Chenjiai's eyes instantly turned red. Manga, thank you. I'm willing to be your woman. As those words were spoken, Manga's breathing suddenly became rapid, as though some kind of restraint was about to be broken. Manga had already prepared for the worst. If things did not work out with the older sister, then he would try with the younger one. One was obsessed with her sister, the other obsessed with her sister as well. Surely he had to get at least one of the system rewards from these sisters. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste. But in the next second, he saw Chenjiai suddenly throw herself into his arms. Manga, thank you. I'm willing to be your woman. Success. Feeling the trembling body crying in his arms, he could not help but wrap his arms around her and lower his head to kiss her. Smooth and soft. Chen Jiai was completely inexperienced in this area and was very clumsy. After a full 2 minutes, Chen Jiai felt like she was about to suffocate. Seeing Mengda becoming increasingly bold, she quickly pushed him away. No, it's still daytime. Chen Jiai's face was red, and her breathing remained rapid. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiai's affection toward the host has increased by 10. Current affection, 50. Although Mengda still wanted more, he did not force the issue. She was already his. There was no need to rush. Take these snacks to Yao Yao first. She must be starving. I'll cook 2 more dishes. Let's eat well tonight. Since he was going out tomorrow anyway, Mengda took out all the remaining food. Then he pulled the woman in front of him into his arms and whispered into her ear. Clean yourself up tonight. I'll be waiting in my room. That single sentence made Chen Jiai's face burn, but she still nodded slightly. A soft had already expressed her answer. Her shy expression made Mengda reluctant to let go. This was the best and fullest meal the sisters had eaten since the apocalypse began. They ate until they were completely satisfied. Meanwhile, the unaware Chen Jiao felt even more grateful toward Mengda. Wow! Brother De treats us sisters so well. When I get the chance in the future, I must properly repay him. Sis, don't you think so? Seeing her younger sister so happy made Chen Jai happy as well. She gently stroked her sister's hair and nodded. Yes. Big sister is here. Big sister will repay your brother Da. And tonight? Thinking about tonight, Chen Jai hesitated for a moment but ultimately said nothing. It's better not to let Yao Yao know. I'll tell her tomorrow. Chen Jai thought to herself. Soon, night fell. In the room next door, Mengda had stopped practicing with the saber. He would be going out tomorrow, so tonight he needed to rest and prepare himself. Perhaps because something inside him had been released during the day, he felt especially energetic now. Even taking several showers did not help. Sigh, brother, don't be impatient. You'll be able to let it out soon. Knock. Knock. 2 soft knocks sounded at the door. Mengda immediately jumped up and opened it. At the doorway stood Chen Jai. Her long hair rested on her shoulders, and her eyes were bright. She wore a light outer top paired with a gray A-line pleated skirt, perfectly highlighting her slender waist. The skin visible beneath her collar was as smooth as jade and carried a faint fragrance. The scent of someone who had just finished bathing drifted toward him, making people lose themselves in it. Black stockings covered her legs, paired with high heels that made her appear even taller. This was something Mengda had specifically requested during the day, and he had not expected her to actually do it. Do I look good? Her carefully prepared face and slightly parted red lips produced a voice as clear as pearls falling to the ground. That simple question acted like a catalyst and instantly ignited Mengda. He eagerly picked her up. Wait. Chen Jai blushed and pressed a hand against his chest. Won't this affect your trip tomorrow? If it will, I can wait. Even now, she was worried about affecting his plans for tomorrow. Mengda directly proved with his actions that his abilities were far beyond her imagination. Mengda, from now on, my sister and I are in your hands, The next second, she could no longer speak. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you and Yao Yao from now on. As Mengda spoke, he heard a series of system notifications in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jai's affection toward the host has increased by 20. Current affection, 70. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jai has met the requirements to unlock her exclusive goddess profile. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked Goddess Chen Jai's exclusive profile. As the ceremony between husband and wife continued, the system notifications kept sounding in Mengda's mind. A goddess profile gradually became clearer before his eyes. At the top was a photo of Chen Jai wearing an OL uniform with black stockings. Naturally suited for office wear. Below was her exclusive profile information. Goddess profile, Chen Jai. Occupation, office professional. Age, 26 years old. Height, 5 feet 6 inches. Weight, 106 pounds. Measurements, 32, 23, 33. Overall rating, 96 out of 100. Affection level, 70. Charging count, 1. Beginner level. Ability rank, not yet awakened. Current awakening progress, 70%. Note: when affection reaches 100 and the charging count reaches the required threshold, a special ability can be awakened. Detailed description: an urban white-collar beauty and workplace elite. Extremely devoted to her younger sister and raised her alone, making caring for her the sole mission of her life. However, once the host completely conquers her, affection 100, she will become completely dependent on the host. The higher the affection, the stronger the dependence. As a diligent student who loved learning, Manga naturally understood what those basic measurements meant. She truly deserved the title of goddess. Her figure was incredible. Manga was extremely excited. His attention quickly shifted to something even more important. After all this effort, he had finally unlocked his first goddess profile. What reward would he receive for unlocking a goddess with a score of 96? Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained SSS rank space ability, King of Space. Ability rank advanced to first rank. Gasp. Time is supreme, space is king. It was actually a space ability. Manga immediately noticed a mysterious silver energy slowly flowing into his mind and forming a tiny silver crystal the size of a grain of rice. Though small, he could clearly feel that it was extraordinary. At the same time, he could sense a mysterious energy in the air being absorbed into his body. Previously, he had no perception of space. Now, however, he seemed to touch a wall. A wall made of space itself. When he reached out, he felt something soft, smooth, and round. He almost failed to grasp it. Wait. Alright, wrong thing. Ahem. Still, Manga could clearly feel a mysterious energy surrounding his body. He also felt an inexplicable closeness to space. However, at his current first-rank ability level, the range of space he could affect was limited. Within that range, he gained the ability to manipulate objects. With a simple grab, an object within that area instantly appeared in his hand. Damn, isn't this basically a supernatural version of a suction technique? But the reward for unlocking his first goddess was not over yet. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully formed a bond with goddess Chinjiai. Goddess bond? Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully formed a bond with goddess Chinjiai. Note, after the goddess bond is activated, every time goddess Chinjiai's affection toward the host increases by 10 points, the host can randomly obtain a system reward. At the same time, it will also help the other party awaken abilities and increase their ability rank. This is related to the affection level and charging count between both parties. Goddess bond? The power of the goddess bond is also related to affection and charging count? Manga immediately revealed a meaningful smile. As a man, how could he not understand? Simply put, the higher their affection and the greater the charging count, the faster they could awaken abilities and increase their ability ranks. This question was solved. Ding! Detected that goddess Chinjiai currently has 70 affection toward the host. Rewarding the host with a 100 cubic meter expandable personal storage space. SSS rank space ability. Combined with the newly obtained 100 cubic meter storage space, he could travel light tomorrow. Thinking of this, Manga became even happier. And when he got happy, someone who had never known what a short break was made Chinjiai pay the price for his ignorance. Charging count +3. This was the most comfortable sleep Manga had had since the apocalypse began. Chinjiai's worries from last night were completely unnecessary. Not only did last night's activities not affect him at all, they actually left him full of energy, as if his entire body were filled with endless strength. His body had already been enhanced and had reached the human limit. In the end, if he had not shown restraint, that woman would have. Thinking about how she had wanted to go out with him yesterday. Now she could barely get up. Such a small woman. Truly laughable. Stay home and rest today. Wait for me to come back. By now, Chinjiai had completely regarded Manga as the pillar of support for the sisters and their final lifeline. I'll wait for you. You must be careful. Looking at the worry in his woman's eyes, Manga smiled. Don't worry. It'll be fine. After making some simple preparations, Manga got ready to leave. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Chinjiai not to open the door casually. In the apocalypse, harsh living conditions and terrifying zombies were certainly frightening. But the most frightening thing was still the human heart. Not to mention anything else, these two sisters were definitely eye-catching enough. Meanwhile, Chinjiai looked at the interaction between the two with a face full of disbelief. How had they become so close overnight? The relationship between them looked even better than her relationship with her own sister. And although her sister looked tired, she also seemed radiant. As if she had undergone some kind of transformation and become a different person. Sis, you too? She found it hard to believe. Manga merely smiled and said nothing. Chinjiai had no choice but to explain herself. Yao, from now on you'll have to call him brother-in-law. Chinjiai? What exactly happened in one night? At that moment, she felt as though the sky had fallen. The sister who had loved her most since childhood seemed to have abandoned her. After confirming through the peephole that it was safe, Manga finally stepped out of the apartment. The moment he left, he saw a zombie corpse lying on the floor. It was the very zombie he had personally beaten to death on the day he transmigrated. Its head had been smashed beyond recognition, but he still recognized who it was. Because this pig-like zombie was none other than Wang Shen, his landlord. More accurately, the sister's landlord. After all, Mengda had rented the place later. Back when they started sharing the apartment, the old man had refused to agree and forced Mengda to pay an extra 300 before reluctantly renting to him. Damn it. Those 300 had been earned through countless deliveries, only to be taken away by him. Mengda angrily kicked the corpse a few more times to vent his frustration. Speaking of which, the old guy is dead. Is his wife still alive? He did not know what kind of luck this ugly old man had. Despite looking like that, he had married a beautiful wife. Mengda had seen her a few times before. Her gentle and elegant personality had left a deep impression on him. Especially her large chest. At night, it would definitely have excellent lighting effects. It practically came with its own navigation system. He looked up at the apartment across the hall. That was where the landlord and his wife lived. It was very quiet. But he had a feeling that someone inside was watching him. A smile appeared at the corner of Mengda's mouth. He had not expected that woman to still be alive. Let's clear out some zombies first. He lived on the 15th floor, with 4 more floors above him. Each floor had 2 apartments. He planned to clear out the zombies upstairs first, so that no sneaky bastard would ambush him when he returned later. To avoid being surrounded by zombies, Mengda made a decision. If he could avoid using a gun, then he would avoid using it. However, after several days of training and enhancement from the system serum, Mengda was not worried at all. The moment he stepped onto the 16th floor, he cut down a zombie with a single slash. He knew this zombie. Before the apocalypse, it had been the male owner of apartment 1601. After listening to it roar all night, Mengda had long wanted to kill it. If he remembered correctly, this guy had a wife too. Unfortunately, her situation was much worse. She had already been bitten beyond recognition. Mengda ended her suffering with a single slash. As he continued upward, the remaining households upstairs had all become zombies as well. Mengda sent every one of them on their way. Human limit physical strength combined with the system-enhanced Tang Saber made clearing zombies unbelievably smooth. After clearing the zombies, Mengda began looting supplies like crazy. Naturally, he focused on daily necessities. Of course, if he found any study materials or similar things, he took those as well. After all, his storage space was only 100 cubic meters. Even the bathrooms in the homes of those rich and handsome people were probably larger than his storage space. He was just an unpopular failed writer with no readers. Fortunately, there had not yet been any water or power outages. So the vegetables and meat stored in refrigerators were still in good condition and had not spoiled. Rice, snacks, and all kinds of dried foods were also taken. He even took a box of passion fruit gum from a married couple's bedside table. Of course, he definitely was not planning to use it. The reason was simple. It would affect his performance. He still preferred face-to-face communication. Arriving at the rooftop, he observed the situation below. He discovered that the road leading to the community supermarket was filled with wandering zombies. As expected, they were all ordinary zombies. So far, the system had not given any notification about zombies with abilities appearing. His current ability rank was first rank, and he was immune to zombie viruses. So he was not afraid, even if he got scratched. At that moment, he suddenly looked toward the opposite side. What is that? Suddenly, Mengda noticed an SOS distress signal written on a white bedsheet hanging from Building 6 across from him. It was probably a woman, because the letters had been written with lipstick. There are survivors in Building 6. Mengda thought about it but did not plan to go over immediately. Finding supplies is more important today. I'll go take a look when I have time. For the sake of recruiting goddesses, rescuing homeless goddesses, he did not mind making a trip. After clearing the zombies upstairs, Mengda began working his way down. Floor by floor, he discovered that apart from them, there were almost no survivors left in the building. That made things easier for him. Whenever he encountered a zombie, it was simply slash, slash, slash. Kill, kill, kill. After a round of cleaning, he had cleared every zombie in the entire building. To prevent the weather from heating up and causing the corpses to stink, he immediately threw the zombies outside the building after killing them. After all, he still planned to live here for a while. He did not want the smell to make life unbearable. After collecting all the supplies, more than half of his 100 cubic meter storage space was already occupied. While I'm at it, I might as well clear out the supermarket too. In the apocalypse, Mengda never felt he had too many supplies. Just like goddesses, the more, the better. The residential complex had 6 buildings in total. His building 5 was located toward the back, and the supermarket near the entrance was almost 200 meters away. Although Manga was not afraid of zombies, he did not want to be surrounded by them. So he directly sprinted past them at a speed that surpassed Bolt, the world's fastest man. If you ask how fast he was, you'd have to ask certain men. He was exactly as fast as they were. Of course, some battle situations were a different matter. Along the way, several unlucky zombies that got in his path had their throats cut. However, the moment he arrived at the supermarket entrance, Manga immediately sensed that something was wrong. Someone has been here. The supermarket's back door had already been broken open. And it was most likely done by people from the Jinshou Jiayuan residential complex. The supermarket had been designed with 2 entrances. One faced outward, and one faced inward, making it convenient for residents to shop. There were also 4 corpses lying on the ground. They appeared to be former supermarket employees. Since the supermarket operated 24 hours a day, having several employees there was not unusual. Someone got here first. Manga was not surprised. The residential complex had 6 buildings and nearly 1,000 residents. It was only natural that some lucky survivors had managed to stay alive. That was perfectly normal. Upon entering the supermarket, he saw that several shelves had already been emptied. Most of the missing items were snacks and other easy-to-carry goods. Staple supplies such as rice were still there. Now they're all mine. Compared to snacks, he wanted these filling staple foods much more. The former could only improve flavor. The latter could save lives. The supermarket was quite large. But with the support of his space ability, shelf after shelf disappeared into his storage space. To make things easier, he directly stored the shelves together with the goods, saving himself the trouble of sorting them. Before long, the supermarket looked as though it had been completely cleaned out. Even the generator stored in the warehouse was dismantled and taken away. According to his estimate, a major blackout was not far away. The fact that electricity was still running after so many days already showed how powerful the country's power generation system was. When the power went out, this generator would come in handy. This haul is all mine. Manga happily accepted it. He did not even leave behind a barrel of gasoline. In the apocalypse, these were all precious resources. After storing the generator, his personal storage space was almost full. Alright, time to head back. This trip was very rewarding. Manga was extremely satisfied with his work. Quietly I leave, just as quietly as I came, I wave my sleeve and take away not a single cloud. In his good mood, he even recited a poem. But just as he turned around and reached the supermarket entrance, he saw 7 or 8 people walking toward him. They had come to transport supplies. When they arrived, they discovered that the supermarket, which had been fully stocked not long ago, was now completely empty. At first they thought they were seeing things. But after looking again and confirming the entire supermarket was empty, they immediately became furious. Damn it! Who gave you permission to touch this place? These supplies belong to Brother Dao. Are you looking for death by touching Brother Dao's stuff? Hand everything over right now. Or I'll kill you. The group shouted aggressively, holding knives and clubs as they blocked Manga at the entrance. Although they did not understand how the supplies had disappeared, there was no doubt that this man was involved. Brother Dao? Manga remembered that there really was a man called Brother Dao in the area. He was a gangster who ran gambling operations and loan sharking businesses. If debts were not repaid, blood would be spilled. He was Brother Dao, Wang Dalong. Brother Dao was notorious for his ruthless methods. It was said that many people who borrowed money from him and could not repay it ended up losing everything. Some business owners had even been driven to jump from buildings. As for women, some were abused by him and his subordinates, while others were forced into certain businesses to repay their debts. In short, whether male or female, nobody ended up well after falling into his hands. Manga had not expected him to still be alive. And judging by the situation, he seemed to be living quite comfortably despite the apocalypse. Sure enough, good people do not live long, while disasters last 1,000 years. Now that he understood who these people were, Manga no longer wanted to waste time here. Wouldn't it be better to hurry home and sleep while holding a goddess? After all, there were still the sisters waiting for him at home. You all saw me taking supplies just now, right? The group was still shouting when Manga suddenly said something strange. What? The 7 or 8 men had not even processed his words when they saw him nod as though answering his own question. You definitely saw it. According to the extermination formula, spying on me means spying on my strength, and spying on my strength means having harmful intentions toward me. Looks like I can't let you live. After speaking, Manga pulled out his tang saber and beckoned with a finger. Damn. He's actually going to fight. Brothers, get him. Hack him to death. The 7 or 8 men rushed forward together. They looked fierce, but to Manga, an ability user, they were nothing more than a group of weaklings. Dealing with ordinary people like them was incredibly easy. Before long, they had all been beaten until they cried for their parents. They only wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the end, Manga mercifully sent every one of them on their way. That combat power was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, at a window in building 1 not far away, a man was completely stunned by Manga's strength. Holy shit, since when did Manga become this powerful? If Manga were here, he would definitely recognize this man. It was Lu Junjie, the useless supervisor who had cost him at least a month's salary. Lu Junjie truly lived up to his name. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. After the apocalypse began, he perfectly demonstrated the meaning of his name. The first thing he did was offer his wife to Brother Dao in exchange for the opportunity to guard the supermarket. Although everyone looked down on him, he felt no shame. On the contrary, he was proud of it and usually treated himself as the supermarket manager. So over the past few days, aside from occasionally having to watch certain island dramas, he had been living quite comfortably. After all, being alive in the apocalypse was already fortunate. Even eating a piece of bread was a luxury. How many people could live as comfortably as he did, with no worries about food or clothing? But Manga's actions had completely cut off his path to survival. During these past few days of the apocalypse, dozens of them had relied on the supermarket to survive. If Brother Dao found out the supermarket was gone, he would chop him alive. He did not have a second woman to offer to Brother Dao. His only daughter was only 3 years old. Thinking of this, Lu Junjie shivered. If Brother Dao found out, he would definitely chop him alive. No. I have to report this to Brother Dao immediately. Damn Manga, always causing trouble for me. Sooner or later I'll make you die. Damn it. Meanwhile, Manga had already broken through the zombie blockade and returned to Building 5. He rushed up to the 12th floor in one breath. His face was not red, and he was not even breathing heavily. Just as he was about to knock on the door of apartment 1201 across from him suddenly opened. A woman stood at the doorway. Her long hair rested on her shoulders, and her features were beautiful. A thin pink jacket could not hide her impressive figure. Underneath was a white dress that barely covered her hips, revealing a pair of smooth and slender legs. She was tall and graceful, radiating elegance and nobility. The aura of a mature woman immediately caught Manga's attention. Ding! Detected a top-tier goddess who meets the requirements. A virtual panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Goddess, by Jie. Overall score, 95. Affection, 10, casual acquaintance. Reach 60 to unlock the goddess profile. Charging count, 0, no romantic experience. System description, 32 years old this year. Possesses a stunning figure and exceptional natural gifts. Naturally suited to being a mature beauty. Before the apocalypse, she was a foreign language teacher at Donghai University. Married for 5 years, not yet fully awakened. Top-tier teacher. Meets system requirements. Please unlock this goddess's exclusive profile as soon as possible. That's right. The woman standing before him was none other than his 32-year-old landlady. Manga guessed that the person secretly observing him from behind the door earlier was probably this woman. He was not surprised that the system had detected her. She was the kind of woman who could even attract the original owner of this body. He was not surprised by such a high score. At least half the reason was her figure. What surprised him was that the system still considered her untouched. That left him confused. Was it because she had never allowed Wang Shen near her? Or was Wang Shen simply incapable? Manga's mind was full of questions. Before he could think further, Bai Jie spoke. She looked at the backpack on his back. Manga, did you just come back from downstairs? Before returning from the supermarket, Manga had deliberately prepared a large backpack to hide the existence of his storage space. It made him look as though he had obtained a great deal of supplies. In reality, most of the supplies were stored in his personal space. Yes. Bai Jie, do you need something? Manga smiled slightly. Seeing her attention fixed on the backpack, he immediately understood her intention. Borrowing food. But he had no intention of bringing it up first. Could you give me some food? I'll pay for it. Bai Jie looked nervous. Her face was haggard. She had clearly not been doing well these past few days. Heh. This woman was still rather innocent. She probably still did not understand what the apocalypse really meant. Bai Jie, it's already the apocalypse. Do you really think money is still useful? I wouldn't even use it to wipe myself. Manga spoke bluntly. He was not some saint. Did she think she could get food from him for free? No chance. Bai Jia blushed from embarrassment after being rejected. Then what do you want? Money is all I have. I don't have anything else. As she spoke, she seemed increasingly wronged. Even her charming eyes became red. Were the tears of mature women really this cheap? Why did they cry so easily? Mengda felt somewhat speechless. No, Bai Jia. You still have something very valuable. What? Bai Jia looked confused. Then she saw Mengda smile mysteriously as his gaze slowly swept across her body. Her exceptional figure. Her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs. His unrestrained gaze immediately made Bai Jia understand. You want me? Bai Jia was stunned. The values she had always lived by made her feel deeply humiliated, and she instinctively resisted. No, impossible. I can't do that. That would be betraying my husband. Ding. Goddess Bai Jia's affection toward the host -100. Current affection, -90. Damn. One sentence had instantly pushed her affection into the range of hatred. But her reaction clearly showed that she still did not know her husband had already become a zombie and had been killed by Mengda. Bai Jia, I'm not forcing you. Think it over carefully. After all, Bai Jia, you don't want to starve to death, do you? Mengda shrugged indifferently. The thing he disliked most was forcing people to do things they did not want to do. It definitely wasn't because of the system. He swore. However, to show my sincerity, I'll give you 2 loaves of bread as an advance payment. You can also consider it my thanks for helping me move in here back then. When he first became roommates with the sisters, Bai Jia had spoken well of him several times. Of course, he did not say that part aloud. He took out 2 loaves of bread from his backpack and tossed them toward Bai Jia. Unexpectedly, they hit her chest. The bread bounced right back. Mengda sighed inwardly. The elasticity was impressive. By this point, Bai Jia completely understood what Mengda meant. A strong sense of humiliation washed over her. Without saying anything else, she bit her lip and silently picked up the bread from the floor. If you make up your mind, send me a message. I'll be waiting anytime. Mengda did not know whether she heard him or not. But as he watched her curvy figure return to her apartment, a fire suddenly rose in his heart. Damn. He needed to hurry home and cool off. This woman was truly a temptress. What a dangerous figure. Knock, knock. As the 2 knocks sounded, there was immediately movement inside the apartment. But the door was not opened right away. They were very cautious. It seemed the sisters had taken his words seriously. Jiai, it's me. Only after hearing Mengda's voice did the sisters finally relax and quickly let him inside. Are you okay? Looking at the concern in the eyes of the woman who was now his, Mengda grinned and pulled her into his arms. Don't you know what I'm capable of? What could possibly happen to me? After being thoroughly cared for all night, Chen Jiai had completed the transformation from girl to woman. Her face looked more radiant, and her skin appeared even better than before. Her entire body seemed to radiate an attractive charm. The moment Mengda came inside, he started getting handsy with her. Chen Jiai quickly stopped him. She was jokingly afraid to let this man continue. In just a moment, her face was already turning red again. Don't. Yao Yao is still here. Wait until we're back in the room. Behind them, Chen Jiayao stood with her lips puffed out. Watching her sister and her brother Mengda being affectionate, she did not know how to feel. After Mengda left during the day, her sister had told her everything about his confession. Once she learned they were dating and that her sister had not been forced, she was no longer angry. However, she also knew that her sister had likely agreed partly because of her. But seeing the happy smile on her sister's face all day and the way she occasionally stared blankly at the bedroom door, she knew her sister had feelings for brother Mengda as well. So she was genuinely happy that her sister had found happiness. Besides, brother Mengda had promised to take care of both her and her sister. She had no complaints. Yao Yao, aren't you going to call him brother-in-law? Brother-in-law. Chen Jiayao blushed. It was the first time she had called someone that, and she was a little nervous. Mengda did not mind. After all, he had to give his little sister-in-law some time to adjust. Then he emptied the supplies from his backpack. Just those supplies alone were enough to feed the 3 of them for several days. The sisters were delighted. That's not all. Mengda waved his hand again. A huge pile of supplies instantly appeared on the floor. Rice, flour, cooking oil. All kinds of fresh vegetables. Beef, pork, and lamb. Packaged sausages and cured meat. All kinds of snacks. And much more. The floor was completely covered, and there was still more that had not been taken out. The sisters were dazzled by the amount of supplies. At last, they no longer had to worry about food. But more than that, they were shocked by Mengda's ability to make supplies appear out of thin air. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. How did you do that? You're amazing. Chen Jiao's eyes were filled with admiration. She immediately gave a thumbs up, her small cherry lips opening into a shocked O shape. She had nearly been bitten to death by a zombie and knew how terrifying those monsters were. Yet her brother-in-law had brought back so many supplies by himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiao's affection toward the host has increased by 10. Current affection, 35. Mengda greatly enjoyed his little sister-in-law's admiration. Chen Jiai was also surprised. But then Mengda looked at her. I told you. From now on, I'll take care of both of you. And I'll make sure you can live well even in the apocalypse. Better than before the apocalypse. Although she had already heard those words once, this time was completely different. This man had truly remembered every promise he made. Chen Jiai was deeply moved. Unable to resist, she kissed him. Mengda, thank you. This kiss was sincere and full of genuine emotion. It had to be said that a goddess's lips were truly soft and sweet. At first, Chen Jiai took the initiative. But before long, Mengda completely took control. If not for the resentful gaze of the little sister-in-law beside them, Mengda could have left the woman weak in the knees. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiai's affection toward the host has increased by 5. Current affection, 75. After the excitement settled down, Mengda briefly explained his ability and personal storage space. After all, one of them was already his woman, and the other, well, still waiting to be unlocked. Fortunately, both sisters adapted quickly. Combined with everything they had experienced during the apocalypse, they easily accepted his explanation. However, Mengda did not mention the system. Not because he did not trust them. The main reason was that the system was too mysterious. How could I possibly explain it? Wow! Then doesn't that make you a superhero, brother-in-law? So his little sister-in-law was a Marvel fan. Mengda smiled and nodded. The three of them chatted while eating snacks. And there were no limits. They could eat whatever they wanted. The relaxed and comfortable atmosphere made Chen Jiai feel as though she had returned to life before the apocalypse. Her sister's cheerful voice filled the room. Mengda occasionally demonstrated his space ability, leaving both sisters amazed. Looking at such a harmonious and beautiful scene, Chen Jiai could not help but think. It wouldn't be so bad to live like this forever. However, as she listened, she suddenly felt something was wrong. A strange heat began spreading through her body. Why does it suddenly feel hot? She was only wearing a short spaghetti strap dress today, exposing her shoulders and long legs. Why did she feel so warm? Soon, a familiar sensation suddenly entered her mind. She looked down. It was him. That man had made his move. He had actually taken advantage of their conversation to. Looking up, she saw Mengda sitting there calmly, with only a faint smile of success at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, her younger sister beside them had noticed absolutely nothing. This man was so bad. Chen Jiai's face immediately turned bright red. Sis, what's wrong? Seeing her sister suddenly acting strangely, Chen Jiao was completely confused. Chen Jiai could only force out a sentence. I need to use the bathroom. Watching her sister's somewhat flustered retreat, Yao Yao looked puzzled. What's wrong with sister? She's acting so weird. As the culprit behind it all, Mengda naturally knew exactly what was happening. You stay here and eat. I'll go check on your sister. One good thing about Yao Yao was that she listened to whatever she was told. She was very obedient. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Why did you come in? Mengda smiled slightly and closed the door behind him. I think you might need my help. Don't make any noise. It must be said that Mengda's help lasted quite a long time. At first, Chen Jiao was bored, playing with her phone while eating snacks, and did not realize anything. But after half an hour had passed and the two still had not come back, she felt that something was not right. Strange. What happened to my sister? Why hasn't she come back after so long? And brother-in-law too. Does it really take this long just to take a look? The two of them must be doing something bad, humph. Chen Jiao pouted unhappily. This expression looked especially cute on her sweet face. As she spoke, she stood up and walked toward the bathroom. But as she walked, she felt that something was wrong. Some faint sounds gradually entered her ears. And the closer she got to the bathroom, the louder the sounds became. After listening carefully, no matter how innocent she was, she understood what was going on. Bad brother-in-law. You only know how to bully my sister. The girl clenched her small fists in slight anger. After thinking for a moment, she lowered the hand that had planned to push the door open. Forget it. I'll let you bully her once. Just once. Driven by curiosity, she listened for a little while longer. So strange. Why does it feel like my sister is being bullied so badly? By the time Mengda came out, it was already dark. He carried the unconscious Chen Jiayi into the sister's room. But he discovered that his sister-in-law Chen Jiayao was not in the room. When he went to the living room, he found that the girl had fallen asleep on the sofa. Since she was at home, she was dressed casually. She wore a white casual short-sleeved shirt on top. The shirt was long enough to cover her athletic shorts, and from a distance, her long slender legs were casually stretched out. But if one looked closely, her legs were covered with a layer of snag-resistant beauty stockings. Perhaps she had practiced dancing earlier, because her hair was covered in sweat. Manga originally wanted to cover her with a blanket to keep her from catching a cold. After the apocalypse, daytime temperatures would rise sharply. In comparison, nighttime temperatures were much lower. Unexpectedly, after taking only a few steps, he woke her up. "Brother-in-law, where is my sister?" Chen Jiayao was still sleepy. She stood up and stretched, fully displaying her graceful figure. As expected of someone who practiced dancing, her figure was even better than her sister's. "Your sister is tired. She fell asleep." Oh! Knowing what her brother-in-law and sister had done in the bathroom, Chen Jiayao naturally understood what he meant by tired. Being smart, she did not ask any more questions. But whenever she saw her brother-in-law, she thought about the bad things he and her sister had done in the bathroom, and her little face immediately turned red. "Brother-in-law, I'm going to check on my sister." After saying that, she ran away without looking back. Manga rubbed his nose. "No way, am I really that scary?" It was already late. Manga took the ingredients he had collected today and prepared a lavish meal. With the supplies of an entire supermarket in his hands, he cooked generously and directly made 8 dishes and 1 soup. Minced meat eggplant, braised fish chunks, chicken stewed with potatoes, pork stewed with vermicelli. All of them were hearty dishes, and there were so many that they filled the entire dining table. When he finished cooking, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. Just then, Chen Jiayao helped her sister out. The help Manga had given her all afternoon had made her sleep until now before she could barely walk again. When he saw the sisters coming over, Manga did not feel embarrassed at all. He grinned and invited them to sit down. "Have you rested enough? Are you tired? I'll give you a massage." Chen Jiayi could not help but roll her eyes at the man. She did not dare let him touch her anymore. She did not know where this man got so much energy. As soon as he came back, instead of resting, he only knew how to torment her. It was ridiculous. But looking at the results of Manga's hard work on the table, she could not help but praise him. Too outstanding. He knew how to take care of people and was capable as well. She was satisfied. A long-lost sense of security enveloped her. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiayi's favorability toward the host +5. Current favorability, 80. Ding! Detected that Goddess Chen Jiayi's favorability toward the host has increased to 80. A random reward has been distributed to the system space. Listening to the system notifications, Manga chatted and ate with the sisters while silently thinking in his heart. System, open my status panel. Host, Manga. Age, 24. Ability rank, 1st rank. Awakened ability, King of Space. Activated Goddess, Chen Jiayi, ability awakening in progress. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol ×1, unlimited bullets, Tang Saber ×1, mastery. Skills, Virus immunity, can resist zombie viruses up to 1 rank higher than the host, Goddess Bond, Star Night Walker. Just as Manga expected, he looked directly at the last one. Star Night Walker? What kind of thing is this, system? Star Night Walker, a system reward the host has just randomly obtained. Under the cover of night, the host's speed, strength, endurance, and recovery ability will all be twice their normal level. Under the cover of night, the host's concealment ability is also greatly enhanced. Ordinary people cannot detect the host's presence. Under the cover of night, the host's sensitivity will also be greatly increased, and actions will not be affected by darkness. In short, there are many benefits. Please experience them yourself, host. Doge.jpg. Good lord. After seeing the explanation, Manga could only exclaim in amazement. Not to mention anything else, just the first effect alone was already overpowered. His body had already been strengthened to the human limit, and now with this on top of it, wouldn't that make him even more powerful? Ha ha ha. Manga was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Abzats 4. After all, every man wants to be stronger in certain areas. This sudden laugh immediately made Jiayi, who had just been happily chatting with her sister, feel that something was wrong. Not right. There was definitely something wrong with this man. After the meal ended, it was almost midnight. Considering that he had exhausted Jiayi all afternoon, Manga told the sisters to go rest. After they left, he sat alone in the living room with a Tang saber beside him. He looked fully prepared. Several candles burned on the table in the living room. Under the faint light, his chiseled face appeared exceptionally cold and stern. Outside was complete darkness. There were no twinkling stars or chirping birds like before the apocalypse. Everything was extremely quiet, and even the zombies were much quieter than during the day. After all, every man wants to be stronger in certain areas. This sudden laugh immediately made Jiai, who had just been happily chatting with her sister, feel that something was wrong. Not right. There was definitely something wrong with this man. After the meal ended, it was almost midnight. Considering that he had exhausted Jiai all afternoon, Manga told the sisters to go rest. After they left, he sat alone in the living room with a tang saber beside him. He looked fully prepared. Several candles burned on the table in the living room. Under the faint light, his chiseled face appeared exceptionally cold and stern. Outside was complete darkness. There were no twinkling stars or chirping birds like before the apocalypse. Everything was extremely quiet, and even the zombies were much quieter than during the day. But he had a feeling that someone might come to attack him tonight. It was not because he had some persecution complex. Rather, because of Brother Dao's incident during the day, his intuition told him that this matter was definitely not over yet. Moreover, after killing those 7 or 8 people during the day, he had seen a familiar figure by the window of building number 1. That figure was none other than his supervisor before the apocalypse, Lu Junjie. Lu Junjie thought he was hiding well, but little did he know that after being enhanced by the system serum, Manga's eyesight had long surpassed that of ordinary people by who knows how many times. If he had not seen wrong, that person was indeed his supervisor before the apocalypse. He knew where Manga lived, and he also knew about his shared rental arrangement with the 2 sisters. To be safe, Manga planned to search building number 1 tomorrow and eliminate any future trouble. But tonight, it was better to stay alert and avoid being caught off guard. In the apocalypse, no amount of caution is excessive. Any carelessness is irresponsibility toward oneself. Looking at the time, it was already 2 in the morning. At this time of day, when normal people would be the sleepiest, Manga did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he was unusually awake and energetic. Even though he had spent the whole day exploring outside and had gone through a battle in the afternoon after returning, he did not feel tired in the slightest and was full of energy. According to his estimation, there were 2 reasons for this. On one hand, it was because he had awakened an ability, and his physical condition was already far beyond that of ordinary people. On the other hand, it was because of the effect of the Star Night Walker skill he had just obtained, his recovery ability doubled at night. Of course, this did not mean that he no longer needed sleep. It simply meant that he could stay awake for 1 or 2 nights and still be completely normal the next day. It was somewhat like automatically entering deep sleep whenever night came. So at this very moment, the energy he had spent during the battle with Jiai in the afternoon had almost completely recovered. He even had the feeling that he could handle another woman right now. Oh no! I want 10. Thinking of this, Manga felt a fire burning inside him. But just then, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a woman wearing a cool pink spaghetti-strap nightgown that exposed her sexy and charming shoulders walking toward him. Under the candlelight, her figure was as agile as an elf in the night. The lace-trimmed nightdress barely covered her alluring hips, revealing a pair of long and well-proportioned jade-like legs. Very tempting. However, one sentence immediately extinguished half of his excitement. Brother-in-law? The person dressed in such sleepwear was none other than Chen Jiayao, his sister-in-law in name. So it's Yao Yao. Chen Jiayao already had an excellent figure, and now her nightgown showed off her slender and perfect body even more. Brother-in-law, why aren't you asleep yet? This girl's voice was truly pleasant. Tilting her head with a puzzled expression, she looked quite cute. Manga originally did not plan to tell the sisters, so they would not be afraid. He intended to deal with everything himself. But since she had discovered him and asked about it, Manga told her about what had happened during the day and his own suspicions. Her first reaction was not fear. Instead, she looked at him with emotion. So, brother-in-law, you're staying awake this late and guarding here to protect me and my sister, right? There was nothing wrong with saying it that way. Before he could react, the girl suddenly cried, and the next second she threw herself into his arms. Whoa. Brother-in-law, you're way too good to us sisters. Tears streamed endlessly from Chen Jiao's eyes, quickly soaking a large patch of Manga's clothes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiao's favorability toward the host plus 10. Current favorability, 45. But that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that when she cried, her body trembled as well. And she was in his arms. This was going to be the death of him. The excitement that had just subsided immediately flared up again and burned even stronger. The way he looked at Yao Yao gradually changed. With a turn of his body, he directly pressed the woman in his arms onto the sofa. Her shoulder strap slipped down because of the movement, revealing fair skin as delicate and smooth as white jade. He grabbed the eye-silk nightdress and was about to tear it open. But at that moment, he sharply heard the roar of zombies coming from downstairs. It was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, instantly bringing him back to his senses. His intuition had been correct. Someone had really come. Mengda reacted quickly and immediately made a hand gesture toward Yao Yao in his arms. As for Yao Yao, it was unclear whether she understood, but her face became redder and redder. Just as he was wondering what was wrong with her, he heard her speak in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Brother-in-law, you're..." As she spoke, she pointed with a slender finger. "Damn." Mengda suddenly stepped back and finally realized what she meant. Awkward. Mengda's old face turned red. How disappointing. Too disappointing. But when he thought about the people downstairs who were coming after him, he had no time to explain. He quickly instructed her. "Yao Yao, someone is here. Don't talk. Stay in the room and lock the door. If I don't call you, don't open the door. Understand?" His words immediately made Yao Yao understand the situation. She no longer cared about her blushing face or her exposed beauty and immediately replied. Brother-in-law, be careful. My sister and I will wait for you to come back." Her voice was full of worry. After hesitating for a moment, she added with a red face. If something happens to you, then Yao Yao won't keep living either." When she said those words, her worried face was filled with determination. It made Mengda find her somewhat amusing. This girl was adorably foolish. He could not help but pat her hair. "Don't worry. Trust me. Your brother-in-law will be fine." After saying that, Mengda quickly went to the window and looked downstairs. Sure enough, he saw a large group of dark figures. Under the effect of his Star Night Walker skill, the darkness did not affect him at all. There appeared to be around a dozen people, and they had already passed through the zombie horde and entered building number 5, where he lived. After thinking for a moment, Mengda did not choose to move the furniture blocking the door. Instead, he glanced downstairs. 15 floors was a terrifying height. If he stepped wrong, he would be finished. But he still took a deep breath, and in the next second, he disappeared from Yao Yao's sight. The scene frightened Yao Yao so much that she almost screamed, but fortunately she immediately rushed to the window and looked down. She saw that her brother-in-law had safely entered an apartment below, and only then did she finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile downstairs, Brother Dao's men, led by Brother Dao's biological brother Wang Xiaohu, were rapidly advancing upward. And the guide was none other than Mengda's former supervisor, Lu Junjie? Inside building number 5, Wang Xiaohu's group had just rushed all the way over and had already reached the second floor. The group was carrying flashlights. When the apocalypse began, the motion-activated lights in building number 5 stairwell had happened to break down and were under repair. "Lu Junjie, are you sure that person you mentioned lives here? You bastard aren't lying to me, are you?" Since they had run all the way here, and had also fought against zombies along the way, the group was exhausted and breathing heavily. On top of that, several of their men had been bitten to death by zombies on the way. Out of more than 20 men, only a little over 10 remained. As a result, Wang Xiaohu, who was leading the group, was full of anger with nowhere to vent it. After being shouted at, Lu Junjie did not dare argue and quickly said, No. Absolutely not, Brother Hu. I used to be that kid's supervisor and have been to his home several times. There is absolutely no mistake. He lives in apartment 1501 of this building." At this moment, Lu Junjie looked miserable, completely lacking the arrogance he had before the apocalypse. Not only was his face bruised and swollen from being beaten, but his body was also covered in wounds and blood. That afternoon, after he reported the information to Brother Dao flew into a rage and immediately had people beat him badly. Especially after Brother Dao learned that the community supermarket, which he regarded as his private warehouse, had been emptied by Mengda. In his fury, he nearly had Lu Junjie beaten to death. If his wife had not arrived in time to save the situation, and cooperated with the Dao brothers in putting on a live-action island drama, Brother Dao's anger would not have subsided by more than half, and Lu Junjie's life would have been over. But while he was fine, his wife had it much worse. The Dao brothers were not human at all. They were like two bulls. His wife had almost failed to recover afterward. "To hell with you." Faced with Lu Junjie's pleading words, Brother Hu kicked him immediately. "I was asking about those two sisters. Who the hell asked you to talk about that kid? Damn it, are you looking to die?" As he spoke, Brother Hu kicked him several more times. "Kill Mengda and bring the sisters back." That was the order Brother Dao had given them and the purpose of their visit tonight. If I don't see the sisters you talked about when I get upstairs, and I can't vent my frustration, then you're dead. Brother Who cursed mercilessly, while the lackeys behind him watched with mocking expressions. This trash wanted to stand over them and act superior? He was nothing more than a useless man who rose through his wife. Brother Who had been a special forces soldier before retirement. He possessed tremendous fighting ability and already had several lives on his hands before the apocalypse. As for the people who came with him tonight, they were either former security guards from the community or desperate criminals who had followed him even before the apocalypse. After being tempered by the apocalypse these past days, every one of them had more or less taken 1 or 2 lives. Only this useless man had risen through his wife. And he constantly borrowed others' power to act arrogant. They had long been displeased with him. Soon, under Brother Who's leadership, the group arrived at the stairwell of the 10th floor. Brothers, when we break into the apartment later, chop that kid Manga into pieces. I want to feed him to the dogs. As for the sisters, bring them back. After Brother Dao is done, all of you will get your chance. One at a time, line up. Ha ha ha. Brother Who's arrogant voice echoed through the stairwell. With so many of them attacking one person at night, wasn't this an easy victory? This time, the advantage was definitely on their side. Yes, boss. The lackeys were full of confidence as well. They had never played with sisters before. Just thinking about it excited them. Several lackeys impatiently rushed forward, but as soon as they shined their flashlights ahead, they saw a figure sitting on the stairs leading to the 11th floor. In the dark stairwell, it looked especially eerie. Holy shit. Who the hell are you? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and sitting here trying to scare people, huh? But he was destined never to receive an answer. I am the person you're looking for. As soon as the words fell, a flash of blade light appeared in the darkness. Like lightning in the night, it instantly illuminated the stairwell and revealed the sharp-featured face of the figure, his expression filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, Lu Junjie, who had finally squeezed to the front, immediately shouted, "Brother Who, that's Manga. The kid who killed your men." Standing on the stairs leading to the 11th floor, Manga held his blade like a war god in the darkness. His face was cold and stern. In his extremely deep black eyes flowed an unfathomable dark light that made people shiver. "Good kid. You actually dare wait here for me. Brothers, get him. Hack him to death." Brother Who shouted. Upon receiving the order, the lackeys rushed forward with savage expressions. "Kid, you're unlucky to have run into us." D. But in the next second, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing, the lackeys let out screams one after another because Manga's single slash cut off all of their arms. Immediately afterward, another flash of blade light swept through. The heads of those lackeys fell to the ground one after another, and blood sprayed out like fountains. Manga felt no fear whatsoever. Because he understood that this was the cruel apocalypse. There were no laws to restrain people. No morals to bind them. Every ugly side of human nature would erupt. If he was not ruthless, the one who died would only be himself. This was exactly why people said that in the apocalypse, saints die first. As blood continued to spray, the hot blood flowed down the stairwell and soon covered the floor. Everyone pointed their flashlights toward Manga on the stairs. "Anyone who steps into this place dies." Manga's cold voice echoed through the stairwell. Brother Who's lackeys instinctively stepped back. Even Lu Junjie, who had been shouting about Manga just moments ago, was drenched in cold sweat. It had only been a few days. How had Manga become like a completely different person? When killing people, he showed absolutely no mercy. For a moment, Lu Junjie was sweating heavily. I bullied him before. He probably doesn't remember, right? Not only him, but even Brother Who was shocked. After spending so many years in the underworld, this was the first time he had met someone this ruthless. The moment they met, Manga killed several of his men. He understood that he had encountered a truly tough opponent. But retreat was no longer an option. So Brother Who gritted his teeth and roared, "Get him! Whoever kills him gets a box of instant noodles and 2 women as a reward." In the apocalypse, women had become trade goods and were sometimes even less valuable than food. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, there will be brave men. Brother Who's lackeys were tempted. And since their boss had already taken the lead and charged forward with a long blade in hand, the lackeys followed behind him one after another. "Kid, die for me." Facing so many people under Brother Who, all swinging blades and clubs at him, Manga did not panic at all. Because the stairwell was only so wide and could hold at most 2 people. At most, he would only have to face the attacks of 2 people at the same time. And he had the high ground. Secondly, his physical abilities had already reached the human limit, the level of an ability user. These ordinary people were no longer comparable to him. And most importantly, he still had his greatest cheat, the Star Night Walker. Once night fell, he received a boost. Brother Hu and his men still needed flashlights to see him clearly, but in his eyes, all of their movements were as clear as daylight. So Manga killed them effortlessly. 1 slash, 1 head. 1 slash, 1 lackey. Manga kept slaughtering, while the lackeys screamed. For a time, amid flashes of blades and swinging clubs, rows of Brother Hu's men fell one after another. Whether they were vicious desperados or retired soldiers who had become security guards, none of them could survive a single slash from him. The only one with some resistance was Brother Hu himself. Before retiring, it was said that he had been the king of soldiers in some military unit. His skills were exceptional. The reason Brother Dao had been able to run wild in this area for so many years without consequences was at least half due to him. But in front of Manga, he still had no ability to resist. With just one strike, the terrifying force knocked the blade out of his hand. Damn it. This kid is really strong. Even I, a soldier king, can't handle him. No. This opponent is too tough. I have to retreat. As the lackeys around him died one after another, he felt nothing. If they died, they died. As long as he was fine. Anyway, it was already the apocalypse. Everything was lacking except people. Was he really worried about not finding more lackeys? So he ignored the men still charging forward. They could buy him some time while he hurried downstairs as fast as he could. At the top of the stairs, Manga noticed this and sneered. Hey. You came to ambush me in the middle of the night, and now that you've failed, you want to run. After killing the last lackey with a slash, the 10th floor stairwell was already covered with the corpses of Brother Hu's men. Seeing that Brother Hu had already reached the 8th floor, Manga took several large strides and jumped directly down from the upper floor, landing right in front of him. Brother Hu was startled by Manga's sudden appearance. He instinctively stepped back and muttered. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go. My brother has a gun. He wanted to use his older brother's name to scare him. But what he got in return was Manga's casual reply. Oh, I know. Manga understood that villains die because they talk too much. So he did not waste words and directly sent Brother Hu to meet the King of Hell with 1 slash. But it was not over yet. There's one more person. On the 2nd floor, Lu Junjie was exhausted and crawling like a dog, but he did not dare stop for even a moment. The moment he saw Manga slaughtering everyone, he realized the situation was bad and immediately ran. Damn it. Did Manga take some kind of super drug? How did he become so strong? So many people weren't his match. No, I have to report this to Brother Dao immediately. Just as he reached the entrance of building number 5, he saw a figure. It looked as though the person had been waiting for him for a long time. A tang saber in the figure's hand was still dripping blood. Thump. With a loud thump, Lu Junjie dropped to his knees. Manga, Lu Junjie wanted to beg for mercy, but Manga did not give him another chance to speak. The reason he had chased after him was to eliminate future trouble. He did not want someone sneaking into his home while he was busy with other things in the middle of the night. 1 slash. Lu Junjie was killed on the spot. Thus, all 20-something people who had come tonight died at Manga's hands. Building 5, apartment 1501. Chen Jiayao sat nervously on the sofa, with a fruit knife placed on the table. At this moment, she still did not know the outcome. She had not chosen to wake her sister because Manga had asked her to trust him. Besides, waking her sister would not help. It would only add another worried person. Since that was the case, it was better not to let her know. Just as she anxiously paced back and forth, she saw a figure appear by the window. Her eyes immediately lit up. That's right, it was Manga. Having already climbed down through the window once before, climbing back up was now familiar to him. With a soft cry, Yao Yao excitedly threw herself toward Manga. Fortunately, Manga stood firm. Otherwise, this girl would have knocked him over. Seeing Manga return safely made her extremely excited. So excited that she practically hung her entire body on him. Like a hanging kangaroo. In Manga's broad embrace, she appeared especially petite. Perhaps because she had been nervous for so long, the moment she saw Manga, tears streamed down her face. As if she wanted to release all the worry and grievance she had been holding inside. During the time Manga had been gone, she had imagined many terrible possibilities. She had even prepared herself to die. But fortunately, Manga had returned safely. Manga gently patted her back. He stroked her hair and softly comforted her. He knew that she had never experienced anything like this before and must have been terrified. He sat down on the sofa while holding her and let her vent her emotions. After quite a while, she slowly calmed down, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Looking at the sweet campus beauty crying in front of him, Manga could not help but lightly pinch her cute little nose. How old are you already? And you're still crying so easily? Seeing the fruit knife on the table, he already had a few guesses in mind. He also wanted to tease the little girl in front of him a bit and distract her attention. Otherwise, she would not get a good night's sleep. I'll cry if I want to. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Otherwise Yao Yao won't talk to you anymore. The girl puffed up her cheeks arrogantly. Before the apocalypse, who would have imagined that this was a university beauty queen? Her cute appearance, combined with words that carried no threat at all, immediately made Manga laugh. You're still laughing at me. As if seeking revenge, she playfully fussed around on him. However, she did not notice that one of her shoulder straps had slipped down because of her movements. Yao Yao, I? At this moment, Manga did not need to say anything more. Yao Yao's face immediately became burning hot. Because of what had happened before, she instantly understood what Manga meant. But unlike before, this time she had no intention of stopping him. She only slightly narrowed her eyes. Could there be a chance? Manga turned over, and then. On the sofa in the living room, Chen Jiayao narrowed her eyes slightly and let the man in front of her do as he pleased. As expected of someone who practiced dancing, her figure was even better than her sister's. She was still wearing the same pink eye silk nightdress from before Manga left. The difference was that, because of her playful movements, one of the straps had long since slipped off her shoulder. Lying on the sofa, her deep breathing showed how unsettled she was at the moment, while also highlighting her delicate collarbones and graceful neck. Beneath the lace-trimmed nightdress was a pair of long snow-white legs, as if carved from fine white jade, straight and slender. Under the dim candlelight, they seemed to give off a faint glow. Just a light touch was enough to feel their silky smoothness. The beautiful scenery beneath the skirt was faintly visible, adding even more mystery and temptation. Just as Manga was about to make his next move, a pair of small hands stopped him. Wait a moment. The girl's face was red with embarrassment, and her uneven breathing already explained everything. We can't do this. Wait, I've already gotten this far, and now you're telling me we can't? Manga was speechless. This girl really was. Unexpectedly, she lowered her head and softly said, that thing, came. Damn. Manga immediately understood. The girl looked at him with a guilty expression, her delicate fingers drawing circles, and he could not blame her. Sorry, I only just remembered. Manga could only stop what he was doing. Now that he knew, there was no way he could continue. Then why don't you go find my sister? This girl really could scare people to death every time she opened her mouth. Manga did not know whether he should thank her for being considerate or for being clever. His head hurt. Someone please help, handsome guys in front of the screen. Forget it, I'll go take a shower. You should hurry up and get some sleep. After saying that, Manga quickly left. Otherwise, this little temptress would be the death of him. Meanwhile, on the sofa behind him, the girl looked at his embarrassed figure and smiled foolishly. Brother-in-law is so good to me. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiao's favorability toward the host +10. Current favorability, 55. Hey. The night had not been wasted after all. At least he had gained 20 favorability points from Chen Jiao. With a little more effort, he could get another round of system rewards. Manga was looking forward to unlocking Chen Jiao's goddess profile soon. In a great mood, he slept well and made up for the energy he had spent during last night's counterattack. The next day, before he even woke up, he smelled a faint fragrance. A very familiar scent. Suddenly, he felt something tickling him and immediately opened his eyes. He saw Chen Jia lying in his arms, using her hair to tickle his nose. Who had taught this woman such bad habits? Me. You're awake. Chen Jia smiled slightly, looking very happy and clearly satisfied with her prank. Today she wore delicate makeup. On top was a white strapless top that showed off her attractive collarbones. On the bottom was a gray A-line pleated mini skirt, along with a pair of high heels. As she lay in his arms, her long beautiful legs were casually stretched out, occasionally swaying, while the scenery beneath her short skirt was faintly visible. This woman dared to provoke him first thing in the morning. Had she forgotten the lesson she learned yesterday? Didn't she know that morning was when a man was at his most energetic? To help her remember yesterday and get revenge for her prank, Manga rolled over and switched positions with her. Starting from her attractive neck. It did not take long for her face to become red. Just as he was about to make up for the frustration he had experienced with her younger sister the previous night, he unexpectedly heard a very familiar sentence. That thing came. Damn. Manga instantly sobered up and subconsciously muttered. How come yours came too? Chen Jia froze. What did you say? Damn. Manga glanced away and nearly exposed himself. If Jia found out that he had almost gotten involved with her younger sister last night, who knew how angry she would be? This woman cared most about her sister. It was better to give the sisters some time. As for the matter of eating a sandwich, that required long-term planning. Nothing. Is Yao Yao still asleep? Mengda used the great art of changing the subject and quickly redirected Chen Jiai's attention. Yeah, she's still asleep. After noticing the unpleasant expression on the man's face, she explained. Usually I get it around the same time as Yao Yao. This time it's because of what happened with you. At this point, Chen Jiai paused, and her face became slightly red. So it came later. I only discovered it this morning. Mengda instantly understood. As expected of sisters. Even the timing was almost the same. Since that had come, they obviously could not do anything. Seeing Mengda remain silent, Chen Jiai thought he was upset. She bit her lip and softly said, "How about I use my hand?" Mengda's eyes widened. He could not believe those words had come from the mouth of a goddess like Chen Jiai. He had never expected this woman to know that as well. But, I've never done it before, so don't make fun of me. After saying that, Chen Jiai's face turned burning red. She did not know why she had said it. Perhaps she simply wanted to properly repay the man in front of her. Mengda was tempted by the goddess's offer. But when he thought about the important things he had to do today, he could only forcefully suppress the idea. Shaking his head, Mengda stood up and said, "Forget it. I still have things to do today. Go wake Yao Yao up. I'll make breakfast, and later I need to go out." Seeing her confusion, Mengda told her about Brother Dao and last night's attack. Of course, he naturally left out everything that had happened between him and Chen Jiao. After hearing Mengda's story, Chen Jiai finally learned how this man had silently protected her and her sister and single-handedly wiped out the enemies who came for them. She was deeply moved. This man was always like this, silently hiding his feelings for her while quietly taking care of everything. He never let her know and never let her worry. Overcome with emotion, she took the initiative and threw herself into Mengda's arms. "Mengda, thank you for everything you've done for me." Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiai's favorability toward the host +10. Current favorability, 90. Ding. Detected that Goddess Chen Jiai's favorability toward the host has increased to 90. Random reward granted. Host has automatically comprehended the space ability, space black hole. Space ability, space black hole. Space ability, space black hole? System, same as usual, explain it. Space black hole, space ability. Space black hole is one of the abilities belonging to the SSS rank ability Space King. The host does not need to comprehend or develop it and can use it directly. Oh, Mengda understood. Although he had previously obtained the SSS rank space ability, Space King. In reality, he had only gained the ability to control space. Or rather, he had gained the prerequisite for using SSS rank space abilities. As for how to use them specifically, Mengda still had to develop and explore them himself. The advantage of this was that there was no limit to the abilities Mengda could develop. If what he had awakened was not the SSS rank space ability Space King, but an ordinary space ability, then it might only have a single function. For example, Space Slash would only have the effect of cutting space. Or Space Lock would only have the ability to seal off an area of space. But his SSS rank space ability could develop abilities without limit and had no restriction on quantity. It was somewhat like a certain ominous red-haired monster in his later years. Though possessing a mortal body, he still had the potential to defy the heavens and slay immortals. In short, it possessed limitless potential. Moreover, this ability could only display its full power in his hands. If it fell into the hands of an ordinary person, the number of abilities they could awaken and use would definitely be limited. After all, comprehending and developing abilities also required time. But he was different. He had the system. System, what a fickle man. With system rewards available, what did he have to fear? Mengda immediately felt delighted. Space black hole, within the range of space controlled by the host can automatically transfer an object, including but not limited to another location. Hearing this, Mengda's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Oh, then can other people's attacks be transferred too?" "Yes." "Holy shit! System, you're awesome!" After receiving the system's confirmation, the excited Mengda almost shouted out loud. But another part of him also became excited. This immediately caused Chen Jiai in his arms to blush deeply. This man had really refused her earlier because he was considering her condition. His mouth said no, but his body was very honest. TCH. Still thinking about doing bad things. Chen Jiai hesitated for a moment before her hand slid across the man's abdomen and downward. Mengda was completely unaware of it, immersed in his own thoughts. Now that he had developed the space black hole ability, it was equivalent to having absolute defense. And it could even transfer attacks. Even if the transfer only worked within the area he controlled, it was still incredibly powerful. According to his estimation, the space he could currently control had already reached 5 meters. In other words, he could use Space Black Hole to transfer any attack directed at him. However, the transfer range was only within a 5-meter radius. Although it was not far, it was enough to guarantee his safety. And the range of attack transfer would increase along with the area of space he could control. Of course, it was not invincible. At the very least, the attack had to be within the limits that his Space Black Hole could withstand. Otherwise, he would still be injured. Thinking of this, his mood improved greatly, and even his body felt much more comfortable. Wait, comfortable? Manga suddenly looked down and saw that the woman who had thrown herself into his arms earlier was now kneeling in front of him. Jia, you! Under Manga's shocked gaze, Jia's face became so red that it looked as if blood might drip from it. It's my first time doing this. If I don't do it well, don't blame me. Manga was deeply moved. What could he say? He could only narrow his eyes and let the woman in front of him continue. At noon, the three of them sat together and ate. Yao Yao looked strangely at the way her sister was holding her chopsticks. Sis, what's wrong with your hand? Hearing Yao Yao's question, Manga burst out laughing. What a question. Chen Jia immediately shot him a glare. It was all this man's fault. Her hand was still sore. Manga grinned and explained for her. It's nothing. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Huh? What did not sleeping well have to do with sore hands? Yao Yao tilted her head, looking confused. Even if she racked her brain, she probably would never figure out that it was a physiological issue. After the meal, Manga did not even have time to take a nap with Jai. After quickly tidying up, he prepared to head straight for building number 1. How could he allow others to sleep peacefully beside his bed? It was better to eliminate this hidden danger sooner rather than later. At the door, the sisters saw him off. Their beautiful faces were full of concern. Especially the older sister Jai. As Manga's woman, her favorability had reached 90 and she had become almost completely dependent on him. Oh right, be careful. They have guns. After hearing Manga talk about Brother Dao, Jai naturally knew that Brother Dao possessed firearms. But Manga only smiled. He might have been concerned before, but now he no longer cared. With Space Black Hole's absolute defense protecting him, what was there to fear? You have a gun? So what? It's a pity I haven't awakened an ability. Otherwise I could help you. Seeing the helplessness on her face, Manga comforted her. It's okay. You'll have a chance too. Jai assumed he was just comforting her and did not take it seriously. What she did not know was that, in Manga's eyes, her ability awakening progress had already reached 92%. She was not far from awakening an ability. Note, a goddess can only awaken an ability when her favorability reaches 100 and charging has occurred a certain number of times. His younger sister-in-law Yao Yao also looked at her brother-in-law with concern. Brother-in-law, be careful. Manga rubbed her hair. Be good and stay home. Wait for your brother-in-law to come back. After reminding them once again not to open the door casually, Manga set off. But just as he stepped outside, the door of his landlady by Jia, who lived opposite, opened. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt on top and tight jeans below, her full and graceful figure was perfectly displayed. Every movement showed the unique charm of a married woman. Manga, are you going out? Manga nodded. Every time he saw this woman, his eyes were inevitably drawn to her chest. Have you thought about what happened yesterday? As he spoke, his eyes boldly wandered over her body. No reason not to look. Looking only made it more worthwhile. Since he could not enjoy the real thing for now, he could at least enjoy the view. Bai Jia did not expect Manga to ask so directly. Her face immediately turned red. I haven't decided yet. Can you? Seeing her hesitant expression, Manga knew that she still had not made up her mind and probably wanted to borrow food from him again. You won't let me have what I want, but you still want free supplies from me. How could there be such a good deal? So he directly interrupted her. Sorry, my food comes at a price. My proposal from yesterday is still valid anytime. When you've made up your mind, contact me. I have things to do, so I'm leaving first. This woman still wanted to take advantage of him for free. Dream on. Watching Manga leave so decisively, Bai Jia's hope of borrowing food again completely disappeared. Meanwhile, inside building number 1, Brother Dao was furious. What did you say? My brother is dead? Apartment 902, building number 1. Brother Dao had just pulled himself away from between two women and was now looking at the corpse of his younger brother, half-eaten by zombies, while venting his rage like a madman. It was because Brother Hu and the others never came back last night. The body was only found this morning. A lackey said while trembling. Damn it. My brother didn't come back all night, and you didn't tell me sooner. Are you trying to get my brother killed? Brother Dao cursed while wildly kicking the lackey who had come to report. The lackey felt wronged. Brother Dao had spent the entire night with 2 women, and then continued again in the morning. Only after he finally stopped did the lackey get a chance to report. Even though the lackey was nearly kicked to death, Brother Dao still did not stop. In the apocalypse, human lives were the cheapest thing. The people around him saw the scene and did not dare make a sound. After kicking the lackey to death, the exhausted Brother Dao, covered in sweat, finally took a tissue from a woman's hand. Brother Dao, don't be too sad. The woman wanted to comfort him, but the next second. Sad my ass. That bastard still owed me 2 women. Now that he's dead, who am I supposed to collect from? Son of a bitch. As he spoke, Brother Dao grabbed the woman's hair. I'm really pissed off right now. 30 seconds of earth-shaking movement later, Brother Dao was finally satisfied. Have you found out who was so bold as to kill my sworn brother? Brother Dao, last night you sent Brother Hu and his men to grab those 2 sisters and attack that kid in building number 5. It was probably that kid. One of the lackeys spoke up bravely. Damn it. Yesterday he stole my supplies and killed my men. I haven't even settled that score yet, and now he dares kill my own brother. Everyone gather up. Follow me and kill that kid right now to avenge my brother. I've grown this old and still haven't gotten to enjoy a pair of sisters. Ha ha ha. Brother Dao was laughing arrogantly as he was about to stand up when the room door was suddenly pushed open. A man walked in holding a tang saber. Blood was still dripping from the blade, drop by drop. No need to gather everyone. All the men you left outside on guard are already dead. Before anyone in the room could react, another lackey suddenly rushed in from outside to report. Brother Dao, someone has broken in. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of blade light appeared. The lackey's head slid right off his neck. Blood sprayed out and splashed onto the remaining lackeys inside the room. The lackeys instinctively stepped back in fear. Oh, I missed one. That casual remark instantly darkened Brother Dao's face. Damn it, I already saw him. Why are you even reporting? But it also let him know who had come. So you're the one who killed my brother? Although the dozen or so lackeys outside had been wiped out, Brother Dao was not nervous at all. The weapon at his waist was his confidence. You mean that guy called Brother Hu from last night? Oh, yeah, I killed him. Manga had thought Brother Dao was about to make some threatening speech and was even prepared to play along. Instead, Brother Dao immediately became furious. Damn it. Do you know that bastard was my closest friend and sworn brother? Holy shit. That asshole still owed me 20 women. Damn it. It was the first time he had ever heard someone describe his own biological brother like that. So the price really went up, huh? One of the lackeys subconsciously added. Brother Dao, wasn't it 2 women? Bang. In the next second, Brother Dao shot him dead. To hell with you. Who told you to speak? If I say 20, then it's 20. Brother Dao sat arrogantly on the bed, pulled a woman beneath him, and casually played with the gun in his hand while looking at Manga with interest. Even though someone had already come right to his door, he remained completely calm because he had a gun. It was as if victory was already in his hands. No matter how skilled someone was, they still had to fear a gun. He had obtained this gun from the nearest police station. And it was thanks to this gun that he had been able to intimidate his followers and secure his position after the apocalypse began. Since the apocalypse started, he had already used this gun to kill more than 10 people. Kid, how do you think we should settle this debt? Yesterday you stole my supplies and killed my brother. How about you call me Grandpa and send those 2 sisters over for me to play with? When I've had enough fun, maybe I'll spare your life. How about that? Ha ha ha. Brother Dao's sinister laughter echoed throughout the room. Hearing this, Manga's playful expression disappeared. A cold light flashed through his deep eyes. The way he looked at Brother Dao was no different from looking at a dead man. The tang saber in his hand slowly rose. Hey, kid, don't move around. Otherwise, if this gun accidentally goes off, don't blame me. Brother Dao tried to threaten him, but Manga completely ignored him and continued walking forward step by step. The room was quite large and had originally been a living room. But Brother Dao had placed a large bed right in the middle. His lackeys stood on both sides holding clubs and blades, staring at Manga. Seeing that Manga was unmoved, a ruthless look flashed through Brother Dao's eyes. He immediately fired at Manga's head. Kid, die. As soon as the words fell, a bullet shot toward Manga. Seeing Manga neither dodge nor avoid it, Brother Dao grinned viciously. Has this kid gone stupid? He thought he was about to see Manga's head explode. But what happened next completely shattered his understanding of reality. The moment the bullet reached Mangda, a bottomless black hole filled with mysterious power suddenly appeared in front of him. The bullet was instantly swallowed by the black hole. And Mangda, standing behind it, was completely unharmed. He even smiled at him. The vicious expression on Brother Dao's face instantly froze. What the hell was that? A bullet disappearing trick? But the shocking part was still to come. The bullet that had just vanished suddenly appeared in front of one of his lackeys. Bang! One of his lackeys was killed by the very bullet Brother Dao had fired. The lackey died with a confused expression on his face. His eyes were still wide open in bewilderment. Brother Dao, I didn't say anything. The other lackeys stared at Brother Dao in confusion. Boss, none of us spoke. Why are you shooting us? You missed the target. Being looked at like that by his own men made Brother Dao lose face. Damn it. I missed just now. The lackeys. Again. Bang. The exact same thing happened. The bullet reached Mangda and instantly disappeared. The next second. Bang. Another lackey died. Now even Brother Dao was dumbfounded. Wait, when did my aim become this terrible? Could it be because I fired too much recently? Brother Dao began questioning his entire life. Seeing this scene, Mangda was delighted. Just as the system had said. Absolute defense. His SSS rank space ability, Space Black Hole, really could transfer attacks. Just now, the moment Brother Dao fired his gun, Mangda immediately activated Space Black Hole. One end was placed in front of Brother Dao, while the other was aimed directly at one of Brother Dao's lackeys. After the bullet was swallowed by the black hole in front of Brother Dao, it was directly transferred to one of Brother Dao's men. That was why such a situation occurred. Now that Mangda knew Brother Dao's gun could not harm him, he began mocking him. Yo, Brother Dao, your aim is terrible. You can't even hit someone from this distance. Did you overdo it last night? If you're not up to it, take some medicine. 1 bottle refreshes the mind, 2 bottles prevent fatigue forever, 3 bottles grant immortality. Hearing Mangda's mockery, Brother Dao completely lost his temper. Damn it, how did this kid know his secret about taking pills? Bullshit. You little bastard, what kind of sorcery are you using? Refusing to believe it, Brother Dao kicked away the woman beneath him. He stood up and frantically pulled the trigger at Mangda. Bang! The bullet disappeared. A lackey died. Bang! The bullet disappeared. A lackey died. Bang! The bullet disappeared. A lackey died. Bang bang bang. Disappear disappear disappear. Dead dead dead. In the end, he nearly emptied the magazine, yet every bullet still ended up hitting his own men. The few remaining lackeys almost dropped to their knees. Brother Dao, please aim properly. We're all going to die. Bang! With the final gunshot, the last lackey was killed by Brother Dao himself. Brother Dao completely began questioning reality. By the end, he had become numb. Looking at Mangda, who was already standing in front of him, the pistol slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. I told you that you were weak, but you wouldn't believe me. Do you believe it now? Mangda's Tang saber was already resting against Brother Dao's neck. The cold blade made Brother Dao shudder. Thump! Brother Dao heavily dropped to his knees. Master, you're right. I really am weak. What kind of monster was this? He had fired so many shots and not a single one hit. In the end, he was practically shooting point blank and still managed to hit his own lackeys? This was beyond ridiculous. Damn it. Was this even human? He couldn't be killed at all. Even a cockroach wasn't this tough. I surrender, I surrender. Please accept my bow. Oh, good. Since you've realized it. You can be on your way now. Why? Before he could finish, Mengda's blade sliced across his throat, giving him no chance to beg for mercy. From the moment Brother Dao had set his sights on Chen Jiai and her sister, Mengda had already decided not to leave him alive. After dealing with him, Mengda picked up the pistol from the floor. Although it was not very useful to him, he could still bring it back for the sisters to use for self-defense. Almost everyone in the room had been killed by Brother Dao. Only one woman was still alive. The reason there was only one was because the other woman was already dead. Mengda had no idea how many blue pills Brother Dao had taken the previous night. That was way too intense. He had literally worked someone to death. At that moment, Mengda suddenly felt something. Looking down, he saw that it was the woman Brother Dao had previously used to vent his frustration. The woman looked decent enough and had a fairly full figure. While constantly trying to please him, she also kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. "I can be your slave. Can you take me with you?" The woman's voice was deliberately sweet, and every word was filled with temptation. The system automatically displayed her information. Goddess, Zhang Min. Overall rating, -90. Favorability, 10, acquaintance. Charge count, 99 plus, has been with countless men. Preliminary estimate, at least 100 men. System description, born with a constitution that craves affection. Wife of the host's former supervisor Lu Junjie. Before the apocalypse, she had already secretly been involved with more than 20 men behind her husband's back. From elderly men in their 60s to young men just coming of age, all had been beneath her skirt. After the apocalypse, she willingly approached the Wang brothers. A promiscuous woman shared by all. Also carries a disease. If the host forcibly accepts her, the system will automatically reward the host with a high-quality and fashionable hat. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Host should stay away immediately. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Host should stay away immediately. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Host should stay away immediately. Holy shit. This was the first time the system had issued such a serious warning. Overall rating, -90. Charge count, 99 plus. At this point, Manga did not even need the system's explanation. The moment he saw that the woman had a disease, he immediately backed away. So that's why a perfectly healthy gang boss had ended up relying on pills. He'd been drained dry. Originally, Manga had thought she might be a jackpot. But now it seemed that touching her might make him explode instead. Run. Run immediately. Manga turned around and ran without looking back. Zhang Min was left completely confused. She had clearly felt that the man had been attracted by her just moments ago. So why had he suddenly? Hey, what are you doing? Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you. The moment he heard that, Manga ran even faster. Zhang Min. Manga did not even bother collecting Brother Dao's supplies. There was not much left anyway. Otherwise, they would not have needed to raid the supermarket. There were also several survivor women imprisoned in nearby rooms. When he dealt with Brother Dao's men, he had already seen them. Many of the women bore signs of abuse. They were likely nothing more than tools for Brother Dao's group to vent their desires. Now that Brother Dao was dead, these women were finally free. As for what they would do next, that was beyond Manga's concern. He was not a saint and could not save everyone. After leaving building number 1, Manga did not even bother checking buildings 2, 3, or 4. He knew that those buildings had already been thoroughly searched by Brother Dao's group. Otherwise, there would not still be so many survivors left. Brother Dao had originally planned to search the entire residential complex. If Manga had not appeared, building number 5 would probably have been next. If that had happened, given Chenjiai's strong personality, the sisters likely would have died together. From that perspective, Manga had indirectly saved both of their lives. Let's go check building number 6. He remembered the bedsheet with SOS written on it that he had seen yesterday. He wondered whether that woman met the system's requirements. Manga decided to take a look. Maybe there would be a pleasant surprise. What he did not know was that there really was an unexpected surprise waiting for him inside building number 6. Building number 6 was located at the very back of Jinqiu Homeland Residential Complex. It was more than 100 meters away from building number 1. Fortunately, for the current Manga, that was nothing. That woman should be in apartment 1302. He had estimated it before coming. With one kick, he smashed open the entrance door of building number 6. The zombies inside immediately rushed toward him after hearing the noise. At his current level, as long as he did not encounter zombies that had awakened abilities, they posed no threat to him. What surprised him, however, was the sheer number of zombies. There were almost as many as an entire building's worth of zombies. After killing one group, another would appear. Looking upward, he could not even see the end of them. There were also many corpses on the ground that had been burned beyond recognition, and the walls were covered with black scorch marks. Although he was immune to the virus, being surrounded by a large horde of zombies and getting bitten would still be troublesome. So he decisively took out his Desert Eagle pistol equipped with a silencer, occupied a favorable position, and began calmly firing precise shots. Meanwhile, inside apartment 1302 on the 13th floor, a woman holding a fruit knife was confronting several burly men who had broken into her apartment. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her hair was slightly messy, yet it gave off a naturally alluring charm. Although she looked somewhat exhausted, it did not diminish her breathtaking beauty in the slightest. The woman's name was Chang Ying, a female live streamer with tens of millions of followers across the internet. Because of her outstanding appearance and simple professional style of dress, she had become famous overnight and exploded in popularity online. She attracted the attention of countless admirers. She gained more than 10 million followers in a single night. But at this moment, Chang Ying's face was full of fear. Just a few days earlier, she had received her marriage certificate with her husband. The two of them wanted to find a quiet place and build a warm, peaceful home together as their marital residence. But right after they finished decorating it, the apocalypse arrived. In order to seek help, she had hung out that white bedsheet. Unexpectedly, before any rescue arrived, a group of survivors led by Wang Kuan broke in like bandits and stole all of their food. They even demanded that she serve Wang Kuan. Her husband was killed by the group while trying to protect her. Afterward, Wang Kuan personally gave her a 3-day ultimatum. And today was the final day of that ultimatum. The people who had broken in were Wang Kuan's subordinates. They had come today to force her to submit. Chang Ying, where do you think you're going to run? The 3-day deadline is up. Whether you agree or not, you're going to agree today. Brother Kuan said that as long as you become his woman, he'll guarantee your safety and make sure you never lack food or supplies. If you refuse to appreciate his kindness, then we'll have to use force. If you get hurt, don't blame us. Hey. The eyes of the burly men roamed freely over Chang Ying's body. This woman was truly top tier. If Brother Kuan had not specifically claimed her and insisted on pretending to be a gentleman by making her, willingly, crawl into his bed, the men would have wanted to take her by force right there. They had never seen a woman with such charm in their entire lives. After Brother Kuan was done with her, they planned to enjoy themselves too. No, impossible. Even if I die, I will never agree to him. Wang Kuan killed my husband. The police won't let you get away with this. As she spoke, Chang Ying's eyes were filled with hatred. She would never forget the tragic sight of her husband dying before her eyes. If she had not still held on to a tiny bit of hope, she would have followed her husband in death long ago. Xiaoying, you should just obediently follow Brother Kuan. It's already the apocalypse. If you follow him, you'll live comfortably. What else is there to think about? Your husband is already dead. You should think more about yourself. The one speaking was the only woman among the intruders. She had once been Chang Ying's best friend. However, compared to Chang Ying's beauty, this woman named Wang Dan was far inferior. Her surgically altered internet celebrity face looked sharp and mean. This time, she had come under Brother Kuan's orders to persuade Chang Ying. If Chang Ying refused, Wang Dan would suffer as well. Wang Dan, it's all because of you. If you hadn't colluded with Wang Kuan and the others, my husband wouldn't have died. You still have the nerve to talk to me. Chang Ying shouted angrily. Back then, it had been this so-called best friend who secretly opened the door and let Wang Kuan's group inside. Why shouldn't I? Putting the facts aside, don't you have any fault yourself? Isn't being prettier than me your problem too? I was just trying to survive. In this apocalypse, only by following Brother Kuan can we stay alive. And I'm your best friend. Even if you won't do it for yourself, shouldn't you sacrifice a little for your best friend and spend one night with Brother Kuan? Wang Dan said it without the slightest concern. Even before the apocalypse, she often went to hotels with wealthy fans. After the apocalypse began, the number of people she had been with only increased. Sometimes there were even multiple people at once. She had long stopped caring. In this apocalypse, simply staying alive was already good enough. Only Chang Ying was still foolish, stubbornly holding on to a dead man. Besides, they were both women. Whether it was one man or two men, wasn't it all the same? No difference. Hearing Wang Dan's words, Chang Ying widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. She had never imagined that the best friend she had known for so long would say something so outrageous. She was so angry that she froze on the spot. But Wang Dan did not care. The more women joined, the more her own burden would be reduced. So she directly ordered the burly men. Hurry up and take this bitch away. Don't keep Brother Kuan waiting. After so long in the apocalypse, she already viewed herself as Brother Kuan's wife. But in the next second, slap. A loud slap shattered her beautiful fantasy. To hell with you. You're a cheap woman anyone can have. Who are you to order me around? Get lost. One of the burly men slapped Wang Dan across the face without hesitation. The blow left Wang Dan too frightened to say another word. Then the men turned their attention back to Chang Ying, their faces full of lewd smiles. Chang Ying, what's it going to be? Do we do it ourselves, or do you come with us willingly? We brothers aren't exactly gentle. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, they continuously reached toward her, eager to experience her for themselves. Chang Ying retreated again and again until she reached the window. The bedsheet with the SOS message hanging outside was clearly visible. A miserable smile appeared on Chang Ying's face. In the end, was she still unable to get revenge? Seeing that she had been driven into a dead end, Chang Ying's face was filled with despair. The only thought left in her mind was suicide. She would rather die than let the people who killed her husband violate her. Looking at the hands reaching toward her, Chang Ying hardened her heart and thrust the fruit knife straight forward. Since she was going to die anyway, she would not let them have an easy time. One of the burly men failed to dodge and was stabbed to death on the spot. Blood immediately sprayed out, frightening Chang Ying into stepping back instinctively. The remaining burly men were enraged. Damn bitch. We tried being nice, but you wouldn't listen. You really want us to do this the hard way? The man stopped being polite and swung a hand viciously toward Chang Ying's face. The terrifying force behind the slap made Chang Ying scream in fear. Don't come any closer. Her body fell backward instinctively. And directly behind her was the window. Chang Ying subconsciously closed her eyes. She could already feel the cold wind whistling past her ears. Sigh, maybe dying wasn't so bad. At least it would be over. Her only regret was not seeing those bastards die. Just as Chang Ying thought she was certainly going to die, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist and pulled her back from the window. The scent of a man immediately surrounded her. Didn't you hear her tell you not to come closer? Slap. A loud slap landed heavily on one of the burly men's face. Then came a fierce kick, sending two burly men flying. The newcomer moved so quickly that by the time everyone realized what had happened, the two men were already on the ground unable to get up. The people in the room immediately revealed vicious expressions. Who the hell are you? You dare interfere with our business? Surrounded by several burly men holding clubs and blades, the newcomer remained completely calm. Me? Who am I? I'm just a passing knight of justice. Manga smiled slightly and borrowed a classic line. Just moments ago, he had finally finished dealing with the massive zombie horde downstairs. After discovering that all the supplies in the lower apartments had already been looted, he came straight here. What he did not expect was that apartment 1302 really contained a top-tier goddess. And the key point was that he actually knew her. Chang Ying. She was one of the few female streamers whom the original owner of this body, who supposedly had no interest in women, had quietly followed. She had once provided emotional comfort to him. But even if the original owner were beaten to death, he probably never would have imagined that the goddess he dreamed about actually lived across from him. So upon seeing her, Manga genuinely felt a sense of familiarity. Don't misunderstand. He did not have any particularly dirty thoughts. Like many others, he simply wanted to unlock the goddess profile. Really? He swore. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, this goddess truly would have met a tragic end. Hearing Manga's answer, Chang Ying, who had just escaped certain death, could not help but laugh. This young man was kind of interesting. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chang Ying's favorability toward the host +5. Current favorability, 5. But to the burly men, Manga's words felt like an insult to their intelligence. Ever since the apocalypse began, everyone who talked to them like that had died. You little bastard, you're asking for death. Enraged, one of them swung his blade at Manga. The frightened Chang Ying immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Manga's waist and screamed instinctively. Ah! Be careful! But in the next second, the man dropped to his knees. Because a pistol was pressed directly against his forehead. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. With the massive desert eagle pointed at him, the man broke out in cold sweat. He never expected that this guy would have a gun. Before the apocalypse, guns had been prohibited items. In their entire security team, only their captain, Brother Kuan, had a gun. Where did this guy get one? Bang. Sorry, I don't want to hear it anymore. Manga wrapped one arm around Chang Ying's slender waist. This woman's waist was incredibly slim. Holding her, he could clearly feel the curves of her body pressed tightly against him. Seeing Manga shoot without hesitation, the remaining burly men immediately realized something was wrong and tried to run. There was no way men with clubs and blades could defeat someone with a gun. But then a voice rang out. Stop. Did I say you could leave? The burly men stopped instinctively before they could even turn around. Manga smiled. Hey, I tell you to stop and you actually stop? You really aren't afraid of death. Then sorry, I don't eat beef. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, all of the burly men who had tried to flee fell under his gunfire. One wounded man pointed at Manga with a resentful expression. Oh, you want another bullet too? Got it, got it. Bang. The last intruder died with his eyes wide open. Watching this stranger kill so decisively, Wang Dan, the only other person still alive, was terrified out of her mind. The floor beneath her quickly became wet. But it was useless. Manga had heard every outrageous thing she said earlier. He had zero tolerance for people like her. So he immediately prepared to pull the trigger. Unexpectedly, Chang Ying suddenly stopped him. Wait. Oh? Manga looked at the woman in his arms with curiosity. Wang Dan, who thought she was doomed, immediately grabbed onto this final hope. Xiaoying, we're best friends. Think about all the years we've known each other. Think about how much I've helped you. I was the one who brought you into this industry. Wang Dan desperately listed every good thing she had ever done for Chang Ying. Mengda watched with interest, curious about Chang Ying's choice. He had heard their entire conversation outside the door. If Chang Ying could still forgive her so-called best friend after everything, then even if she was a top-tier goddess, Mengda would not keep her around. In the apocalypse, saints die first. He understood that well. Fortunately, Chang Ying did not disappoint him. No. I want to kill her myself. Her eyes were filled with hatred. It was because of this so-called best friend that her husband had died. How could she possibly forgive her? Mengda nodded and handed the pistol to Chang Ying. Taking the gun, Chang Ying's body trembled as she aimed it at the woman who had once been her best friend. Seeing this, Mengda stepped behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist. The fragrance of the woman drifted into his nose. This also helped stabilize her aim against the recoil. Xiaoying, don't do this. Think about it. I helped organize your wedding. Facing the dark barrel of the gun, Wang Dan began speaking without thinking. Unfortunately for her, those words only ignited Chang Ying's anger completely. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wang Dan fell silent forever. Chang Ying remained standing there blankly, seemingly unable to process what had happened. Within just a few days, her husband had died, her best friend had betrayed her. And now she had personally killed the person who used to be her closest friend. The series of blows finally broke her. Her body went limp in Mengda's arms as she burst into tears. Mengda knew that for Chang Ying right now, the most important things were companionship and comfort. So he said nothing and simply let her vent her emotions. An hour later, Chang Ying gradually calmed down. Thank you for saving me. Chang Ying's eyes were red from crying, and tears still shimmered in them, like stars fallen into a lake, carrying a sense of fragile brokenness that naturally aroused sympathy. You're welcome, Sister Chang Ying. Oh? You know me? Chang Ying looked confused. She had thought Mengda was part of some rescue team. But now it seemed he clearly was not. Yes. Compared to calling you Sister Chang Ying, I prefer calling you Aunt Chang. Chang Ying froze. You've watched my live streams? Because only her fans called her that. Yes, I followed you before. I live in this residential complex. Chang Ying understood. That explained why this man had appeared in time to save her. He must have seen the bedsheet she hung out for help and come because of that. She could not help but lower her guard a little. At the very least, it showed that this man did not have bad intentions toward her. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chang Ying's favorability toward the host +5. Current favorability, 10. Mengda glanced around the room. It was decorated festively. A large, double happiness character was pasted on the wall, with various red decorations around it. This was originally the wedding home for my husband and me. But now he's dead. Mengda had already heard most of the story earlier. He could already guess what Chang Ying wanted to say next. As expected. Can you do me a favor? The experiences of the past few days had made her realize that rescue was not coming anytime soon. The only way she could get revenge now was by relying on herself. The people who killed your husband? Yes. The decisive methods this man had just displayed were still fresh in her memory. Now he was her only hope. I'm begging you to help me. I must make them pay for what they've done. Thump. Chang Ying knelt before Mengda. I really have no other choice. Whoa. Seeing Chang Ying kneeling on the ground and crying, Mengda felt a trace of sympathy. Ding. Detected innate widow constitution. Goddess, Chang Ying. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 10, acquaintance. Reach 60 to unlock the goddess profile. Charge count, 0, no intimate experience. System description, 27 years old. Possesses the innate widow constitution. Obtained her marriage certificate this year, but her husband died during the apocalypse. Famous live streamer with over 10 million followers online. A sexy goddess, charming and alluring. Meets system requirements. Please unlock the exclusive goddess profile as soon as possible. Mengda was not surprised by the system rating. Whether in appearance or figure, Chang Ying was no worse than the sisters. But when it came to temperament, she completely dominated. Sweet yet lively, sexy yet charming. Wearing a professional black stocking office outfit, she was absolutely the pinnacle of pure desire. Even the system had acknowledged her. It seemed he had no choice but to help. So he gently helped Chang Ying to her feet. Sister Chang Ying, don't worry. I'll definitely help you with this. I was already planning to deal with them anyway. For Mengda, it was merely a matter of convenience. After all, as long as such a group existed in the residential complex, they could threaten the sisters whenever he was away. It was better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. Hearing Mengda's words, Chang Ying looked delighted. Really? Mengda smiled and nodded. The next second, Changing excitedly threw herself into his arms. Thank you. Mengda, I will definitely repay you. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chang Ying's favorability toward the host +10. Current favorability, 20. Mengda smiled. Once they dealt with that brother Kuan, the favorability would probably increase again. He had to admit that this woman's figure was truly excellent. Combined with her widow status, it instantly reminded Mengda of certain educational scenes. If the timing had been right, he would have wanted to cherish her immediately. But he also knew very well that now was not the time to completely win her over. Because Chang Ying's favorability was still below the requirement for unlocking the goddess profile. Even if he succeeded now, it would be unwilling on her part, and he would not receive the system reward. As the saying goes, passive participation only leads to one ride, while active participation can lead to countless rides. One ride versus countless rides. He naturally knew which option to choose. Tell me about this brother Kuan. Mengda had already killed brother Kuan's subordinates. Now he could only learn more from Chang Ying. Fortunately, Chang Ying knew some information and immediately told him everything she knew. Through Chang Ying's explanation, Mengda quickly learned the situation upstairs. There were more than 10 survivors on the upper floors, all armed. Brother Kuan, their leader, had previously been the head of the residential complex's security team and possessed a pistol. None of that posed much threat to Mengda. However, another detail Chang Ying mentioned caught his attention. A guy who can create fire? Chang Ying nodded. Yes. I saw him create flames out of thin air and burn zombies. Hearing that and recalling the burn marks he had seen throughout the building, Mengda immediately came to a conclusion. It seemed there was a fire-type ability user here. Ever since awakening his own abilities, Mengda had been mentally prepared to face other ability users. But with Space Black Hole providing absolute defense, he was not afraid. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Come on. I'll take you to get your revenge. Mengda took Chang Ying's hand. A goddess's hand was soft. Brother Kuan's group occupied the very top floor of building number 6, the 19th floor. The zombies from the middle floors had long been driven downstairs by Brother Kuan's group. That was why Mengda had been swarmed when he entered. Perhaps because they had enjoyed comfort for too long, they had not even posted guards. Compared to Brother Dao's strict security in building number 1, they were far inferior. Mengda and Chang Ying entered the 19th floor without difficulty. As soon as they arrived, scenes of men and women engaging in intimate activities could be seen everywhere. The sounds of men and women filled 2 entire floors. They even witnessed several live performances. Some involved multiple participants. Chang Ying, who was still inexperienced, could not help blushing intensely. Although she and her husband had obtained their marriage certificate, they never had the chance to be together before he died. For her, this was a major shock. But Mengda had to admit that these people were living even more freely than before the apocalypse. Even when he and Chang Ying arrived, no one reacted. The activities simply continued. Finding this disrespectful behavior amusing, Mengda smiled mischievously, quietly removed the suppressor from his gun, and then, bang! As the deafening gunshot echoed out, it felt as if the entire world suddenly fell silent. These days were absolutely the most comfortable period Wang Kuan had ever lived through. Before, he was just a lousy security captain. The residents of this community would not even look at him. But after the world changed, he became the ruler of building number 1 with just a gun in his hand. The beautiful married women who used to look down on him were now kneeling before him. For example, today, the 2 women accompanying him were 2 young married women from downstairs. Thinking that an internet celebrity would also join them later, Wang Kuan was overjoyed. In his excitement, he had already reached the final stage, but what he never expected was that someone would start firing a gun at this critical moment. Ah? Fuck. Who the fuck is it? Wang Kuan was furious. His face darkened, frightening the 2 young women until their faces turned pale. Should we continue? Wang Kuan's face turned green. Continue? Continue my ass. Whether he could do it again in the future was already a question. He pushed the 2 women aside, pulled out his pistol, and walked out with a murderous expression. At this moment, because of Mengda's shot, everyone on the 19th floor had come out. However, none of them were in a good mood. They all looked murderous. Yes, if any man encountered something like this, how could he tolerate it? As soon as they came out, they saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. The man was handsome, and the woman was charming. Wang Kuan recognized them immediately. Wasn't the woman that internet celebrity Chang Ying, the woman he had already chosen for himself? As for the man? Fuck. It's you, Mengda. You fucking delivery guy, are you looking for death by firing guns in my territory? They lived in the same community. Since Mangda delivered packages, he had often been bullied by Wang Kuan and his group of security guards. Naturally, Mangda had no nice words for him either. "Oh, isn't this Brother Kuan? It's only been a few days. How did you become so pathetic?" Even while surrounded by everyone, Mangda remained relaxed. He played with the desert eagle in his left hand and pulled Chang'ing into his lap with his right. Don't misunderstand. The main reason was that this woman became a little scared when she saw a group of vicious men. This made her feel a little more secure. Chang'ing did not refuse. Leaning against this man's chest really made her less afraid. Strangely enough, although they had only just met, this man always gave her a sense of security that made her unable to resist sinking into it. After being mocked by Mangda, Brother Kuan's face became even darker. Since the apocalypse began, anyone who dared disrespect him had died. Not to mention that Chang'ing, whom he already considered his woman, was leaning in another man's arms. Damn it, Mangda, you brat. If he were not wary of the gun in Mangda's hand, he would have fired long ago. Speak. What exactly do you want? Unexpectedly, Mangda did not answer. Instead, he said cheerfully. Everyone's out, right? Good enough. Point out which people are the murderers who killed your husband. So domineering. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chang'ing's favorability toward you has increased by 5. Current favorability, 25. As soon as Mangda spoke, the atmosphere immediately changed. Because many people present had broken into Chang'ing's home. So you're here to stand up for this bitch? Wang Kuan finally realized something was wrong. No wonder the people he sent downstairs to get a woman had taken so long. They were probably already dead. But Mangda ignored him. As soon as Chang'ing raised her hand and pointed out the first person. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and one of the lackeys fell directly to the ground. Wang Kuan never expected that at such close range, Mangda would still dare to shoot. Did he really think he was the only one with a gun? Wasn't he afraid of death? Just as Wang Kuan was about to curse. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A bullet grazed Wang Kuan's ear and hit one of the lackeys beside him. Wang Kuan could no longer hold back and roared. Brothers, chop him to death. At this point, he did not even need to give the order. His lackeys had already rushed forward. At the same time, he immediately pulled out his gun, his face twisted viciously. Go to hell, brat. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew straight toward Mangda. Mangda had barely reacted when Chang'ing, who was in his arms, instinctively closed her eyes. Without even thinking, her body instinctively moved in front of Mangda. Be careful. Seeing this, Mangda smiled slightly and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. Chang'ing thought she was dead for sure. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself completely unharmed. Instead, one of the lackeys charging at the front had been killed. What was going on? Chang'ing looked confused. Could bullets turn corners? Wang Kuan, who had just fired, was also dumbfounded. He had clearly aimed at Mangda. Why had he hit his own man instead? Refusing to believe it, he fired several more shots. Without exception, every lackey who rushed forward was killed by his own bullets. The lackeys were almost ready to chop him down instead. What kind of terrible shooting was this from their boss? Boss, aim at that guy. Why do you keep shooting us brothers? Wang Kuan was completely confused. Furious and frustrated, he shouted. Mangda, what kind of sorcery did you use? Mangda only smiled and said nothing. What a joke. If they could still hit him while he had the absolute defense of a spatial black hole, then wouldn't that defense be pointless? Seeing Mangda continue firing recklessly, Wang Kuan no longer dared shoot. Unable to figure out the situation, he quickly sent someone to call his son. A few days ago, his son had suddenly awakened a strange ability. He could create flames out of thin air. The reason they had been able to drive the zombies downstairs over the past few days was mostly because of him. The only problem was that the kid was not very bright. He was a little Chuyuni and dreamed every day about saving the world. Save the world, save the world? Save your mother's ass. So Wang Kuan always got a headache whenever he thought about his idiot son. Usually, he did not even let him come out and embarrass himself. But right now, that did not stop him from using him to scare Mangda. Mangda. If you leave now, I can pretend none of this happened. Otherwise, once my son comes out, you're finished. I'm not afraid to tell you. My son Wang Yan has the qualities of a savior. Once he makes a move, you're done for. Mangda felt like he had heard those words somewhere before. Good grief. The last person who said something like that seemed to be some great emperor, wasn't he? No way. Even in another world, he could still get tangled up in the karma of a red-haired monster? This was ridiculous. Amused, Mangda immediately fired several more shots. Bang, bang. Several more lackeys were killed. Wang Kuen's face turned green. He could only watch helplessly. The feeling of having a gun but not being able to use it, because every time he fired, his own men died, was truly unbearable. Not long after, all of his lackeys were completely dead. He could not endure it anymore. Now he could finally shoot, right? Ah! With a furious roar, Brother Kuen stood up and was about to pull the trigger wildly at Mangda. However, at that moment, a ball of fire flew straight toward him. Dad, I'm here. Are you dead yet? Wang Kuen, fuck you, you unfilial son. As Wang Kuen let out a furious roar, a fireball slammed directly into his forehead. The next second, the flames flared violently and burned Wang Kuen completely to ashes. Wang Kuen probably never imagined, even in death, that he would die at the hands of his own precious son. Even Mengda was a little speechless. Just now, when faced with the sudden fireball attack, he instinctively redirected the space black hole toward Wang Kuen. As a result, Wang Kuen, who had finally managed to act tough, suffered another tragedy. Before, he had not dared to shoot because he was afraid of hitting his own people. Now that he could finally shoot, he died the moment he fired. He would have been better off never shooting at all. Fortunately, Mengda had kept the space black hole active the whole time, and the shockwave from the explosion was absorbed by the black hole. He and Chang'ing remained completely unharmed. However, the woman was still somewhat stunned. The bastard she wanted to kill was just finished like that? Why did it all feel so dramatic? Under Mengda's gaze, a little fat guy weighing nearly 300 pounds appeared. Mengda recognized him immediately. He remembered that this fat guy was already in his 20s and still did not work, living off his parents. The reason Mengda knew him was because this guy always stole his packages. Even sending him lawyers' warning letters had been useless. Instead, the fat guy had bombarded him with bad reviews. Out of 10 deliveries, he somehow left 11 bad reviews. Once, he even falsely accused Mengda of stealing his Doge-branded pet dog. If they had not checked the surveillance footage, Mengda might have ended up in jail for a few days. Ding! Detected an ability user approaching. Ability user, Wang Yan. Awakened ability, small fireball, D rank. Level, early stage first rank. Ability ranks, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Ability user ranks, first rank to 9th rank. Mengda had not expected this guy to awaken an ability. Wang Yan rushed out, glanced at what remained of his father, and said in a silly tone, "Oh my god, why did my magic fail?" It had to be said that Wang Yan's entrance was extremely comedic. That single sentence nearly made Mengda laugh to death. However, when Wang Yan looked at Mengda, his face became fierce and murderous. "It's all because of you. You killed my dad." As he spoke, 2 fireballs appeared in his hands and were immediately thrown toward Mengda. "Watch my divine crimson lotus karma flame. Crimson your mother's ass. A tiny fireball actually dared to insult my water pea. This is going too far. If uncle can tolerate it, auntie can't." Seeing this, Mengda did not even bother dodging. At the same time, he redirected the space black hole toward Wang Yan. The living room was not large, only about 5 meters across. It was well within his transfer range. And Wang Yan's awakened ability was only D rank. Redirecting it was ridiculously easy. At the same time, Mengda pulled out the Desert Eagle and repeatedly pulled the trigger at Wang Yan. The still shouting Wang Yan suddenly saw his fireballs disappear. Before he could understand what had happened, countless bullets flew toward him. Fuck! There was no way Wang Yan could dodge so many bullets. Moreover, while he was trying to dodge, a black hole slowly appeared behind him. The fireballs that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared and slammed into his body. Caught in attacks from both sides, an explosion occurred instantly. The entire room was blown flat. Even the women inside the room were killed by the blast. Fortunately, Mengda reacted quickly. With night having fallen, his reaction speed had doubled. He immediately grabbed Chang'ing in his arms and teleported away. Otherwise, even with the protection of the space black hole, he would probably have been injured. Inside room 1302. After finally getting her revenge, Chang'ing cried in Mengda's arms for a long time. Mengda could only stay with her and help her clean up the room afterward. He originally wanted her to go back with him. But Chang'ing was clearly not ready yet. She did not refuse, however. She only said she needed some time to adjust. There was nothing he could do about it, so before leaving, he left behind some living supplies. When he opened the door to leave, the woman hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mengda, thank you. I will definitely repay you." Mengda looked at her blushing face. Wearing a black bodycon dress, she looked even more seductive. And when he thought about her status as a widow, he could not hold himself back any longer. He pushed her against the wall. "I'll collect some interest first." After a round of kissing, Manga finally left satisfied. Although he had not completely won her over, he had at least gotten a small taste of what it was like to be with a widow. Even her favorability had risen to 50, only one step away from the 60 intimacy points needed for a reward. Us ordinary folks are really happy tonight. In his excitement, Manga even started whistling. Upstairs, Chang'ing watched Manga's departing figure from afar, blushing intensely. Touching a certain spot, she found it already wet. That little man almost. But when she thought about how he had first saved her in a moment of danger and then risked himself to help her get revenge, Chang'ing felt nothing but gratitude toward Manga. And the only way she could repay him seemed to be by giving her complete self to him. Meanwhile, by the time Manga returned to building number 5, it was already almost 10 p.m. When he entered the apartment, both sisters threw themselves into his arms. Chen Jiai was a bit stronger emotionally, but her younger sister Yao Yao cried uncontrollably. Manga knew the sisters had been worried about him, so he comforted both of them carefully. The sisters then pulled Manga to sit at the dining table. While he was still confused, Jiai brought out a bowl of noodles. My sister spent the whole afternoon making this, so brother-in-law, you're not allowed to say it tastes bad. Yao Yao explained from the side. Manga knew this was definitely Chen Jiai's first time cooking. In the past, neither of the sisters had ever done housework. This woman had really put in effort. It had to be said that Manga was quite touched. Of course, it was not as exaggerated as some people who feel like they finally have a home after drinking a bowl of porridge for the first time. But he had already long regarded taking care of the sisters as one of his responsibilities. Soon, another day passed. Because both sisters were on their periods these past 2 days. This meant he could not even take advantage of them. He could not keep having Jiai help him with a manual transmission like before. His physical condition was already far beyond that of an ordinary person, and so were his stamina and endurance. If they kept using the manual transmission, Jiai's hand would probably be ruined. It was another sleepless night. Manga lay alone in bed. Having meat but being unable to eat it was truly painful. Just as Manga was about to go to sleep, he suddenly saw his phone light up. After so many days of the apocalypse, the mobile network had long disappeared. The only thing that still worked was text messaging, though the signal was unstable. Sometimes there was a signal, sometimes there was not. In a few more days, when the electricity stopped, the phones would probably become completely useless. He opened the message. Manga, can you come over for a moment? The sender was by Jia. Manga smiled. This woman finally couldn't hold back anymore. It was already past midnight. The young married woman by Jia was wearing a thin red nightgown. Supporting herself on the sofa with one hand, she fully displayed her graceful figure. Before the apocalypse, she would have been asleep by this time. But tonight, she found it especially hard to sleep. It was not that she could not sleep, but that she had not eaten a proper meal for several days. The feeling of hunger, like bitter seawater, kept churning in her stomach without stopping. This intense hunger tormented her so much that she could hardly fall asleep. If the man across the hall had not given her 2 loaves of bread 2 days ago, she might not have lasted until yesterday. Actually, all these days she had been waiting for news from her husband, Wang Shen. But ever since her husband went out to play cards that night, he had never come back. As for her, she happened to be off work that day and stayed at home, which allowed her to escape disaster. By now, she already had a feeling in her heart that her useless husband had probably met with misfortune long ago. The reason she said this was not because she was heartless, but because there was truly no affection between them. She married Wang Shen when she was 27 years old after being introduced by people from her village. At that time, her mother had gotten into an accident and urgently needed a large amount of medical expenses. With no other choice, she hastily married Wang Shen. But only after they got married did she learn that the young and handsome man, praised by the village elders, did not even have a proper job in the big city. He spent his days idling around, making a living through gambling, his head full of unrealistic dreams, always hoping to become successful overnight. As a result, the two of them depended entirely on her small teacher's salary to survive. Even these 2 apartments had been bought through her own hard work, awards, and years of saving money. Otherwise, they would not even have had a place to live. And that was not even the reason she felt nothing for Wang Shen. The main reason was that they had never done anything between a man and a woman. People say that intimacy is the path to a woman's heart. But for all these years, they had always slept in separate beds. Even on their wedding night, they did not sleep in the same bed. Because Wang Shen was incapable. He was defective. He was essentially an impotent man. Only after she repeatedly questioned him did she learn that when he was young, he had spent too much time playing LOL, leaving him unable to perform anymore. He simply could not do that kind of thing. not to mention having children. Because of this, she had often been criticized by people in the village. They called her a jinx and said that marrying her had brought misfortune to the family. No one had ever thought about the grievances in her heart. But because Wang Shen had once helped her, she could never tell anyone the truth. She could only endure everything silently. Because she knew very well that Wang Shen married her only because he needed a shield. So just imagine, for 5 whole years, do you know how she lived? Thinking of this, Bai Jie looked at her long, tightly pressed legs reflected in the window, and a trace of resentment flashed through her eyes. This was her sorrow as a woman. Before the apocalypse, she could ignore such thoughts and focus entirely on earning money, supporting the family, taking care of Wang Shen, and repaying the kindness he had shown her. Although after so many years, she had already repaid almost all of it. But after the apocalypse, after so many days of hunger and suffering, combined with the terrifying roars of monsters from time to time, she had barely had a good night's sleep. If the physical suffering could still be endured, the mental suffering had pushed her close to collapse. The fear of the unknown and the uncertainty of the future. How could a weak woman bear all of that? So after thinking about it for 2 days, and after holding on to the last bit of pride she had as a woman, she knew she had to start thinking about herself. Just at that time, that young man Mengda happened to appear before her. His chiseled face, explosive muscles, and strong body fascinated her and gave her a long-lost sense of security. Now that it was the apocalypse, if she absolutely had to choose someone, perhaps Mengda was her best choice. But every time she thought about what he had said that day, her face turned red. Bah! How could anyone speak so directly? Thinking of it made her blush uncontrollably. Just then, 2 soft knocks came from the door. The sound immediately put her on guard. Who is it? It's me. Oh, it was that man. Only then did Bai Jie relax. When she opened the door, she saw a familiar figure standing outside. The person was exactly the man she had been thinking about, Meng De. After receiving Bai Jie's text message, he immediately became excited. Fortunately, the 2 sisters were sleeping soundly, so he made almost no noise when leaving. You're here. Hearing Bai Jie's shy voice, he nodded and walked inside on his own. The young married woman followed behind him nervously. He sat on the sofa and looked at the woman before him. Her facial features were delicate, and her long hair rested on her shoulders. It was obvious that she had just put on makeup. Although she looked somewhat tired, it did not diminish her beauty at all. Her figure was extremely full. The red slip nightgown she wore was very short, barely covering her hips. Below were a pair of long, shapely legs, fair and smooth. Even her delicate little feet were painted with light pink nail polish. Under the dim lighting, she looked exceptionally alluring and radiant. Although Mengda appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already surging with excitement. He had gone 2 full days without any excitement. And the moment he entered, he heard the system notification. In only 2 days, this woman's favorability toward him had risen from -90 all the way to 30. It was an enormous leap in favorability. This meant there was hope tonight. However, he forcibly suppressed his excitement and spoke calmly. Sister Bai, why did you ask me to come over so late? Aren't you afraid your husband might misunderstand? Although he already knew very well why she had called him over so late, that did not stop him from making her recognize her position first. He wanted to properly humble this proud married woman. As expected, when she saw that Mengda was not as happy as she had imagined, Bai Jie looked somewhat disappointed. She had thought that this man really wanted her. But now it seemed she had been overthinking things. For a moment, she did not know what to say. I? Seeing this, even Mengda felt anxious for her and spoke impatiently. Sister Bai, just say whatever you want. If I can help, I'll definitely help, right? Hearing that, Bai Jie's eyes reddened. She almost wanted to say forget it, that everything was fine. But the hunger coming from her body stopped her. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. I just want to ask, do the words you said 2 days ago still count? Mengda smiled faintly, and a mysterious smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Inside room 1502 of Building 5. I just want to ask you, do the words you said 2 days ago still count? Mengda smiled. So she had finally said it. Oh? What words? It's been too long. I don't really remember. Mengda knew exactly what she was talking about. But he still could not resist suppressing her a little. It's what you said that day. Bai Jie's face turned red as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. What? Mengda continued pretending not to understand. This shy appearance of the young married woman was simply too cute. Oh, come on, it's what you said, that as long as I was willing to be your woman, you would. Before Bai Jie could finish her sentence, her face became even redder. She was so anxious that she was almost stomping her feet. How could this man not remember? Mengda found it amusing, but he also knew there had to be limits. You could tame a proud little wild horse and make her lower her noble head, but you could not push things too far. After all, even a little wild horse could give up. So Manga pretended that he had suddenly remembered. Oh, I remember now, It's been too long. Sister Bai, you should have said it earlier. Hearing this, Sister Bai's peach-colored cheeks became burning hot. Oh my. How could you expect me to say something like that out loud? At this moment, she realized that Manga had been teasing her. Seriously. How could this little guy be like this? So bad. Of course it still counts. My words are always valid. Manga smiled. Under Bai Jie's shocked gaze, he waved his hand. The next second, a table full of delicious food appeared. 10 dishes and 1 soup. He had prepared them beforehand and kept them in his personal storage space. After using it these past few days, he had discovered that the storage space could preserve freshness. Anything placed inside remained in its original condition, just like a natural freezer. There was even a plate of dumplings, of course frozen ones. But he was not finished yet. Since he had decided to show off a little, Manga was determined to give this woman a surprise. With another wave of his hand, countless foods and snacks filled the room. These 2 miraculous displays had an enormous impact on Bai Jie. Her red lips opened into a perfect O shape. But the next second, 2 untimely growls from her stomach left her no time to think about why. Can you let me eat something first? I haven't had a proper meal for days. Bai Jie's face was red with embarrassment. The growling of her stomach made her feel ashamed. But even when embarrassed, a goddess's beauty was still devastating. Of course. All of this is yours. After receiving Manga's permission, Bai Jie eagerly sat down. Thank you, Manga. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Bai Jie's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 40. She did not gorge herself as Manga had expected. She still ate and drank with elegance. Every movement was graceful. A mature woman was still a mature woman. Her temperament was impeccable. Manga was not polite either. He casually wrapped an arm around the woman's delicate shoulder. Her skin felt smooth and soft, like freshly solidified white jade, giving off a gentle luster. It felt as though even a little pressure would leave marks. Bai Jie's body stiffened, but she did not stop him and continued eating in small bites. Manga was very satisfied with her reaction. It saved him the trouble of doing any psychological preparation. Eat well. Eat more. You'll need the strength to work after you're full. Manga smiled as he looked at the woman in his arms. She truly was a rare beauty. As he stroked her hair, she seemed as obedient as a pet. He could not help but take a sniff. Her charming fragrance carried the unique allure of a mature married woman. Half an hour later, Bai Jie let out a satisfied burp. It was the best and fullest meal she had eaten since the apocalypse began. All of her exhaustion seemed to disappear. She felt like herself again, completely refreshed, no longer looking haggard. She glanced at the table. Less than 1/10 of the food had been eaten. There was simply too much. It was impossible to finish it all. The woman looked embarrassed. Her face was red like an apple, making her look extremely tempting. Can you give me all the remaining food? Don't let it go to waste. After witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, she understood the value of food even more. However, the next second, Manga waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. All this food is yours. Not only that, everything in this room is yours too. No one is going to take it from you. Hearing Manga's words, Bai Jie was very happy. But what made her even happier came next. And I have one rule here, my women must eat the best and use the best. So there's no need to keep these. They're all trash. Probably only Manga in the entire apocalypse had the confidence to say such a thing. With his storage space, he never had to worry about food spoiling. Don't worry. I never mistreat my women. That domineering statement excited Bai Jie tremendously. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Manga. It was a look of admiration. Ding. Congratulations, host. Goddess Bai Jie's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 50. Manga smiled because he knew this woman was almost completely won over. At that moment, he noticed that the plate of dumplings on the table had been completely eaten by her. However, Manga suddenly changed his tone. Seeing the woman in his arms become nervous, he decided not to keep her in suspense. Sister Bai, don't forget that we had an agreement. You're full, but I'm not full yet. He deliberately emphasized the words, full. As he spoke, his gaze wandered over Bai Jie. As a 32-year-old married woman, Bai Jie naturally understood what he meant. Especially because the masculine aura from the man in front of her was overwhelming. It made her even more nervous. What should she do? For 32 years, this was her first time being this close to a man. She had no idea what to do. Fortunately, Manga quickly gave her the answer. Madam, eating my food comes at a price. So, I've decided to let you eat another meal. You must finish it while kneeling. It was the same casual wave of his hand. But after seeing what appeared, Bai Jia knew she could no longer refuse. If one had never seen the light, one could endure the darkness. But after seeing the light, who would willingly return to the darkness? That was exactly Bai Jia's state right now. After finally eating her fill once, she naturally did not want to give up such a good life. And they had indeed made an agreement beforehand. So she immediately followed Manga's instructions, knelt down, and slowly moved closer. Closer? And above her, Manga watched the scene with a smile in his eyes. According to Bai Jia, she had never dated anyone before getting married. Manga believed her. Because there was no way not to. Although this woman was already 32 years old, she was obviously very inexperienced in certain matters. She was completely a beginner. Manga understood. After all, her mother had been seriously ill back then, and as a devoted daughter, she probably had no time to think about such things. And because of that, what could a woman alone in a big city really do? One could easily imagine the helplessness and bitterness she felt when she married that dead pig Wang Shen. It was the withering of the goddess flower that was Bai Jia. So Manga understood her very well and was willing to teach and guide her. It didn't matter if she didn't know anything, he did. After all, he had been educated by Sakura teachers for many years and had long become a highly knowledgeable, top student. Having completed his studies, he had already been looking forward to some practical experience. Very soon, under his guidance, Bai Jia mastered the basics. It had to be said that a foreign language teacher learned quickly. Her professional ability was truly impressive. While she was busy, Manga also took the opportunity to ask all the questions that had been puzzling him. Although Bai Jia was busy, she still patiently explained everything with a blushing face. Only then did Manga understand why this woman was still untouched. Thinking about it, he could not help but thank that dead fat pig Wang Shen. He had never imagined that Wang Shen would leave him such a huge gift. If circumstances allowed, he would have sent him an honorary banner labeled Good Person of the Century. He truly needed to thank Wang Shen for his years of protection, which gave him the chance to meet such a beautiful woman. All of his previous resentment toward him completely disappeared. At this moment, he only wanted to say one thing to Wang Shen. Neighbor Wang, you really are a great person. His happiness caused all of Bai Jia's hard work to go to waste. But what was worth mentioning was that Bai Jia's favorability toward him did not decrease. Instead, because of this full meal, her favorability actually increased. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Bai Jia's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Current favorability, 60. Manga had not expected Bai Jia's favorability to rise so quickly. It seemed that his appearance had not only satisfied her material needs, but also her emotional needs. A smile appeared on Manga's lips. Next, as long as he completely won over this woman, there would be another chance to receive rewards. Although Manga had been neighbors with Bai Jia and Wang Shen for years, he had rarely entered his landlord's apartment. So, under Bai Jia's guidance, he soon arrived at their bedroom. People always said that Wang Shen and Bai Jia slept separately. He wanted to see whether it was true. And to see things clearly, he went straight to the point. When he saw the troubled look on her face, he naturally understood her concern. With a single sentence, he completely erased her doubts. Wang Shen actually turned into a zombie 10 days ago, and I killed him. Sure enough, after hearing those words, Bai Jia lowered her hand and closed her eyes. All right then. From that moment on, there were no more obstacles before Manga. Ding! Detected that Goddess Bai Jia's favorability toward the host has reached 60. Goddess Bai Jia now meets the requirements to unlock her exclusive goddess collection. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked Goddess Bai Jia's exclusive goddess collection. As Manga indulged himself, the system notification sounded. An exclusive goddess collection belonging to Bai Jia appeared before him. At the top was still a photo of Bai Jia. In the photo, Bai Jia had delicate facial features, and her peach blossom eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water. She wore a fitted blue dress that perfectly highlighted her curvy figure. The dress accentuated her figure even more, making her appearance seem even more impressive. The lace patterns and embroidery on the lower part of the dress radiated charm and femininity. Her legs appeared long and shapely. Goddess, Bai Jia, innate mature woman sacred physique. Identity, foreign language teacher. Age, 32. Height/weight, 5 feet 5 inches/ 115 pounds. Measurements, 40-23-37 inches. Overall score, 97. Favorability, 65. Charging count, 1, beginner level. Ability rank, awakening in progress, Current progress, 64%. Note, ability can only awaken when favorability reaches 100 and charging count reaches a certain number. Details, stunning figure, naturally gifted, married for 5 years, top teacher at Donghai University before the apocalypse. The first thing Manga looked at was the measurements. Not for any other reason, but because the numbers were astonishing. Compared to her, Jai seemed tiny. The phrase, comes with navigation, was definitely not an exaggeration. The lighting effect was excellent. The key point was that he could not even cover them completely. Wait. Suddenly, Manga noticed that Bai Jie's overall score was higher than before. System, what's going on? How can the score increase automatically? Are you cheating? Goddess Bai Jie had not fully awakened her innate sacred physique before, so her previous overall score was lower, only 95 points. Now, with the host's special assistance, she has completely awakened her innate sacred physique. Therefore, her overall score naturally increased to 97 points. He understood. Bai Jie's sacred physique was different from those of the other goddesses. It could only fully awaken with his special assistance. He had wondered before why her system description contained the note, not fully awakened yet. So this was the reason. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually made sense. How could a woman who had remained untouched be considered a mature married woman? And if she was not truly one, how could she carry the title of this innate sacred physique? But one saying was absolutely correct. A 20-year-old girl is like a flower, but a 30-year-old mature woman is truly exceptional. That increasing charm with age could only be seen in mature women like Bai Jie. Even his ancestor, Chancellor Chao, had already proven that. Thinking of this, Manga became even happier. Hey, what are you doing? Again? After receiving a glance from Bai Jie, Manga simply chuckled. Nothing. I just remembered the family mission that has been passed down through the Meng family for generations. So please help me take the first step. Manga looked extremely serious, leaving Bai Jie momentarily stunned. I can help? Yes. Only you can help. Bai Jie became serious as well. Then what is this family mission? To inherit the spirit of Great Wei. To carry forward the character of the Genin era. The next second? You're terrible, so that's what you meant? It had to be said that a mature married woman was truly different. Compared to someone like Chen Jiai, who had never been in a relationship, it was a completely different experience. It wasn't a matter of one being better than the other. It was simply that the unique charm of a mature woman could only be understood after experiencing it. Especially since Bai Jie was different from other women. She had accumulated 5 years of energy. Today, after finally beginning to cultivate, the charging count directly increased by 3. And the key point was that it still wasn't over? Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully established a goddess bond with Goddess Bai Jie. Note, after the goddess bond is activated, every time Goddess Bai Jie's favorability toward the host increases by 10 points, a random system reward can be obtained. At the same time, it will help the target awaken abilities and increase ability levels. This is related to both favorability and charging count. Note, current awakening progress of Goddess Bai Jie's ability, 64% system, open my status panel. While continuing his efforts, Manga began checking the rewards for unlocking Bai Jie's exclusive goddess collection. Host, Manga. Age, 24. Ability rank, 2nd rank. Awakened abilities, SSS rank King of Space, personal storage space 10,000 cubic meters, space black hole, SSS rank telekinesis, telekinetic perception 100 meters. Unlocked goddesses, Chen Jiai, ability awakening 96%, Bai Jie, ability awakening 64%. Equipment, Desert Eagle pistol ×1, unlimited bullets, Tang saber ×1, mastery. Skills, virus immunity, can resist zombie viruses up to 1 rank above the host, goddess bond, Starry Night Walker. This time, the gains were quite substantial. First of all, his ability rank had advanced to 2nd rank. The crystal in his mind had grown from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a soybean. As a result, the spatial range he could touch expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters. In other words, the transfer range of his space black hole had also increased to 10 meters. Of course, this referred to the ideal range without any obstacles. Besides that, he had awakened another ability. SSS rank telekinesis. This was an ability awakened through the development of his mental power. Upon awakening, it came with a sub-ability, telekinetic perception. Within the perception range, telekinetic power can completely cover the area, making any movement impossible to hide. It was practically the perfect ability for detecting danger. Seeing this ability, Manga was delighted. Subconsciously, he increased his strength. Caught off guard, Jia let out a muffled sound. This man was too capable. How many times had it been already? And he still wasn't exhausted. It was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Mengda was completely unaware of her thoughts. He was carefully examining the range of telekinetic perception. Currently, it was only 100 meters. The range wasn't large, but its advantage was that within the range, even obstacles could not block his perception. For example, although he was currently at Jia's place, he could still clearly see the sisters in the apartment across the hall. TSK, no wonder Xiaoyao likes hanging on to me so much. Turns out it's hereditary. Under Mengda's perception, it felt as though he were standing inside the sisters' room. He could see everything clearly. At that moment, Xiaoyao was clinging to her sister like a koala. Her cherry-red lips were almost pressed against her sister's chest. Heh, this girl is secretly doing such things behind my back. I'll have to get even with her someday? As Mengda secretly laughed, the sleeping sisters suddenly woke up. Because of their sudden movement, the straps of their nightgowns slipped from their shoulders. Sis, do you feel like someone is peeping on us? Who's watching us? Come out. The sisters were quite alert. Especially Jia. She instinctively hugged herself tightly. With her ability awakening already at 96%, she could strongly feel that someone seemed to have seen everything. However, after turning on the lights and checking carefully, the sisters found nothing. In the end, they simply went back to sleep. I'll ask brother-in-law tomorrow. Listening to their conversation, Mengda smiled slightly. He did not continue observing for long. After all, he did not have any special peeping hobby. Besides, he had already thoroughly studied the sisters' physical structure. Xiaoyao might still be one step away. But Jia had already been thoroughly understood. More importantly, during the brief time he used telekinetic perception, he felt the energy within his body gradually draining away. After realizing this, his enthusiasm grew even greater. Not wanting Jia's 5 years of accumulated energy to go to waste, Mengda displayed the diligent spirit of Great Wei. Charging count +4 again. The next morning, after preparing a loving breakfast, Mengda quietly slipped back to his own apartment. He still had not figured out how to explain things to the sisters. He did not want to lose one thing while gaining another. Both the mature woman and the sisters were top-tier beauties. He did not want to let either go. What? You can't have both fish and bear's paw? Nonsense. What Mencius said has nothing to do with me, Mengda. My ancestor's surname was Chao. As soon as Mengda returned to his room, Jia arrived. He secretly felt relieved. Strange. Why did he also feel a bit secretly pleased? Today, Jia was wearing a mint-colored camisole top and a pair of light blue shorts. Her long, attractive legs swayed before him. Those legs were truly deadly to men. He immediately became captivated. But as he kept looking, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. He pulled Jia into his arms. This woman's figure was truly soft and full. However, this time, instead of following the plot everyone might expect, Mengda suddenly asked, Jia, do you feel like something is a little unusual? Hearing this, Jia froze. The next moment, her face turned slightly red. Bah! This man really was something else. Something unusual? You did it yourself and you're asking me? Seeing Jia blushing and secretly glancing downward, ahem. Mengda coughed awkwardly. Besides that place, and your hand. Is there anything else unusual? Think carefully. Seeing his serious expression, Jia stopped joking. These past 2 days, I feel sleepier than before. After you left yesterday, I went back to sleep again. Otherwise, I felt a little dizzy. Listening to the woman in his arms, Mengda smiled. Then that's it. Jia, your ability is about to awaken too. In his vision, a white sphere the size of a grain of rice was slowly forming inside Jia's mind. Really? I can awaken abilities just like you too? Inside Mengda's room, watching Jia excitedly jump up, Mengda smiled and nodded. Just now, Mengda had been looking at Jia's long, slender legs, so fair they were dazzling. Out of a man's instinct, he subconsciously activated telekinetic perception. As a result, he saw that inside the woman's mind, something similar to his own ability crystal was being nurtured. However, it was much smaller than his. It was only the size of a grain of rice and still appeared as a ball of light, obviously not fully formed yet. Then he remembered that Jia's ability awakening progress had already reached 96%. Although he did not know what ability she would awaken, it was clearly a sign that awakening was imminent. If he had not awakened the ability, telekinetic perception, he probably would never have discovered this phenomenon. Looking at it this way, having telekinetic perception was almost like having X-ray vision. He could see certain things that ordinary people could not. This was very useful. For example, investigating the beautiful scenery hidden beneath certain layers of fabric. It completely saved the trouble of taking things off. Direct and efficient. Of course, if the target was alert, they could still notice his perception, just like Jai and her sister had the previous night. At this moment, he did not stop Jai from being excited. Because he knew very well that for an independent woman who had raised and cared for her younger sister since childhood, a female elite and a good older sister, the helplessness and sadness she felt when facing monsters after the apocalypse arrived was immense. At the same time, he also clearly understood the strong desire for power in the woman before him. The power and motivation to protect others could be terrifying. As for whether he needed to worry that Chenjai might betray him after awakening abilities, Mengda had no such concern at all. Because the system had already given him the answer. When a woman's favorability toward him reached 100, she would become absolutely loyal and never betray him. Afterward, Mengda used telekinetic perception to examine Jai from head to toe. Under his perception, he could clearly see every structure inside her body. Even every blood vessel was clearly visible. Of course, this was only possible because Jai did not resist and willingly cooperated. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. Jai also finally understood where the strange feeling of being watched the previous night had come from. Mengda explained that it was one of his newly awakened abilities. Being seen by her own man. What could she really say? After all, everything that could happen had already happened, right? However, what Mengda did not expect was that after the examination, Jai's face became redder and redder. Why did this examination feel so strange? Just as that thought appeared, Jai suddenly collapsed into his arms. Mengda swore in the name of his ancestors that he really had not done anything. However, during lunch, Xiaoyao tilted her little head and asked that deadly question again. "Sis, what's wrong with your hand?" Jai instantly turned red and felt unbearably embarrassed. Fortunately, she already had experience with this situation. It's nothing. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Jai silently praised herself for being clever. Xiaoyao? Why didn't her sister sleep well again? Over the next few days, Mengda did not go outside. There was enough food. And he had already dealt with all the external threats within the residential complex. For the time being, there was no need to worry about being attacked unexpectedly. So during the day, he spent his time familiarizing himself with and practicing his abilities. And as soon as night fell, Mengda immediately slipped across the hall. Facts proved that hard work brought rewards. Bai Jie's favorability toward him rose directly from 60 to 82. Compared to Jai and the others, Bai Jie's favorability increased as if she had activated a cheat code. It was definitely the fastest growth among them. Thinking about it, it was quite similar to her innate sacred physique. Nothing happened before awakening, but once awakened, she suffered quite a lot. As a result, Mengda discovered the secret to increasing Bai Jie's favorability. Simply put, it could be summarized in 10 words: don't be lazy. Keep your head down and work hard. Kind heaven would never mistreat anyone who worked hard. You reap what you sow. And if you don't reap anything, congratulations, you've won a prize. Because Boss Lee will personally tag you and ask, have you ever reflected on yourself? After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you been working hard enough? Clearly, Mengda understood that effort brought rewards. His hard work increased her favorability, and the increased favorability earned him 2 more rewards, 2 sub-abilities of SSS rank telekinesis. The first was, SSS rank telekinesis sub-ability, telekinetic force, telekinetic control. Through telekinetic power, he could control the movement of objects and remotely manipulate weapons for long-range attacks. He understood this immediately. Wasn't that how Peak Brother from Galaxy Lord got his start? Later, he even became the #1 spiritual master on Kepler planet. As a result, Mengda could now essentially preload skills. People preload their lives. What's wrong with me preloading a skill? After several days of practice, he had improved from controlling a single fruit knife to controlling 10 fruit knives at the same time. Of course, the more knives he controlled simultaneously, the greater the energy consumption. But he sincerely looked forward to the day when he could shout, "Swords, come!" and recreate the scene of 10,000 swords returning to 1. That would truly be real-life sword control. In his previous life, he had watched a short video creator forge 10,000 swords and recreate that scene at a 1-to-1 scale. It had made his blood boil with excitement. Even if the effects were cheap, it was still incredibly cool. Unfortunately, he never obtained a sword himself to fulfill his dream of wandering the martial world with a blade at his side. But now he had the opportunity. More importantly, this telekinetic force ability could be combined with his SSS rank space ability. One ability handled storage. The other could be used for attack. The second SSS rank telekinesis sub-ability was telekinetic manifestation. It could condense telekinetic power into different shapes, such as knives, swords, axes, hammers, and more. After forming different shapes, it could perform precise cutting and attacks. And most importantly, these attacks were invisible. They attacked directly on a spiritual level. To summarize, one ability specialized in external attacks. The other specialized in internal attacks. But if he absolutely had to choose which one was stronger and more sinister, he would definitely choose telekinetic manifestation. After all, the first ability could still be seen and defended against. The second was almost impossible to guard against. Overall, Manga had been living quite comfortably these days. However, that comfortable life did not last long. On the 15th day after the apocalypse arrived, which happened to be Crazy Smoked Chicken 4, the era of water outages, power outages, and gas outages finally arrived. This meant that phones, which had still been able to send text messages, would now become completely useless. And they would be completely cut off from the outside world. This sudden O. Henry-style twist added yet another layer of hardship to the cruel apocalypse. The entire world would now completely descend into madness. To be honest, the fact that the power lasted this long before going out was something only our great China could achieve. Did you think Made in China was just a joke? Just tell me, after a performance like this, who else could do it? Xiao Zhang inserting himself into the situation. Because the outage happened so suddenly, the sisters were quite panicked. Fortunately, Manga had prepared in advance. He immediately brought out the generator he had taken from the supermarket and connected it. It was even a silent model. Otherwise, they would not have had a moment of peace all night. The water outage was not a problem either. He had brought back a large amount of bottled water from the supermarket before. There was enough for drinking and bathing. But now there was only one problem. The diesel fuel for the generator would not last long. At most 2 or 3 days before it ran out. It's okay. I'm planning to go out tomorrow. I'm going to a nearby gas station and bring back some diesel. Under the dim light, Manga held Jia in one arm. With the other arm, he held Yao Yao. At this point, this was the only way he could comfort the sisters. The sudden darkness had frightened them badly. However, because of the sisters' situation, they could not have any deeper heart-to-heart communication. Once I awaken my ability, I'll be able to help you in the future. Jia said firmly from his arms. According to Manga's observations, her awakening progress had already reached 98%. She would fully awaken within the next couple of days. After comforting the sisters and sending them back to their room, Manga immediately went across the hall. Bai Jia had already been waiting for him in the living room. The moment he entered, Bai Jia naturally wrapped her arms around his neck and sat on his lap. After all, she had gotten used to it over the past few days. Did you sleep well last night? Does that place still hurt? Manga grinned. After several days of his hard work, this woman carried even more of a mature woman's charm than before and looked even more radiant. And you still have the nerve to say that. All you know is how to mess around. You never think about taking care of me. Bai Jia rolled her eyes at him. But there was not the slightest trace of blame in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with affection. Naturally, Manga did not believe her words. Back when they were busy, she had been even more enthusiastic than he was. Oh, right. I'm planning to go to a nearby gas station tomorrow. Don't go out if you don't need to. If you're scared, go across the hall, okay? After teasing her for a while, Manga finally brought up the serious matter. Since he was going out tomorrow, he felt he should tell her beforehand. Ah? Then you have to be careful. After the past few days, Bai Jia had already made this young man the only person she could rely on in the apocalypse. Looking at the concern in her eyes, Manga grinned. If you're this worried about me, why don't you help motivate me before I leave? Hearing this, Bai Jia's eyes softened. Her delicate fingers brushed across Manga's face, while the fragrance from her lips lightly touched his ear again and again. Oh? And how do you want me to help you? Her voice was soft and alluring. This mature woman really was exceptional. Manga looked her up and down. Her charming figure was captivating. The red nightgown revealed her long legs, matched with freshly painted red toenails. Calling her a natural beauty was no exaggeration. How about, tonight we try something different? Manga looked eager. Bai Jia instantly understood. Her face turned red. But the affection in her eyes was so deep it seemed almost tangible. Then be careful. I've never let anyone do that before. Ha ha ha, don't worry. As Manga waved his hand, the candlelight flickered, and another sleepless night began. The next morning, after a full night's rest, Manga set out. Upstairs, Chenjiai stared absent-mindedly at the back of her man as he left. Beside her, Xiaoyao thought her sister was worried about her brother-in-law and quickly comforted her. Sis, brother-in-law is so strong. He'll be fine. Whenever this girl talked about her brother-in-law now, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiai affectionately stroked her sister's hair. Of course your sister knows how capable your brother-in-law is. Of course, Jiai only said that in her heart. Hee, then what's there to worry about? Xiaoyao smiled optimistically. After spending so much time together, she had gradually developed unusual feelings toward the man who had appeared halfway into their lives. So although she said she was not worried, her eyes were filled with concern. Jiai understood but chose not to say anything. Instead, she suddenly changed the subject. Xiaoyao, what do you think about having another older sister in our family to take care of you? As she spoke, her gaze flickered slightly. But Xiaoyao, still immersed in thoughts of all the things her brother-in-law had done, did not notice anything unusual and simply nodded innocently. Okay. But would brother-in-law agree? Silly girl, your brother-in-law is such a good person. Of course he would. Hearing her sister's answer, Jiai seemed to relax. At the same time, she looked toward the apartment across the hall. Meanwhile, Bai Jia, who was cleaning up inside her room, also raised her head as if sensing something. At that moment, the gazes of the two women seemed to meet in midair. After leaving Building 5, Manga did not head directly to the gas station. Instead, he first went to Building 6. Several days had passed, and he wondered how Cheng Ying, the widow, was doing. Outside room 1302 in Building 6. Knock. Knock. Movement immediately came from inside. Through telekinetic perception, he saw a woman standing behind the door, holding a fruit knife and looking alert. Aunt Cheng, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cheng Ying finally relaxed and opened the door. So it's you, little troublemaker. It's been several days since you came to see me. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. Her tone sounded sour, full of grievance. She truly regretted it. Ever since that man had left that day, she had felt extremely lonely. Especially after the power outage last night. If he had not prepared candles for her beforehand, she really would not have been able to handle it. Oh? What's wrong with our Aunt Cheng? It's only been a few days. Do you miss me that much already? Manga laughed as the two continued chatting inside the apartment. After once again enjoying the company of the widow, Manga was in an excellent mood. Compared to the last time, Cheng Ying was clearly much more proactive this time. Manga was not polite either. He took every advantage he could. At the same time, he gained another increase in Cheng Ying's favorability. Unfortunately, he had still not completely won her over. So even though her favorability had reached 60, he still could not receive the reward. After I get back from the gas station, it's time to start preparing. He was no longer satisfied with merely sampling the widow's charm on the surface. He wanted to experience it more deeply. Just after leaving Building 6, several blind zombies charged toward him. One man, one woman, one old, one young. They even looked like a family. This time, he did not even bother taking out his tang saber. With a thought, a fruit knife shot through the air. It pierced straight through the pajama-clad male zombie. Then it drew a beautiful arc through the air, piercing the heads of the remaining zombies one after another. Wherever it passed, the family collapsed one by one. A family should stay together neatly. He nodded in satisfaction. That was the advantage of telekinetic force. Fast. The knife launched before the zombies could even let out a roar. As a result, it did not alert the surrounding zombies. If he had used the Desert Eagle, even with a suppressor, it would still have been slightly slower. In reality, with his current strength, dealing with all the zombies in the residential complex would not be particularly difficult. After all, those zombies had not evolved yet. They were not even first-rank zombies. Meanwhile, he was already a second-rank ability user. He had already scanned the area with telekinetic perception. There were more than 100 zombies inside the complex. However, considering his women, he chose not to eliminate them. In his opinion, these zombies still had some value. He had already set up numerous obstacles in buildings 5 and 6, making it impossible for the zombies downstairs to get up. So for him, the zombies' only value was that they could watch the house for him. Otherwise, if he cleared out all the zombies and someone took advantage of his absence to loot the place, that would be troublesome. Since they were free labor, why not use them? 996 before the apocalypse, 007 after the apocalypse, it seemed perfectly reasonable. The more capable you are, the more work you do. Sneaking into the parking garage, he quickly locked onto a mighty Xiaomi SU999. As a qualified Xiaomi fan, Brother June still owed him a Xiaomi car. This one would do nicely. What? No key, so it can't be driven? Impossible. The reason he noticed it so quickly was because the lights were still on. And the vehicle was rocking back and forth. Walking closer, he sighed. He admitted he was not a good student. Inside the car, a naked woman was lying on top of a man, seemingly doing something indescribable. Looking more carefully, well, the man's entire nose had been bitten off. Listening to the roars coming from inside the car, Manga watched with great interest. TSK. How much love must that be? Blood was splattered everywhere inside the vehicle. It clearly could not be used anymore. Fortunately, he had come prepared. He quietly took out a set of SUV keys. He had collected them while searching apartments before. Now they finally came in handy. As for driving skills, he used to be the god of Akina Mountain. One press of the accelerator and the SUV practically flew out of the garage. The next second, bang. With a loud crash, a zombie wearing a security guard uniform was sent flying. Brother, are you really that brave? You saw my car coming and didn't even dodge? You trust my driving skills that much? You just had to test them with your head? Well, look at you now. Your intestines are all over the ground and your head is gone. He helplessly shook his head. Aren't you slapping Coach Wen's face? I just got my driver's license, okay? But clearly, the security guard wasn't the only unbeliever. Bang! 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 One zombie after another was launched into the air. By the time he safely reached the entrance of the complex, Manga was almost touched. Good brothers. Training my driving skills like this, even sacrificing your heads for the cause. Good. I'll remember all of you. Every holiday, I'll burn trillions of Zimbabwe dollars for you so you'll be remembered forever. The zombies chasing behind the SUV through its exhaust fumes. Rhea. It was this bastard who hit us. Brothers, charge. Manga felt even more touched. Hey. You really don't need to see me off. This is far enough. The residential complex where Manga lived, Jinshio homeland, was older than half of Waxizi. To put it nicely, it was quiet, far from the noise of the city and worldly distractions. To put it bluntly, it was an ancient, run-down apartment complex. The old thing was still hanging on despite its age. Outside the complex was a T-shaped intersection. The east-west direction was a long street. The middle road led toward the bus and subway station. The subway station was quite famous. According to legend, there was a story about couples connected to it. Many couples who once swore they could not live without each other parted ways there and then went north and south, never seeing each other again. Because of that, it was known as the place where couples broke up. At the same time, it was close to downtown Donghai City, home to the city's most prosperous district, Financial Street. The gas station he was heading to this time was not near downtown. He needed to head east, toward the area where he used to deliver food. Jinshio homeland was rather remote. Shops lined both sides of the road, while zombies wandered the streets like ghosts. As he drove along, almost no zombies managed to stop him. They trusted his driving skills too much. And then, they got sent flying. The few persistent ones that managed to cling to the SUV were eventually killed with a fruit knife. As a result, he was the coolest guy on the entire street. The reason he could be so relaxed was because he had the strength. That did not mean everyone else was equally unafraid of zombies. As he drove, he occasionally saw a few brave souls wandering around carrying bags of supplies. Then, we're brothers. I'm not gay. Yenzi, stop chasing me. I can live without you. Darling, I'll never let you eat my brother again. Please spare me, sob. The more these people screamed, the more zombies they attracted. Listening to their cries, Manga could not help but sigh. Their courage was truly admirable. There was even a red-haired woman wearing ghost-like makeup who slapped against his car window and begged for help. He checked her charging count. Damn. Another woman with a charging count of 99 plus. So the kind-hearted Manga immediately transformed into Brother Baoqiang. What are you saying? I can't hear you. The red-haired woman? You just sprayed spit all over my face, and you're telling me you can't hear me? Seriously? Do you have any manners at all? But the only reply she got was, the vast horizon is my love, flowers are blooming beneath the endless green mountains, what kind of rhythm is the most exciting, what kind of singing is the happiest, if we sing then let's sing with all our hearts. Hearing the music blasting from inside the car, the red-haired woman was completely stunned. She froze on the spot. The next second, actually, there was no next second. A group of zombies swarmed over and surrounded her. One bite after another. Crunch. Rhea. This woman is delicious. Brothers, hurry up and join in. Everyone gets a share. Listening as the woman's screams outside the car gradually faded into the distance, Manga curled his lips. Did they really think he was some great saint chanting Amitabha all day long? This was the apocalypse, sister. He had no intention of taking in someone who was completely useless to him. To him, such people would only become burdens and hold him back. Worse yet, they might be one of those saints who would get him killed someday. So you wanted a free ride? Not a chance. Do you even have any hair? Do you? The gas station Manga was heading to was about 10 kilometers away from the residential complex. Before the apocalypse, a single press of the accelerator would get him there in 10 minutes. But now, in the apocalypse, it was basically a journey of cars moving ahead, zombies flying behind. As a result, it took more than half an hour just to reach the gas station. Although it took a while, at least he arrived safely. However, this SUV had officially completed its role in today's adventure script. Gas stations are divided into 3 levels according to fuel storage capacity. People always say that if you're going to do something, do it big. So since he had already come all this way, Manga naturally headed straight for the largest nearby level 1 gas station, China Petroleum. It was said to store between 120 and 180 cubic meters of fuel. Before getting out of the vehicle, Manga first used telekinetic perception to scan the area. Although the perception range was only 100 meters and could only barely cover the convenience store at the gas station entrance, it still gave him more confidence. There were not many zombies inside the convenience store. Only 7 or 8. 2 of them were probably gas station employees. To be safe, he still took out his Tang saber. At present, the Tang saber was still his best close combat weapon. Since the apocalypse had started at night, many vehicles were stuck at the gas station entrance. From Manga's perspective, many people inside those vehicles had already turned into zombies. Having lost their minds, they had forgotten how to open car doors. Now they were trapped inside, roaring at him. In response, Manga made an international gesture. You, come out. It works best if you imagine Ting Ji's expression. Whether they understood the gesture or not, many zombies seemed even angrier than before. TSK. He had no energy to waste on them. If they didn't want to come out, they could stay there. He walked toward the convenience store. The fuel tanks were located beneath the store, so there was no avoiding it. The moment he stepped inside, the zombies that heard the noise charged at him. After going so long without seeing prey, they looked as excited as wild dogs spotting food. Wait. Something felt a little off. Before he could think further, Manga charged forward with his Tang saber. Even after several days of not being used, the blade remained extremely sharp. Killing zombies with it felt incredibly smooth. Before long, all 7 or 8 zombies had been dealt with. Following the principle of never leaving empty-handed, following the principle of making good use of available resources, Manga emptied out the small convenience store as well. Even a mosquito's meat was still meat. If you don't run a household yourself, you'll never understand the value of daily necessities. Along the way, he found a box of passion fruit chewing gum and some unusual little toys. For example, a pink wire with a switch on one end and a pink oval-shaped object on the other. Wait. Since when did gas stations sell things like this? So now both your car and you can get fueled up at the same time? The car runs faster, and you enjoy yourself too? A true gentleman like Manga expressed his disapproval and turned away. The box disappeared. Continuing onward, there was a back door leading to the underground fuel storage area. The door was secured with a massive lock. Manga swung his Tang saber. The giant alloy lock was instantly destroyed. An ordinary Tang saber could never have done that. But his had been enhanced by the system. The phrase, cuts through iron like mud, was no exaggeration. And it wasn't that he was too stupid to use a gun. Brother, this was a gas station. There were over 100 cubic meters of fuel stored here. If he fired a shot and something went wrong, everyone nearby would be finished. Oh wait. There probably weren't enough people left for a village banquet anymore. After using telekinetic perception to scan the area and confirm there were no problems, he finally entered. The underground storage area had emergency lighting to prevent accidents. As soon as he entered, the lights came on. What appeared before him were 3 large fuel tanks. Each tank was marked 50 m. 2 contained gasoline. 1 contained diesel. A total of 150 cubic meters. Since 1 cubic meter equals 1,000 liters, there were roughly 150,000 liters of fuel here. Just this amount alone could completely fill around 2,500 vehicles with 60-liter fuel tanks. There was nothing more to say. Manga smiled so hard his mouth nearly split. Collect. Take it all. Now he wouldn't need to worry about running out of fuel anytime soon. Of course, if it weren't for the distance, he would have loved to collect all the fuel in Donghai City. Oil. Even in the apocalypse, this was a precious resource. Every bit used was 1 bit less remaining. Still, it didn't matter. Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he never could. As his ability level increased, his storage space would surely expand as well. At that point, he could collect everything. After comforting himself, Manga left the gas station. Next door was a Kendaiji restaurant. The fast food restaurant that once advertised 24-hour service had now completely shut down. However, as soon as he entered, a zombie waitress wearing a Kendaiji uniform charged toward him. She was a young female employee with delicate features and fair skin. Her black stockings and short uniform made her look rather attractive. Miss, could you stop opening your mouth? Those blood-stained teeth are disgusting. Grr. Grr. Finally found a living person. Smells delicious. And another thing. Miss, customers may be gods, but it's the apocalypse now. Is it really appropriate to greet me this enthusiastically? Grr. Grr. Finally I can eat God's flesh. Manga. To repay her enthusiasm, Manga promptly sent her to the Western paradise. As for the other employee, she was an older woman whose thighs were almost as thick as his waist. Anyway, considering the tastes of the women at home, they might eventually get tired of eating the same food every day. So Manga decided to take all the fried chicken equipment back as well. That way they could change things up occasionally. After all, constantly eating fish and meat wasn't healthy for growth. One thing worth mentioning was that this Kendaiji restaurant seemed to have been preparing to upgrade its equipment when the apocalypse struck. As a result, there was a brand new set of frying equipment sitting in the storage room. Perfect. Now everything was complete. Most people have a tendency to prefer the new over the old. But Manga was different. Not only did he like new things, he liked complete ones. With a wave of his hand, the new equipment disappeared into his storage space. Just as he was about to leave the restaurant, he suddenly noticed something through the window. A large group of zombies had gathered outside the gas station. There were so many that they seemed endless. At a glance, there were probably over 100 of them. And every single zombie was staring directly at the Kendaiji restaurant. Clearly, he had become their target. However, something strange caught his attention. Although their pale gray eyes were full of hunger, none of them immediately rushed forward to attack. Something was wrong. This completely defied common sense. Just as Manga was feeling puzzled, the system provided an answer. Ding! Host, please be careful. A first-rank zombie has been detected. A first-rank zombie? A first-rank zombie? As everyone knows, once a person is infected by the virus, they lose their reason and become a zombie monster that only knows how to feed. So whenever they see a living person, they immediately rush forward to bite them. This has completely become their instinctive reaction. But what Manga saw now was completely different. Although the eyes of these 100+ zombies still showed the instinct to feed, they were able to forcibly control their own desires. As if they had received an order, they stood motionless in place. Fortunately, when he was confused, the system gave a prompt. A first-order zombie has appeared. Hearing the system's prompt, he was not surprised at all. It had already been nearly half a month. Even Wang Yan, that shut in with the appearance of a savior, had awakened an ability. Then it was not impossible for zombies that had eaten large numbers of survivors to gradually evolve as well. The appearance of a first-order zombie with an awakened ability was only the beginning. After all, zombies, like survivors, also have a certain chance of awakening abilities. And as time passes and zombies consume more and more food, the number of zombies awakening abilities will increase, and the zombies that have already awakened will continue evolving and becoming stronger. So it was easy to imagine that if survivors did not quickly awaken abilities and improve themselves, they might not even have the strength to fight zombies in the future. And the final result awaiting humanity would be complete extinction. At this moment, Manga was surrounded by a dense mass of zombies and trapped at the entrance of the gas station, but he was not panicking. It was just that this first-order zombie was obviously hiding very well. Even he could not immediately discover where it was. Roar! At this moment, a sudden zombie roar sounded. This roar was different from that of ordinary zombies. It sounded much sharper and more piercing. Manga looked toward the sound. Found it. Under his telekinetic perception, he saw that behind the zombie horde, in an inconspicuous corner beside a concrete pillar, a horizontally grown fat zombie appeared within his field of vision. This zombie was less than 1 meter tall, but its weight was at least 440 pounds. Its round body was extremely bloated. From a distance, it looked like a pile of dead fat meat. Its clothes were already torn to shreds, covered in dried blood and unknown foul-smelling stains. Above a neck as thick as a thigh was a wrinkled round face like pig intestines, with black blood flowing down it. It was disgusting beyond words. Zombie, low-level controller. Level, first order peak. Awakened ability, corpse flesh rebound, C rank. Ability type, enhancement type ability. Manga instantly understood. Simply put, enhancement type abilities were like tanks or berserkers from the games he used to play. Instead of awakening abilities related to basic elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they focused more on strengthening their own physical qualities. Note, low-level controllers are generally zombies with ability levels from 1st to 3rd order. They can control other zombies and make them their own minions. Oh, no wonder it had gathered so many zombies. So they had a master now. As the little fat zombie let out a roar, the zombies at the entrance seemed to have had a switch flipped. Growling roar roar roar, they charged toward him. Even though they were not fast and staggered as they moved, more than 100 of them still looked extremely threatening. Manga showed no fear at all. Holding his tang saber, he rushed out like an arrow released from a bow. The tang saber in his hand swung rapidly, and the heads of the first few zombies charging at him flew off. With another spinning leap, more than 10 zombies were cut in half, and severed limbs scattered all over the ground. But these zombies were emotionless killers. Even after he quickly killed dozens of them, more zombies continued filling the gaps. Before long, he was surrounded in layer after layer by zombies. Moreover, unlike the zombies he had killed before, these zombies attacked and bit in a more organized manner. They would exploit every opening they could find. This was probably related to the little fat zombie in the distance, which occasionally let out roars. Controlling zombies? Manga thought quickly. Although he believed in his own strength and knew these zombies were not his opponents, he decided to capture the leader first to save trouble. He would deal with the little fat zombie first. Once the little fat zombie died, these zombies would be easy to handle. And most importantly, killing these zombies was meaningless. It was completely pointless and a waste of time. Instead of spending time on this, he would rather go back and discuss the mysteries of widows with Chang Ying. Thinking of this, his mind moved. Telekinesis. Go! 10 fruit knives shot out rapidly, forming an arrowhead shape as they flew fiercely in one direction. Wherever they passed, the surrounding zombies collapsed one after another. Outside, when the little fat zombie saw this scene, it immediately became anxious and let out sharp roar 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 sounds. But it was already too late. In just a few seconds, Manga had broken through the zombie horde. The blade of his saber pointed directly at the little fat zombie. Seeing that the situation was bad, the little fat zombie actually knew how to run away, while urgently making roar 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 sounds. Its speed was not slow either. Its 440+ lb body moved even faster than ordinary zombies. As expected of a zombie that had awakened an ability. Its intelligence had improved, and its body coordination was much better too. But compared to Manga, it was nothing. In the blink of an eye, Manga caught up to the little fat zombie. His tang saber slashed fiercely at the zombie's neck. Clang! What Manga did not expect was that his unstoppable tang saber failed to cut off the zombie's head in a single strike. Instead, a harsh collision sound rang out. A deep bloody wound was left on the thigh-thick neck of the little fat zombie. Meanwhile, the rebounding force almost knocked the tang saber out of his hand. Oh? Interesting. All that fat wasn't for nothing. He remembered the system's description of the little fat zombie's ability. Corpse flesh rebound. It seemed that the ability awakened by this zombie could reflect damage inflicted upon its body. Its defense was quite good, but it was fucking ugly. If physical attacks don't work, then let's try my magic attack. Telekinetic manifestation. He shaped his telekinesis into the form of a sword. Sword of telekinesis. As if it sensed the danger of death, the little fat zombie screamed even more urgently. But in the next second, the sword of telekinesis pierced straight into its head, which was larger than 3 watermelons combined. The terrifying force instantly destroyed what little intelligence it possessed, and its escaping movement came to an abrupt stop. With a loud boom, the nearly 660-pound little fat zombie collapsed to the ground. Streams of black blood slowly flowed from its bloated body. At the same time, a white transparent crystal fell to the ground, emitting a dazzling light that instantly attracted Manga's attention. This is a zombie crystal core? Without the interference of the little fat zombie, Manga cleared out the zombies much faster. In just a few minutes, the entire group of zombies was wiped out. Unfortunately, none of these zombies had awakened abilities. So none of them dropped zombie crystal cores like the little fat zombie did. He examined the zombie crystal core in his hand, about the size of a quail egg. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a faint stream of energy slowly flowing into his body and being absorbed. It felt very comfortable. Under the nourishment of this energy, not only was the ability power he had consumed in battle completely restored, but his ability level also directly broke through to the middle stage. This crystal core can help increase levels? Yes, host. Both humans and zombies have a certain chance of awakening abilities. Their crystal cores can be absorbed to increase one's own ability level. Manga was delighted. Good, good, good. Another way to improve abilities. During this period, he could only work hard on Jai and Bai Jia to increase his level. As someone who inherited his family's mission, this kind of life was truly too degenerate, awesome. Ha ha ha, it feels great. Now that he knew the use of zombie crystal cores, once Jai awakened an ability, he could even bring her out to farm monsters. Fortunately, this crystal core can be absorbed just by holding it. If I had to eat it, that would really be clean and hygienic. After silently complaining, he put away the zombie crystal core. Before the apocalypse, he often delivered food around this area and was very familiar with it. If he remembered correctly, Donghai City's largest shopping mall, Baolong Plaza, was nearby. If he didn't go collect some supplies, it would be an insult to his 10,000 cubic meter storage space. Since he had finally come out, he naturally had to fill it up as much as possible. However, the SUV he came in had already retired. Fortunately, there was no shortage of vehicles at the gas station. Very quickly, he found another M999, a vehicle that every handsome guy supposedly had. This vehicle was known as the strongest SUV on land, possessing the toughest Xuanwu body and the strongest pressure resistance. Its ability to smash through zombies was absolutely top-notch. Baolong Plaza was not far from the gas station. After smashing through dozens of zombies that failed to get out of the way, Manga finally arrived. Fortunately, when the apocalypse broke out, Baolong Plaza had not officially opened yet. Otherwise, electric scooters alone would have blocked his M999. Even so, there were still many zombies wandering around the plaza. To save time, he directly used telekinesis to clear a path and quickly cut his way through the zombie horde. The mall's main entrance had already been destroyed, saving him the trouble of prying open the door. After entering the mall, there were not many fewer zombies inside than outside. Only because he was immune to the virus did he not have to worry about infection at all. If someone else came here, even calling for their mother would not help. The first floor of Baolong Plaza sold gold and silver jewelry. Shining jewelry was displayed everywhere, yet nobody paid any attention to it. This was the apocalypse after all. If some money-making businessman from before the apocalypse saw this, he would probably already be gathering a few accomplices to make a move. Knowing that all the wealthy handsome men would look down on this trash, Manga headed straight to the second floor. The second floor was full of cosmetics. Although he could not use them, his women could. With a wave of his hand, he collected everything. Continuing upward, he finally arrived at the third floor he had been looking forward to. The third floor was the clothing section, and he headed straight for his target. Bali family. The moment he stepped inside, there were all kinds of stockings. Black stockings, white stockings, skin-colored stockings, fishnet stockings, shiny stockings, over-the-knee stockings, garter stockings. Pleated skirts, short skirts, hip-hugging skirts. Bali family truly deserved its reputation as a place that slowed men down. Not only that, there were also various colors of small pieces of fabric nearby, all decorated with lace trim. Manga smiled so much that he could barely close his mouth. This would be enough for him. During this period, he had almost exhausted Jiayi's stock of black stockings and Bai Jia's collection of skin-colored stockings. The two women could only roll their eyes at him helplessly. As a result, Jiayi had even been forced to wear her younger sister's white stockings. Now that he had enough stockings, matching uniforms naturally could not be left behind. Flight attendant uniforms, nurse uniforms, school-style outfits, secretary outfits, maid outfits. Collect, collect, collect. Take them all. These things could increase bow quality at critical moments. Not a single one could be left behind. So after several waves of his hand, the third floor was quickly emptied. It had to be said that this feeling of getting everything for free was truly amazing. The fourth floor was dining. Manga did not even bother looking at it. The fifth floor was entertainment, filled with all kinds of arcade machines. Considering that entertainment during free time was not a bad thing, he decided to collect those as well. Thus, after his sweep, the entire mall looked as though a swarm of locusts had passed through. It was completely cleaned out. Oh right, there's one more place. Manga looked toward the underground supermarket area. That was the main objective of today's trip? However, just as he was about to head down, a sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. A fireball condensed from flames was flying straight toward him. Not good. He instinctively dodged. The fireball struck the wall and instantly exploded, sending countless sparks flying. Even the metal-reinforced wall began to turn black. Manga turned to look. Behind the staircase, a zombie completely covered in flames was staring directly at him. Roar. Like a hunter spotting prey, excitement flickered in the strange eyes of the flame zombie. Its skin had become cracked and charred from the flames burning it, like dried tree bark. Zombie, flame zombie. Level, late first order. Awakened ability, blazing fireball, E rank. Ability type, elemental ability, one of the most common ability types, mainly including the 9 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, equivalent to a mage. Another first-order zombie that had awakened an ability. Manga had just collected a huge amount of supplies, so in his excitement, he had not inspected the area carefully. Otherwise, this zombie would have already been dead when he entered. Damn. You sneaky bastard, you actually launched a surprise attack without any honor. In his anger, Manga directly opened a spatial black hole, pulled out a desert eagle equipped with a suppressor, and began firing wildly. 5 minutes later, the flame zombie had been shot into a sieve and collapsed to the ground. Its zombie crystal core also fell out. It was a red crystal core, about the same size as the one he had obtained before. Damn. I almost got screwed over. This time, Manga did not dare be careless. Using telekinetic perception, he carefully moved downward. Very quickly, he arrived at the underground level -1. At the entrance of the underground supermarket, Manga saw several burned corpses. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. He guessed they had been killed by the flame zombie. This made him even more vigilant. He drew his tang saber and reached out to push open the already damaged door. It did not open with a single push. Using telekinetic perception, he discovered that the supermarket entrance had been barricaded from the inside. And beside it stood a woman, holding a fruit knife and staring fixedly at the door. But when he clearly saw the woman's stunningly beautiful face, Manga froze. Holy shit! Mimi. Ding. An innate mature beauty saint body has been detected. It meets the system's requirements. Host, please recruit her as soon as possible. Manga never expected that he would meet Mimi, who was famous across half of China, here. He was a longtime fan of hers. And when he thought of the system's prompt just now, innate mature woman saint body, he became even more excited. So, with an excited heart and trembling hands, he knocked on the supermarket door. Is anyone inside? At this moment, on the other side of the door, Manga's telekinetic perception was not wrong. The woman holding a fruit knife behind the door was none other than the famous star, Yang Mi. Speaking of which, during this period, she had been both lucky and unlucky. Lucky because she was still alive. When the apocalypse arrived, she had been invited by Baolong Plaza to perform at a commercial event. She thought it would just be a routine appearance, but she never expected that before the event even began, the world would suddenly undergo a drastic change. Many people suddenly turned into zombie monsters and started attacking everyone around them. She personally watched her assistant, who had followed her for many years, lose her life to a group of zombies. Even now, thinking about that scene made her shudder. Facing such a sudden change, if not for her bodyguards desperately resisting the zombie attacks, allowing her to escape into this underground supermarket, she probably would not have escaped death either. And the unlucky part was that now only she was still alive. And she was trapped here. Actually, when she first escaped into the underground supermarket, her manager and 2 bodyguards had been with her. After being chased here by terrifying zombies, they immediately sent out a distress signal. Relying on the supermarket's living supplies, the 4 of them spent 2 days in fear, hoping that rescue would arrive soon. However, before rescue arrived, they saw explosive news online. Humans around the world had been infected by an unknown virus, terrifying zombies had appeared, and the apocalypse had arrived. Even the government had issued a notice telling people to wait for rescue. At first, the 4 of them thought it was a rumor, so they risked going outside to take a look. What they saw was streets full of ferocious-looking zombies. And because of the commercial event, the Baolong Plaza where they were located had become one of the hardest-hit zombie areas. Terrifying zombies were everywhere. With no other choice, they retreated back into the underground supermarket. But even greater misfortune came afterward. During their retreat back into the supermarket, they were discovered by a zombie monster covered in flames. Her manager and 2 bodyguards died protecting her. Since the underground supermarket had only one exit, she became completely trapped inside. These days, she had survived only because of the supplies in the underground supermarket. Although she did not lack food or water, the only pain was that she was completely alone. It was simply too lonely. So after not hearing another person speak for half a month, when Yang Mi suddenly heard movement outside, she was first delighted. Could it be that the distress signal I sent out worked? But she quickly reacted. No. If it were really a rescue team, why would it take more than half a month to arrive? She slightly frowned her beautiful brows and could not help feeling confused. Then who could this person be? Her experiences since the apocalypse made her remain vigilant and not dare open the door easily. So she simply remained silent. When Manga heard no sound from inside, he had already checked with his telekinesis. There was only Demimi inside. Since she did not immediately open the door after hearing his voice, he naturally understood what she was thinking. Actually, if he were not worried about frightening Demimi, he would have directly broken down the door by force. That was not difficult for him. Yangmi, I know you're inside. If you don't open the door, I'll leave. Manga was obviously bluffing Demimi. Come on, who would refuse meat when it was right in front of them? Especially the meat of a famous star. He had to test it out on behalf of all the Yenzu guys. And as a qualified heir, he truly could not bear to see such a goddess wandering homeless. As expected, his strategy of pretending to leave worked. The moment Demimi heard that the person outside could accurately call out her name, she immediately spoke up. Don't go. I'll open the door. There was indeed no shortage of living supplies inside. But there was a fatal problem. The underground supermarket's power supply was running low. The supermarket's normal electricity had already been cut off. It was currently relying on emergency generators. However, the lights had been flickering these past 2 days. In her estimation, it would not be long before the power completely ran out. At that point, even surviving would become a problem. And how long could she endure loneliness by herself? Manga smiled slightly and waited patiently where he stood. A moment later, the supermarket door opened from the inside. The first thing that entered his sight was Demimi's charming fox-like face. Perhaps because she had stayed in the basement for too long, her complexion was somewhat pale. But it did not affect her delicate appearance at all. Her jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, shining like black silk. She wore a black hip-hugging short skirt that made her exposed skin appear even fairer and smoother. The black belt around her waist tightly wrapped her slender waist, perfectly separating her elegant upper figure from her graceful curves below. Her long legs beneath the short skirt were wrapped in black stockings, making them appear even longer and more shapely. High heels completed her elegant silhouette. Just standing there, she naturally gave off a captivating aura. Sexy and charming. She truly deserved to be called a natural beauty, a top-tier goddess. Why you're here specifically to save me? Demimi examined the man before her, whom she had never seen before. Although Manga was not exceptionally handsome, his recent training had clearly paid off. His chiseled face, healthy bronze skin, and strong physique gave him a reliable and confident presence. Unknowingly, Demimi's guard dropped slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yangmi's favorability toward the host has increased by +5. Current favorability, 5. Sure enough, no matter when, this world was always full of kindness toward handsome men like him. Manga ignored the fruit knife hidden behind Demimi's back. Instead, he admired her vigilance a little more. No. But from a certain point of view, I really can save you and get you out. Seeing the confusion on Demimi's face, Manga simply smiled without explaining further. Sister me? My, Manga's, help comes with a price. Being stared at so openly by Manga, Demimi felt somewhat uncomfortable. What price? Demimi vaguely had a premonition. She unconsciously gripped the fruit knife in her hand more tightly. She seemed to know what the man in front of her wanted. Seeing this, Manga did not continue. As a loyal fan, he knew that after all these years in the entertainment industry, Demimi had never accepted any unspoken rules. Forcing her to submit right away was unrealistic. No matter how eager he was, he still had to slowly boil the frog in warm water. At the very least, he had to give her some hope of survival first. In just a few breaths, he had already devised a perfect strategy in his mind for winning over the goddess. Before that, you need to tell me about your situation here. Seeing that Manga was not forcing her, Demimi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and told him everything about her situation. 10 minutes later, after hearing her story, Manga could not help but sigh. Better timing than early arrival. If he had come a few days later, this goddess would have perished here. You don't need to worry. I've already killed that zombie covered in flames. After hearing Manga's words, the nerves that Demimi had kept tense finally relaxed. After learning of the flame zombie's death, Demimi became extremely excited. For a moment, she did not even notice Manga's strange reaction. So, you came here to? Before she could finish, Manga directly answered. Gather supplies. Demimi? After answering, Manga ignored her and walked directly into the underground supermarket. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. Only Demimi had been living in this underground supermarket for a period of time, so most of the supplies remained in good condition. Because of the generator, even the meat products inside the freezers were still fresh. He walked to a snack shelf and suddenly stopped. Demimi, following behind, was a little confused. "You're gathering supplies without even bringing a backpack?" Not noticing that Mangda had suddenly stopped, she directly bumped into him. Demimi's face turned slightly red. Although she had plenty of contact with male actors while filming, this was the first time she had accidentally bumped into someone like that. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yangmi's favorability toward the host has increased by +5. Current favorability, 10. Mangda rubbed his nose. Demimi, you really can't blame me for this. The two of them silently skipped over what had just happened. Then, under Demimi's puzzled gaze, Mangda waved his hand, and the entire shelf along with all the goods disappeared. No matter how much Demimi had seen in her life, she was shocked by this scene. Mangda said nothing and merely smiled. The fish had taken the bait. Without speaking, he walked to the second row of shelves and waved his hand again, storing the entire row. After several more operations, half of the enormous supermarket had been emptied. Demimi could finally no longer hold back. Her eyes were full of curiosity, and her shock was even greater than before. How did you do that? Mangda greatly enjoyed this feeling of showing off. If life wasn't for showing off, it would have no meaning. Especially in front of a goddess he once admired. The feeling was even better. Oh, this? It's the ability I awakened. It has the effect of storing things. You can think of it as a superpower. The more casually Mangda spoke, the more extraordinary it seemed to Demimi. She subconsciously asked, "Then can I do it too?" Her thinking was simple. If she had that kind of power, she would not have to fear the zombies outside, nor would she have to hide in this small underground supermarket. You? Mangda stopped collecting supplies, turned around, and looked her up and down with a half-smile. You can. But I'm afraid you won't agree, because helping people comes with a price. What price? Seeing how serious Demimi was, Mangda stopped wasting words and suddenly stepped forward, pulling her directly into his arms. This woman's waist was really slender. Demimi was completely stunned by the sudden move. Become my woman. That's the price. Only after hearing Mangda's words beside her ear did she finally come back to her senses. You. Demimi felt offended, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. She struggled desperately, and Mangda released her accordingly. It seems you're unwilling. After saying that, Mangda turned and left. He appeared decisive, but in reality, his eyes were constantly watching Demimi's favorability on the system panel. Only after seeing that it had not decreased did he secretly relax. As he walked, he continued collecting supplies. Wherever he passed, everything was emptied. Until he reached a corner and stopped once again. Because ahead of him, two small pieces of fabric were fluttering in the air. There was also a basin on the floor, reflecting the light from the lamps above. Seeing this scene, Demimi's face turned completely red. Oh no! How could she have forgotten about the thing she had just changed out of? Just as she was about to step forward, she saw that Mangda had already turned away. She immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yangmi's favorability toward the host has increased by +5. Current favorability, 15. Mangda smiled. Who would have thought that Demimi liked black lace-trimmed ones? After Mangda completed a full circuit, the entire underground supermarket had been moved into his storage space. Only then, seeing that Mangda had taken everything away, Demimi suddenly realized a serious problem. You took everything away. Then what am I supposed to do? This man had really cleaned the place out. The entire underground supermarket looked as though it had been licked clean. He hadn't left her anything at all. Oh, I almost forgot about you, sister me. How about I leave you a few loaves of bread? Mangda pretended that he had only just remembered. Anyway, the items were already in his possession. Taking them back out was impossible. Demimi also realized this, but she could do nothing about it. She seemed to have let a wolf into the house. Only now did Mangda reveal a smile like the big bad wolf's grandmother. Ahem. Sister me, look. The supplies have already been stored. Even if I give you some, you can't carry much. And it's not safe for you to keep them by yourself. Besides, you're a woman. In this apocalypse, you can't even guarantee your own safety. How about coming back with me first? I, Mangda, can absolutely guarantee your safety. Don't worry. I absolutely guarantee I won't do anything to you. Although she knew this man was constantly manipulating her, she also knew that she could not refute anything he said. Continuing to stay here and wait for rescue was impossible. Besides, so much time had already passed, and no rescue had come. Whether it would ever come was another matter entirely. Most importantly, her phone no longer had a signal. Even asking for help was impossible. But facing those terrifying zombies outside by herself was equally impossible. After thinking it over, Mimi could not come up with any solution other than the one this man proposed. But if she followed him back, then she would probably. While Mimi was struggling with her decision, Manga smiled as he continued admiring the goddess's graceful figure. He showed no sign of urgency, as though victory was already assured. He even felt a little regret. If only a villain NPC would appear right now, then he could. Just as this thought appeared, a voice rang out. Yang Mi. I finally found you. Come back with me and be my woman. Ha ha ha. Manga looked toward the sound. He saw a fat man in a suit weighing at least 440 pounds, or rather, not a pig, but a man, running excitedly toward them. His eyes were filled with desire for Yang Mi. Behind him followed a group of subordinates carrying knives and clubs. When Mimi saw this, her face immediately became ugly. Hearing the arrogant voice of the fat man leading the group, Manga was speechless. Brother, you must have joined the Nationalist Army in 1949. What era is this? Why can't villains change their entrance lines? Sister Mi, do you know him? Seeing that Mimi's expression had turned ugly, he asked. Yes, his name is Uendo. This Baolong Plaza belongs to his family. He kept harassing me before the apocalypse. At that point, Mimi did not need to explain further. Manga already understood. Which celebrity in the entertainment industry had never encountered unspoken rules? It all depended on whether they could stick to their bottom line. Actually, harassment from a rich second-generation heir like this was relatively mild. Don't worry. I'm here. Manga directly wrapped an arm around Mimi's slender waist. He could feel her body trembling. Being held by a man younger than herself, Mimi instinctively wanted to resist. But rational thought overcame her instinctive reaction. This man's broad chest gave her a long-lost sense of security. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yang Mi's favorability toward the host has increased by +5. Current favorability, 20. You should be careful. I heard this young master you has some unusual hobbies. As she spoke, Mimi's face turned red. Manga? Just as Manga was still confused, young master you had already dragged his fat body over to them. When the apocalypse arrived, young master you had been in the mall just like Mimi. However, he had been lucky. Protected by his bodyguards, he had broken through the zombie encirclement. He had also found a large warehouse near his family's mall. During this period, relying on the supplies in his possession, he had gathered quite a few survivors to work for him. He had originally come today to move out the supplies from his family's underground supermarket. Unexpectedly, he discovered an unexpected surprise. Haha. Yang Mi, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you've been hiding here. It's the apocalypse now. No one can stop me from having you anymore, ha ha ha. As soon as he arrived, young Master Yu openly swept his lustful gaze over Yang Mi's body. A perfect image of a spoiled rich second-generation heir. As for Manga, he had already been completely ignored. Just a dead man. Brothers, same as before. Kill the men, leave the women. I, Uendo, hate wasting things. I always finish every grain of rice in my bowl. Line up for me and take turns, ha ha ha. Hearing young Master Yu's unrestrained words, Manga raised an eyebrow. He finally understood what Mimi meant by unusual hobbies. A rich second-generation heir who actually liked group activities with his subordinates. He had truly seen everything now. The Mimi in his arms trembled in fear after hearing those words and instinctively pressed herself closer to Manga. Looking at young Master Yu's subordinates already pointing guns at him, Mimi could not help letting out a scream. But Manga remained completely calm and directly opened a spatial black hole. In the next second, under Mimi's shocked gaze, all the bullets fired by those people disappeared. I told you I would protect you. Manga smiled slightly. To conquer a woman, one must first conquer her heart. In the apocalypse, strength was supreme. Showing Mimi his strength was also an important step in winning over the goddess. And the initial results were obviously not bad. This display completely shocked Mimi. How did this man make bullets disappear? Just moments ago, she had already prepared herself for death. Yet in the next second, she had survived? Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yang Mi's favorability toward the host has increased by +10. Current favorability, 30. Even young Master Yu's subordinates were stunned. Wait, where did my bullets go? Looking at the man on the opposite side still flirting with Yang Mi, young Master Yu was furious. What kind of shitty aim do you idiots have? Move aside and let me do it. He kicked a subordinate away and snatched the gun from his hands. Back in America, he had been a shooting club champion. At less than 10 meters away, wasn't this easy? Bang! 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 Go die! As young Master Yu laughed maniacally, the same miraculous scene happened again. The bullets disappeared. And they disappeared right in front of his eyes. This time, even young Master Yu was dumbfounded. Holy shit! Where are my bullets? Hearing this, Manga finally stopped what he was doing. He smiled slightly. You want some peanuts, right? You understand, you understand. If you want them, then I'll return them all to you. Manga directly aimed the exit of the spatial black hole at young Master Yu's subordinates. In the next second, all the bullets they had fired were returned to them. One subordinate after another fell. Only then did young Master Yu realize something was wrong. You awakened an ability too? Heh. Manga had not expected this rich heir to know about abilities. But that did not stop him from continuing. At that moment, two fully armed strongmen stepped forward in front of young Master Yu. The system immediately issued a prompt. One wind element ability user and one earth element ability user. But both were only first order. Young Master Yu panicked. These two ability users had been specifically assigned by his father to protect him. He had been able to act so arrogantly for so long entirely because of their protection. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Wang. Kill him for me. Yes, young Master Yu. Upon receiving the order, the two ability users immediately activated their powers. One used Wind Blade. One used Earth Bullet. Both were D-rank abilities. Although they looked powerful, Manga dealt with them using a single spatial black hole. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, 10 fruit knives appeared. It is only polite to return a favor. Take my flying knives. As soon as the words fell, the fruit knives shot out at high speed. Unable to dodge in time, the two ability users met their end in their very first battle. All 10 fruit knives landed directly in their heads. Two ability user crystal cores dropped to the ground. Another flash of blades followed, and all of young Master Yu's subordinates were defeated. Manga's fierce series of actions instantly turned young Master Yu into a commander with no troops. He was completely dumbfounded. Only when a sharp blade was placed against his fragile throat did he finally react. Why you can't? Hearing young Master Yu's trembling words, Manga directly interrupted him. Stop. I know you're very impressive, but I don't want to hear it. You just need to tell me where your family's supply warehouse is, and I'll let you leave. How about it? As Donghai City's largest shopping mall, Baolong Plaza undoubtedly stored an enormous amount of supplies. There was no way he could let such a huge stockpile go. Yuendo was overjoyed. Really? Manga nodded with a smile. Fine, I'll tell you. Young Master Yu spilled everything. He was only one step away from revealing the color of his mother's underwear. Can I leave now? Looking at young Master Yu's hopeful expression, Manga smiled even more. Of course. Then he raised a gun. The bewildered young Master Yu panicked. Why you have no honor? You said you'd let me leave. Looking at this foolish son of a wealthy family, Manga shook his head. I said I'd let you leave, but I never said whether it would be the living you or the dead you. And besides, it's the apocalypse now. Honor? I am honor. With that, Manga directly pulled the trigger. Looking at young Master Yu dying on the ground with a face full of grievance, Manga was speechless. It's already the apocalypse, so why is this idiot still so naive? Doesn't he know that in the apocalypse, kindness gets you killed and revenge should never wait overnight? Since they had become enemies, he naturally had to eliminate the problem completely. And he still wanted to leave alive? Dream on. After witnessing the entire process, Demimi was deeply impressed by this man's decisive and ruthless actions. At this moment, her eyes were full of admiration. This little man's abilities were simply too powerful. Her little heart could barely handle it. Earlier, she had still been hesitating about whether to follow him. But after this incident, Demimi understood that she absolutely needed to rely on a strong person. Otherwise, she would just be a little lamb in the apocalypse, waiting to be slaughtered. Yuendo, with his special hobbies, was only the beginning. And Manga was clearly her best choice. Even if she might be bullied by him, it was still better than being bullied by a whole line of people. Thinking this, Demimi not only stopped resisting the little movements of the man's hand on her hips, but even began to enjoy them a little. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yangmi's favorability toward the host has increased by +20. Current favorability, 50. Manga smiled. He knew that his plan to win over the goddess was basically complete. A favorability of 50 had already reached the level of intimacy. Going any higher would mean complete intimacy. As for how to achieve complete intimacy, that could only be he. In his excitement, he increased the movement of his hand. Why you be gentler? There were 4 warehouse locations obtained from Yuendo. One of them was located in the suburbs near Baolong Plaza. According to him, the supplies inside were worth at least several billion yuan. Originally, Mengda thought young Master Yu was bragging, but after seeing it himself, he could not help but sigh. The world of rich people was truly unimaginable. This was a giant warehouse. Its area was at least comparable to a football field. The warehouse originally had quite a few guards. There were no ability users, but there were plenty of firearms and weapons, enough to dominate a region. But to him, they posed no threat at all. So under the guidance of his weapons of truth, these subordinates were deeply moved. They all begged him to give them a chance to line up and report to their boss, young Master Yu. Sigh, I really am a great person who enjoys helping others. After dealing with those people, he began crazily collecting supplies. It was worth mentioning that there were more than 10 generators continuously supplying power. Cold storage facilities were fully equipped. As a result, most of the supplies inside the warehouse had suffered almost no damage or spoilage. Even many meat products remained very fresh. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, this warehouse supplied the entire Baolong Plaza. As the largest shopping mall in Donghai City, Baolong Plaza naturally demanded the highest quality products. And now, all of it belonged to him. With a wave of his hand, he easily collected tens of millions worth of supplies on behalf of all the Yenzu brothers. Just cast a vote first, everyone gets a share, ha ha ha. By the time Mengda finished collecting all the supplies, it was already almost 6 o'clock. The sunset was beginning to sink below the horizon. Seeing this, Mengda quickly drove back with Demimi. Once it became completely dark, the roads would be much harder to travel. After all, zombies were more sensitive at night than during the day. Fortunately, there were no brave souls on the way back trying to face the harsh realities of life as there had been during the day. After smashing through countless zombies along the way, Mengda finally returned safely with Demimi to Jinqiu Homeland Residential Community. Night had already fallen, but Mengda did not immediately take Demimi back to Building 5. Instead, he first brought her to Building 6. He planned to let Demimi stay temporarily with Chang'ing. There was no helping it. Convincing one woman was always easier than convincing a pair of sisters. Besides, if it really came down to it, he could only take a harder approach. He had already prepared himself to give the widow Chang'ing some special, stick education. But what he never expected was that before he could even introduce them, Demimi and Chang'ing excitedly hugged each other. You know each other? Yes. Mimi and I were university classmates. We were even roommates and best friends in college. Well, damn. Looks like I'm the clown here. Because of the power outage from the previous night, Chang Ying's room was still using the candles he had prepared earlier. He spent some time installing a generator for Chang Ying. The moment the room lights turned on, it seemed as though they also lit up the hope in the hearts of Demimi and Chang Ying. The two best friends hugged each other excitedly, unable to express their emotions. Meanwhile, Mengda happily admired the beautiful scene before him. Just thinking about the identities of these two best friends made him excited beyond words. There was no helping it. They were simply too attractive. Chang'ing was 27 years old. Before the apocalypse, she had been the most famous top internet celebrity in the country. After the apocalypse, she became his widow wife. The system had evaluated her as possessing an innate widow saint body. As for Demimi, she was 28, slightly older than Chang'ing, and before the apocalypse she had been one of China's top-tier superstars. After the apocalypse, she was the goddess Mengda had already chosen. Most importantly, she was a mature woman who had only recently divorced. He appreciated women like that the most. His computer hard drive contained quite a few of her photo collections. The system had evaluated her as possessing an innate mature woman saint body. With the two of them together, Mengda felt his mouth go dry. Even the air seemed to become hotter. Perhaps noticing Mengda's unusual behavior, Demimi quickly used taking a shower as an excuse and went into the bathroom. During her time in the underground supermarket, she truly had not rested properly. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Demimi's graceful figure could vaguely be seen. Mengda pulled Chang'ing into his arms. Half an hour later, Mengda walked out of Building 6 completely satisfied. Since Demimi was present, he naturally could not go too far. Thinking back to Chang Ying's shy appearance, Mengda was in an excellent mood. But what he never expected was that as soon as he returned home, he saw the plump woman walking out of the kitchen and froze in shock. Sister Bai, why are you here? At night, in Mengda's room. After finishing dinner, he could not wait to log in. After 7 or 8 days, those sisters' relative finally said goodbye. He usually did not smoke. But after this period of practice and exploration, he discovered that one cigarette really could feel better than being a living immortal. And today was even more special. Not only was there physical pleasure, but even more mental pleasure added on top of it. Because only after he came back did he learn from Xiaoyao that her sister had specially invited Bai Jia to come and live with them. That naive silly girl even asked him whether he agreed or not. As her brother-in-law, Mengde could only go against his conscience and say, Xiaoyao, as long as you're happy, I can make a small sacrifice. And at that moment, he immediately understood. Sure enough, when it comes to certain things, women are really far more sensitive than men. What happened between him and Bai Jia had ultimately not escaped the notice of Jiai, that careful woman. Jiai, thank you for your understanding. If it were an ordinary person, after finding out that her man had done something like colorful flags fluttering outside while the red flag at home remained standing, she probably would have exploded long ago. Yet even now, Jiai was still very calm. Oh, no. She still could not stay very calm while charging. No. I should be thanking you. Jiai, who had just finished charging, was breathing heavily. Sweat had soaked her hair and made it stick to her fair forehead. She barely supported herself from his arms and looked up at Mengde with a very serious expression. As she spoke word by word, a charming fragrance drifted toward him. If it weren't for you, Xiaoyao and I might not even have survived until now. You work hard outside searching for supplies. This is the only thing I can do for you. And sister, by joining us can indeed make this family better. And it can also help relieve my pressure. Of course, Jiai did not say that last sentence out loud. Hearing Jiai's words, Mengde had to admit that he was very touched. Although he was a man, he could still imagine how difficult it had been for Jiai to make this decision. After all, what woman is willing to share her man with other women? Don't worry. I will take good care of you and Xiaoyao in the future. A top-tier sister lover was still a top-tier sister lover. Mengde had always liked getting straight to the point. He liked grabbing the key point even more, preferably the big and fair kind. People always say that behind every successful man, there is a woman who understands him. But the truth is that having a woman behind you is easy. The difficult part is finding one who understands you 100%. A man's happiness is actually very simple. Isn't it just wanting to be a king who does not attend court? What did we Yanzas do wrong? Speaking everyone's thoughts, no need to thank me, hee. So Mengde had actually thought about telling Jiai the truth before. Having colorful flags fluttering all the time was not a long-term solution. Now that Bai Jia had set a precedent and he had figured out this woman's attitude, things became much easier. He directly confessed and told her everything, including the matters concerning Chang Ying and Demimi. Ah? You got Yangmi too? Jiai, who had just been deeply moved by Mengde's promise to the sisters, was instantly shocked. Even though she had already prepared herself mentally and did not mind having a few more sisters in the future. She never expected that her man would go out once and come back with a big celebrity. This was ridiculous. This man was too amazing. As a female workplace elite, she did not even know what to say anymore. Mengde was also stunned. No, sister, is the celebrity really the key point? Shouldn't the key point be that there are two of them? Sometimes Mengde really could not understand the magical way women's minds worked. However, it seemed that the result was good. Jiai was not angry, nor did she clearly reject it. That was a very good beginning. This meant that in the future, he could start his goddess route and widely open the door to selection. So, feeling happy for a moment, Mengde launched a sneak attack while the woman in his arms was distracted. Ah! Why are you doing this again? That night, Mengde spent a great deal of effort completely persuading her. The result was that Jiai now had no strength left at all. He gently closed the door. In the dining room, Bai Jia had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for them. This was the good thing about a mature woman. Gentle, considerate, knows how to take care of people, and skilled at her work. Breakfast had eggs, milk, porridge, and everything else. With sister Bai joining them, he no longer even needed to make breakfast himself. Brother-in-law, where is my sister? Xiaoyao tilted her head and asked curiously. Ahem, your sister went to bed late last night and hasn't woken up yet. She needs a good rest now. Just leave some breakfast for her. Oh. Xiaoyao nodded obediently. Ever since she saw her sister and brother-in-law doing bad things in the bathroom last time, this girl was no longer innocent. As soon as Mengde said it, she immediately understood and did not ask any more questions. Meanwhile, Bai Jia, sitting nearby, directly rolled her eyes at him after hearing his words. Having personally experienced this man's abilities, how could she not understand? What did he mean by sleeping late? She clearly had not slept all night. She herself had been the pioneer. Today, Bai Jia was wearing a gray dress that perfectly showed off her curvy figure. Especially that pair of breasts, which looked ready to burst out. Mengde even felt sorry for this woman who carried such a heavy burden every day. If the timing had been right, he would definitely have stepped forward to help support them. After breakfast, he briefly gave instructions to the two women and then went out. Since everything had already been revealed, he planned to bring back those two best friends from Building 6. Long-term separation hurts relationships. Living nearby made it much more convenient to visit each other at night. After arriving downstairs, he opened his telekinetic perception as usual. With a casual scan, he keenly noticed that something was unusual in the residential complex today. He had returned late yesterday and did not notice it. But after looking carefully today, he found that there were several times more zombies than yesterday. At least 500 or 600 zombies were wandering throughout the complex. And most importantly, among the zombie horde were more than 10 first-order zombies that had awakened abilities. Something isn't right. He was no longer in a hurry to go to Building 6. He went to the underground parking garage, picked a random car, and began driving around the complex. Using telekinesis, he controlled fruit knives to form a protective wall around himself. Any zombie that approached was shredded. First-order zombies were no exception. His telekinetic perception remained active, and he quickly found the source of the problem. The gate of the residential complex, which had been fine last night, had already been forcibly destroyed. Across from the complex, on the road leading to the bus and subway station, wave after wave of zombies were limping toward the complex where he was. With a single glance, he could not even see the end of the horde. There were so many that even he, a second-order ability user, felt his scalp go numb. If he tried driving through by force, he would be blocked within 10 meters. And it was still possible for enough ants to kill an elephant. A bad feeling had already appeared in his heart. Not good. The subway station has completely fallen. Manga did not think of the subway station being overrun without reason. As far as he knew, the area near Jinshojiayuan residential community with the most people was the subway station. It was also the place with the densest daily foot traffic. When the apocalypse broke out, it was exactly rush hour. As long as half of the people in the subway, no, even 1/3 of them were infected with the zombie virus and turned into zombies, then the remaining survivors on that train would almost have no chance of escaping. And now, with so many zombies rushing toward the residential community, it was obvious that there were no survivors left at the subway station. That was why the zombies there had begun spreading outward. Thinking of this, a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Jinshojiayuan residential community was clearly no longer suitable to stay in. Looks like it's time to move. He had already thought about it before, and now it was time to put it into action. Otherwise, once the zombies at the subway station fully erupted, Jinshojiayuan residential community would be the first place to fall. With his strength, he could guarantee his own safety. But the same could not necessarily be said for his women. After sealing off the community gate again, he drove to Building 6. First, he needed to bring Demimi and her best friend to Building 5. Knock knock. Demimi opened the door. After a good night's rest, her complexion looked much better than yesterday. She was wearing a semi-transparent white t-shirt nightgown. The black lace bra underneath was faintly visible. Her huge breasts were far beyond what such a simple nightgown could conceal. On her lower body was a pair of short shorts, exactly the same length as the nightgown, perfectly exposing her long, fair, beautiful legs. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Perhaps because she had just woken up, she stood at the doorway radiating a lazy and sexy beauty. Very alluring. Without any hesitation, Manga pulled her into his arms. Her charming fragrance rushed into his face, making him unable to resist becoming intoxicated by it. His hands naturally moved to the familiar place from yesterday and began kneading without restraint. "Sister me, did you sleep well last night?" After being treated like this, Demimi became completely awake. "Hey! What are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. It won't be good if Xiaoying sees this." Demimi struggled in his arms. Rub rub. Like the steps of a demon. The crazy melody echoed in his mind and almost awakened the demon within him. The reason it was only almost was because a woman appeared. "Oh? You're already messing with my Mimi so early in the morning. Now that you have a new love, you've completely thrown aside your old one, haven't you?" Chang'ing leaned against the bedroom door, arms crossed, looking at Manga with a teasing expression. Today she was wearing the black lace-trimmed slip nightdress that Manga had changed her into last night. A widow looked best in black. It was also the most flavorful. The difference was that her beautiful legs were wrapped in a layer of semi-transparent black stockings, adding even more temptation to the aura of a widow. Hee hee. How could that be? I might forget anyone else, but I could never forget Aunt Chang. Manga grinned and immediately pulled her into his arms. Although Chang'ing was actually 1 year younger than Demimi, he never changed the way he addressed her. He simply liked calling her Aunt Chang instead of Sister Chang. Perhaps this was a kind of happiness only men could understand. and also a preference for someone who could add a bowing posture. Faced with this man's wandering hands, Chang'ing could only feel helpless. Although they had not completed the final step, they had already done everything else. Some things had even gone further than ordinary couples. Even the nightdress she was wearing had been almost completely torn apart by him. Now this man sat on the sofa with her best friend in his left arm and her in his right. Yet she felt no dissatisfaction. They were best friends. Sharing one man was not completely unacceptable. Most importantly, Chang'ing knew very well that with her ability alone, she could never keep this man by her side in such a terrifying apocalypse. Since that was the case, it would be better to let her best friend join as well. After all, there was strength in numbers, right? After some simple affection, Manga harvested another wave of favorability from the two goddesses. Then he explained the purpose of his visit. Go back home with you? Yes. Just pack a few things. You can throw away anything you don't need. I have new replacements for everything. Manga's tone left no room for objection. Neither Chang'ing nor Demimi had any objections. Chang'ing had wanted to go back with Manga since yesterday. The days of living alone had been too lonely. As for Demimi, she did not care. As long as she followed this man, it was enough. Very soon, the two women finished packing. Well, mainly Chang'ing. Even though he had repeatedly said to pack lightly, this woman still managed to fill several suitcases. At first, he thought they were full of random items. But one sentence from Chang'ing completely changed his mind. Inside are the black silk office uniforms you like most. And nightgowns in all kinds of colors, all with lace trim. Cough cough. He swore that he did not change his mind because of what was inside the suitcases. It was because this woman was looking down on him. Did she really think he could not carry a few suitcases? So, any more? Bring them all. One sentence made both women burst into laughter. For a moment, beauty filled the room, making the entire living room feel warmer. By the time the three of them returned to Building 5, it was already 1 p.m. Fortunately, he had informed by Jia beforehand. So they had already prepared lunch and were waiting for them. Maybe it was because women were naturally competitive with one another. Older sister Jiai had changed into a black silk office uniform, looking like an elite businesswoman. Younger sister Xiaoyao had put on a JK uniform. Her long jade-like legs were wrapped in white stockings, giving her a pure and youthful charm. Then there was the mature woman by Jia. Although she was still wearing a gray dress, her enormous breasts alone were enough to crush all competition. Adding Chang'ing in her internet-famous office uniform battle outfit and Demimi's long beautiful legs. For a moment, Manga, sitting in the main seat, was completely stunned. The spring scenery was overflowing everywhere. There was too much to look at, truly too much to look at. The night gave me black eyes. Yet I use them to admire goddesses. Heavens, give me another pair of eyes. The 5 women sat together. All were goddesses scoring above 95 points. It was impossible to say who was better. Each had her own strengths. At this moment, the results of his efforts from the previous night finally appeared. Clearly, Jiai had already spoken with her younger sister before they returned. So even though the 5 women had just met, there was not the slightest awkwardness between them. As everyone knew, women always had far more topics to discuss with other women than with men. When women got together, they could talk about cosmetics, shoes, handbags. And when they were with men, only he remained. Very quickly, the 5 women became close and the atmosphere became lively. They even changed locations and stopped eating altogether, leaving only him sitting alone at the dining table, looking somewhat lonely. Sigh, it turned out that I was the extra one. At that moment, a pair of chopsticks reached into his bowl. A sweet and warm smile, like a ray of light, making him feel green. Cough cough, wrong. Brother-in-law, here, have a piece of cucumber salad. Xiaoyao, you're so good. I knew someone still remembered your brother-in-law. Looking at the cucumber she placed in his bowl, Manga felt warmth in his heart and was deeply moved. Haha, I didn't spoil this girl for nothing. Don't worry, brother-in-law will repay you. Just as he was about to pull her over and spoil her a little. The next second? Xiaoyao, hurry. Come try this pink nightgown from Sister Xiaoying. The moment her sister called her, the girl immediately ran off without even looking back. Manga's hand froze in midair. At that moment, he felt like Yuanhua had possessed him. Even eating a cucumber felt cold and lonely. Originally, Manga had planned to go out after lunch and look around for a suitable place to live. But before he could leave, something unexpected happened and disrupted his plans. Jiai was finally about to awaken her ability. Just as Manga was about to go out, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Chen Jiai's favorability toward the host has reached 100. Her ability is now awakening. Jai is about to awaken an ability. He quickly carried the burning hot Jai back to his room. This woman seemed to have sensed it beforehand, but in order not to make him worry, she had kept frowning and endured it silently. No wonder she had remained silent when he was about to leave earlier. Brother-in-law, is my sister okay? Standing at the door of Mengda's room, Xiaoyao looked worried about her sister. It was her first time encountering something like this. Chang Ying and the other women beside her also looked concerned. Don't worry. Your sister is about to awaken an ability. This is a good thing for her. Since Jai was the first among his women to awaken an ability, Mengda decided to watch over her personally, just in case. At the same time, he told the other women to stay in the living room to avoid any accidents. Back at the bedside, Jai sat nervously on the edge of the bed, at a loss. Her face was flushed, her body was hot, and fine beads of sweat covered her forehead. Mengda, Mengda smiled slightly and gently pressed her delicate shoulder. Trust me. You'll be fine. I trust you. The smile of the man before her gave her tremendous encouragement. He gently removed the high heels from her delicate feet. His large hand brushed across her black silk-clad legs, smooth and delicate. He unbuttoned her black uniform. This woman truly had impressive assets. To make observation easier, he had Jai lie down on the bed and activated his telekinetic perception. He had no time to admire anything. Under his telekinetic perception, he could clearly see fiery red energy particles spread throughout Jai's body. At this moment, these energy particles seemed to have received a summons and were continuously gathering upward. In the end, they were all absorbed by a fiery red ball of light deep within Jai's mind. As more and more energy particles were absorbed, strangely, the ball of light did not grow larger. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, as if it were condensing its essence, until a dazzling and scorching light suddenly flashed, causing Mengda to close his eyes instinctively. Lying on the bed, Jai only felt her entire body surrounded by flames and could not help crying out. Ah! An invisible wave of fiery heat swept through the entire room. Fortunately, Mengda had kept his spatial black hole active the entire time. Before the heat wave could fully spread, it was absorbed by him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that Jai on the bed was completely exposed before him. Her body glowed red, as if flames were flowing inside her. Even the black stockings on her legs had been burned away. Her exquisite face was flushed, her brows tightly knitted, as though she were enduring some kind of pain. The next second, she directly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and hot breath brushed against his face. I want medicine. The moment the words left her mouth, under Mengda's stunned gaze, she wrapped herself around him like a beautiful snake. Congratulations, host. Goddess Chenjiai has successfully awakened the fire-type ability, Phoenix Divine Flame. In the living room, Chang Ying and the others were still anxiously waiting. But while they waited, strange sounds suddenly came from the room. The soundproofing of the room was truly not very good. The first to react were by Jia and Mimi. After all, both had been married, so their reactions were naturally quicker. The two women exchanged glances, both blushing. TCH. Wasn't she supposed to be awakening an ability? Why are they doing bad things again? Then came Xiaoyao, who was no longer quite as innocent as before. The reason she reacted so quickly was because she had heard it often recently. She was familiar with it. Bad guy. Bullying my sister again. Although she said that, a hint of anticipation could be seen in her innocent eyes. Last was Chang Ying. A woman who had neither done it before nor was familiar with it, and thus fell behind. Humph, I knew it. That little bad guy would definitely do bad things. The four women exchanged glances. Embarrassment was written all over their faces. The two people inside were doing it, while the four women outside were listening. Such a strange feeling. They thought it would end quickly. But unexpectedly, an entire afternoon passed, and no one came out. Instead, the four women took turns going to the bathroom one after another with flushed faces and their legs pressed together. No one knew what they were doing. By the time it was completely dark and the food had been reheated several times, a man finally walked out with a smile on his face. Have you all eaten? Hearing that, the four women sitting at the dining table looked at him with resentful eyes. The meaning was obvious. What do you think? Fortunately, Mengda's skin was thicker than a city wall. He sat down without caring. Looking at the dining table, there were only 5 sets of tableware. 6 people. Then he looked at the dishes. All of them were nourishing foods. Sister Bai, you really understand me. To express his appreciation, Mengda reached for a familiar place and gave it a squeeze. After dinner, Mengda sat on the sofa in the living room. It had to be said that having several more women in the house truly made a huge difference. Bai Jia went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Chang'ing went to organize her luggage. Xiaoyao hurried into the room to check on her sister. After an entire afternoon, her sister must be exhausted. Fortunately, Mengda was not a heartless man. He would definitely not let his women go hungry. Besides, Jiai had awakened an ability, and her physical condition was now better than before. Although she still could not compare to him, at least she had not fainted this time. That was called progress? As for Demimi, he. Originally, this woman wanted to escape, but he reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. His hands automatically entered targeting mode. The target was her beautiful legs tightly wrapped in fishnet stockings. This afternoon, she had changed into a black hip-hugging dress that barely covered her alluring hips. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed on her chest, with the scenery underneath faintly visible and extremely tempting. He recalled a saying. Among China's 4 top actresses, Demimi might not be the most beautiful. But she was definitely the sexiest and most charming. Truly a natural temptress, one could never get tired of her. As he played with her, he listened to the continuous notifications from the system. Ding! Detected that Goddess Chenjiai's favorability toward the host has increased to 100. The goddess bond has been updated as follows. From this day forward, Goddess Chenjiai will be completely loyal to the host and will never betray him. Ability sharing and complementation. The host can share the ability awakened by the goddess and receive ability replenishment from the goddess. Note, the more times both parties recharge together, the faster both of their ability levels will increase. Upon reaching a certain number of times, there is a chance of awakening a second ability, which the host can also share. Virus immunity. After a goddess awakens an ability, she automatically gains the same virus immunity as the host and can resist viruses up to 1 level higher than her ability level. Under the goddess bond, the host can communicate heart-to-heart with Goddess Chenjiai without barriers. The synchronization between both parties reaches 100%. System notice, the above updates only take effect for goddesses whose favorability has reached 100. Additionally, Goddess Chenjiai's favorability toward the host has reached 100. The reward has been sent to the system space. Please check it yourself. On the sofa, Mengda smiled so much that he could not stop grinning. He had not expected that once favorability reached 100, the goddess bond would also be updated. As for the first point, there was not much to say. Even without it, he believed Jai would never betray him. All those days of charging had not been for nothing. So this could only be considered a preventive measure. The second point, ability sharing and complementation, was incredible. First of all, ability sharing meant that whatever ability a goddess had, he could also have. Even if he had not awakened it himself, it did not matter. He could still share and use it. The key point was that there was no limit to the number of abilities. If a goddess awakened a second ability, he could share and use that too. In other words, Jiai's fire-type ability, Phoenix Divine Flame, could not only be used by him, but he could even use it more powerfully. After all, his level was higher than Jiai's. As for ability complementation, when his abilities were exhausted, he could receive ability replenishment from a goddess whose favorability had reached 100. This could greatly expand the amount of ability energy available to him. Likewise, when Jiai's ability energy was depleted, she could receive replenishment from him. In short, it worked both ways. As for the note about charging frequency, even without the reward of a second ability, that charging frequency would only continue increasing. The only thing he needed to consider now was that his ability level had increased. In the future, one woman alone might not be able to handle him anymore. For the sake of his future happiness, he needed to develop other goddesses as soon as possible. The favorability of Chang'ing and Demimi had actually reached the point long ago where they were ready. He should find an opportunity to log into a new account. He was also indirectly reducing Jiai's burden. As for virus immunity, there was no need to explain. It directly gave Jiai an extra layer of protection. As for the fourth point, heart-to-heart communication without barriers was extremely useful for coordinated combat between him and Jiai. The two of them could achieve perfect cooperation. The key was that this cooperation could be used not only outside the bedroom, but in many other places as well. System, open my status panel. Host, Mengda. Age, 24. Ability level, mid-stage tier 3. Awakened abilities. SSS rank King of Space, personal space 1 million cubic meters, spatial black hole, transfer range, 20 meters, spatial teleportation. SSS rank Telekinesis, telekinetic perception 200 meters, telekinetic force, telekinetic manifestation. Shared ability, Phoenix Divine Flame, Chenjiai. Activated goddesses, Chenjiai, ability level tier 1, by Jia, ability awakening 94%. Unactivated goddesses, Chen Jiayao, Chengying, Yangmi. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol ×1, unlimited ammunition, Tang Saber ×1, Blade Mastery, Apocalypse Armored RV ×1. Skills, Virus Immunity, can resist zombie viruses up to 1 tier higher than the host, Goddess Bond, Night Walker. Good lord. The rewards for reaching 100 favorability this time were truly abundant. His ability level had directly risen to tier 3. His SSS rank space ability had gained a new sub-ability, Spatial Teleportation. He could move freely within 20 meters, and the movement speed took less than a second. There was also the shared SS rank fire ability from Jai. He could not wait to test it out. His personal space had also expanded to 1 million cubic meters, equivalent to more than 100 football fields. And that was with a height of 100 meters. Calling it practically limitless space would not be an exaggeration. Telekinetic perception, 200 meters. The moment he expanded it, the entire residential community immediately came under his perception. There were 6 buildings in total. Other than Building 5, where he was located and lights were visible, all the other buildings were completely dark. According to his estimate, there were probably no living people left in them. The only things remaining were likely groups upon groups of zombies. Speaking of zombies, Mengda immediately walked to the window. After activating the skill Night Walker, the sensitivity of his senses increased greatly. Combined with his telekinetic perception, he suddenly discovered something within the zombie horde below. During the day, he had just eliminated a group of zombies that had awakened abilities. Not even a full day had passed, and ability zombies had appeared downstairs again. And not only tier 1 zombies. There was even a tier 2 zombie. Wasn't this growth rate a little too fast? If this continued, the appearance of tier 3 zombies would not be far away. A terrifying shadow settled over his heart. Originally, he had planned to spend the next few days searching for a suitable place to move. But now it seemed there was no longer enough time. Just as he was thinking, a woman hugged him from behind. Such a broad embrace. Even through his back, he could feel the pressure. Turning around, he saw that it was Jai. She was wearing a nightgown, revealing her long beautiful legs. Simply standing there, she looked sexy and alluring. As expected, awakening an ability was different. Her recovery ability had also improved. If this had been before, and this woman could already stand up now, he would have admitted defeat. Hee, have you recovered already? Seeing that the man was about to start touching her again, Jai quickly stopped him. Don't. What a joke. Although awakening an ability had improved her condition somewhat, she could not possibly recover that quickly. Ha ha ha. I was just joking with you. If he did not spoil his own woman, who would? Holding Jai in his arms, Mengda sat down on the sofa. Before he could speak, Jai spoke first. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? After awakening her ability, Jai discovered that she seemed to have formed an invisible connection with this man. She could vaguely sense that he was troubled by something. Actually, Mengda did not need to explain much. Once Jai woke up tomorrow, she would discover it herself. So he simply told her about the mutation of the zombies downstairs. What he did not expect was that the problem he had been unable to figure out was solved by a single sentence from her. I think you should ask Sister Changing about finding a new place. Seeing Mengda's confusion, Jai extended a slender finger and tapped his forehead. Did you forget that Sister Changing was a real estate sales agent before the apocalypse? One sentence woke him up completely. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Before becoming an internet celebrity, Changing, this widow, had worked in real estate sales. If he wanted to find a place to move to, couldn't he simply ask real estate agent Aunt Changing? And there was also Demimi. As one of China's top actresses, she was truly a wealthy woman. She surely owned properties all over the country. Taking out any one of them would be enough as a temporary residence. Mengda had simply been too busy. He had actually overlooked something so important. Soon, all 6 people gathered together. And Changying and Demimi, the 2 best friends, unanimously recommended a place that was extremely suitable for relocation. Yulong Island,